FM small town. All right, let's get it going. I was not prepared to stream this early. My hair is soaking wet. But here we go. We got breaking news, everybody. Yes, we do. All right. Let's waste no time. I literally did not even have time to look at it myself. I just saw Trump indicted and went, all right, let's fucking go. Okay, let's pull up.
January 6th investigation. He faces 4 counts in the indictment, including conspiracy to defraud the United States. The former president has been summoned to the courthouse here in Washington on Thursday. There are at least 6 co-conspirators that are not named. Special counsel Jack Smith had this to say about the indictment.
Good evening. Today,
let's go.
An indictment was unsealed, charging Donald J. Trump with conspiring to defraud the United States, conspiring to disenfranchise voters, and conspiring and attempting to obstruct an official proceeding.
Yep.
The indictment was issued by a grand jury of citizens here in the District of Columbia, and it sets forth the crimes charged in detail. I encourage everyone to read it.
He's innocent.
The attack on our nation's capital on January 6th, 2021, was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies. Lies by the defendant targeted at obstructing a bedrock function of the U.S. government, the nation's process of collecting, counting, and certifying the results of the presidential election.
Yeah, but what about Antifa? Yeah, I just went live.
The men and women of law enforcement who defended the U.S. Capitol on January 6th are heroes. They are patriots, and they are the very best of us. They did not just defend a building or the people sheltering in it. They put their lives on the line to defend who we are as a country and as a people. They defended the very institutions and principles that define the United States. Since the attack on our Capitol, the Department of Justice has remained committed
thank you for the raid.
to ensuring accountability for those criminally responsible for what happened that day. This case is brought consistent with that commitment, and our investigation of other individuals continues.
Thanks, I love this blazer too.
My office will seek a speedy trial so that our evidence can be tested in court and judged by a jury of citizens. In the meantime, I must emphasize that the indictment is only an allegation and that the defendant must be presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law. I would like to thank the members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Yeah, how many times can they say it's a witch hunt?
Investigation with my office, as well as the many career prosecutors and law enforcement agents from around the country who have worked on previous January 6th investigations.
Gracious, thank you for the gifted.
These women and men are public servants of the very highest order, and it is a privilege to work alongside them. Thank you.
Bro, every time Hassan does not stream,
For
there
more
is
on
big
this,
news.
Graham Cates and Jessica Levinson join us now. Graham is a CBS News investigative reporter, and Jessica is a CBS News legal contributor. Jessica, I want to start with you. I know that you've probably been leafing through these 45 pages along with the rest of us. What do these counts tell you about the potential evidence that Jack Smith has now collected against Donald Trump?
It tells me that it's strong and that there is a lot of it. So what we see here in the 4 counts is really a methodically laid out indictment that talks about a scheme to defraud the United States, to try and stop the counting of the Electoral College votes, and to try and cheat people essentially out of an honest counting of their vote. I think it's interesting here that the special prosecutor did not decide to go ahead with the insurrection claim, because that can be difficult to prove, and there can be some First Amendment issues, some First Amendment defenses there. Instead, I think the way the indictment reads is that the special prosecutor absolutely will rely on the idea that the former president tried to incite an insurrection, but that he's in fact charged crimes that relate to doing that in order to, again, try and invalidate the election, which defrauds the U.S. of their honest votes, defrauds the voters of their honest votes, and defrauds the government of their ability to count the votes and their ability to have a free and fair election. In my mind, there's really kind of two parts to the indictment. First, it's that the allegations that the former president lied and that he knew he lied, and then the allegations that the former president took very specific actions to try and overturn the election.
And Graham, this indictment also lays out the special prosecutor's belief that Trump did not act alone. We know that there are at least 6 other co-conspirators allegedly, but they have yet to be charged.
Yeah,
Do we
hello,
know why
Josh
not?
Hawley.
Do we know who they might be and how
Can
they
we
might
throw
play
him
a
in there?
role in Trump's case?
We don't know why they're not charged, but they're described as 4 lawyers for former President Trump, a political consultant, and a DOJ, Justice Department official.
Rudy.
And they described this series of events where these
All his
alleged
lawyers.
co-conspirators get together to push officials to ignore the popular vote and organize fraudulent slates of electors in 7 states: Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, New Mexico, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. So you get kind of the scope of this. And the indictment lays out meeting by meeting where they talked about ways to get the slates of electors in there, talked about meetings they had with officials in different states, talking, in one case, say, an unindicted co-conspirator says, we don't necessarily have the evidence yet, but we have a lot of theories that we're working on. And this kind of goes on for 2 months leading up to January 6th.
And Jessica, you know, one thing that really stood out to me in Jack Smith's remarks was something that both of you touched on. He said he wanted a speedy trial.
Will Trump
Clearly,
go to jail?
That means he believes he has the evidence, right, to do that. What does a speedy trial mean, though? How fast are we talking?
Well, I would say
Not
you
anytime
don't bring this
soon is
case
what I'll
unless
say.
you think you have the
Not
evidence.
anytime soon.
I mean, this is going to be the most scrutinized case potentially in our nation's history. And so a speedy trial really can mean that we're not talking about weeks here, but we could potentially be talking about months. And I know there was a previous conversation about the fact that this case, although it's complicated, it actually could be brought much more quickly than the Mar-a-Lago case, because the Mar-a-Lago case deals with those classified documents. And in that case, we have a relatively new judge who's going to have to figure out a number of really complicated issues dealing with who sees that national security information, whether or not it's presented to the jury. There's a lot of big, thorny questions before you get to trial in the Mar-a-Lago
He has been
case.
indicted
And while this
3
case
times
is
now.
hugely consequential,
3 times
I
in
think
4
you
months.
could potentially see a very
indicted
motivated
me.
prosecutor and judge say, we're going to do this before the election. I mean, that is absolutely physically possible to do. And of course, I think we know that the former president's best defense is really the electoral calendar. It's not something that would be said in court. It's trying to remain out of court until the election.
Regardless of the timeline, it will be
yeah, they
unfolding
should
as
definitely
campaign 2024
do
really
this
heats up.
before
Graham Cates
another
and Jessica
election.
Levinson, thank you for your time. We are following the latest updates on Donald Trump's indictment over his role in the January 6th Capitol riots. You're streaming America Decides.
Okay, so here, let me open someone else. Trump indictment. So he has been charged with 4 counts: conspiracy to defraud the United States. Oh my! Should we watch Ben Shapiro's review of Oppenheimer? Indicted. So he has been charged with conspiracy to defraud the United States by using dishonesty, fraud, and deceit to obstruct the nation's process of collecting, counting, and certifying the results of the presidential election. He's been charged with conspiracy to impede the Jan 6 congressional proceeding. He's been charged with a conspiracy against the right to vote and to have that vote counted, and obstruction of an attempt to obstruct and impede the certification of the electoral vote. Is Fox News saying anything on this? anything? If you ever want to do hog, okay. Yeah, I want to see what they're saying.
Who has been assigned to this case is seen as one of the toughest on the
Oh my God. Yeah, I had headphones on too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was so fucking loud. That's what we call fascist audio. Yeah. Okay, let me try that again. Here, everyone. Turn your headphones down. Turn them down. Oh my God. Okay. Oh, it's not letting me. Wait.
or another, all of them behind bars,
Jeez.
describing it as the appropriate punishment for their participation in the
You're turning
riot
them up. I
that
know.
halted
I'm
the
sorry. I've been
certification of
making you guys
President
so deaf.
Biden's victory. That's according to the
Well,
Associated Press.
so Brett, then I go right back to what I said before about Jack
For
Smith's
their
remarks.
elderly viewers.
If you have a judge and that's where she's coming from, and I'd be the first to say that the fact that a judge metes out severe sentences, as long as they're lawful.
Oh, wait, something else is playing.
Without
Hold on.
objection, the following members are waived onto the subcommittee for the purpose of participating in today's hearing. Mr. Burchett.
Okay, I don't know what the hell that is. Let me go back to this.
Which is riveting people's attention to the violence of January 6th, the violence of the Capitol riot, under circumstances where he hasn't charged Trump with the violence of the Capitol riot or any participation in the Capitol riot.
It's for the elderly viewers.
I think that's a significant problem, not only in terms of who the judge is, but in terms of what the prosecutor is doing to the jury pool by making remarks like that.
Okay.
All right.
Let's hear how they're going to
you
defend him in
heard me
this.
challenge the former president about the election, saying the election was lost. He
Glasses
lost the
off.
2020 election. But the question is, can a president now, according to this indictment, publicly dispute election results? And is the electoral process now just not purely political, but also subject to review by federal prosecutors, Jonathan?
No, I don't believe that he's going to be able to relitigate whether the election was stolen, but he will be able to raise the question of whether there was a good faith, albeit
What do you mean relitigate? It's
flawed understanding of what
They have
occurred.
proved time and time again it was
Many of us
not.
disagreed with President Trump's view of the election. Many of us disagreed with how he presented the case against Pence. I felt Pence did the right thing on that day. I said that on that day.
Oh yeah,
But
when
that's really
Trump
not an
supporters were
issue here.
threatening
As
to
Andy has
hang
said
him.
very well, is that the prosecutors really, I think, failed to sort of stick the landing on this one. But I thought that Smith's comments were really quite disturbing. I mean, I agree with Andy. You would think that he was charged with incitement. That was a very surprising remarks to make. Now, in the end, the court
Well,
is
he
gonna
did
have to
incite, but they
decide
could not.
what
They
it will
decided
allow
not to
jury
bring the charge of
hear.
insurrection.
Some judges will say
because it would have
that
been
they
too
don't
difficult
want the
to
jury to be
prove.
misled about the existing law. But you have to allow President Trump to say, I had a good faith reason for believing this. You might not agree with John Eastman or any of the people advising me. You might think that I had a 5 to 10% chance or whatever the percentage is of winning, but I believed I could win. And I had a right to make that argument to the American people. That is a strong argument.
Bubblegum,
I think,
thank you for the
particularly
5.
the appellate courts, when they look at the
I'm sweating.
implications of the complaint. It doesn't mean that Donald Trump was right. It doesn't mean that what he did or failed to do was right on that day. But the question is, was it criminal?
Yeah. I want to bring up
Yes,
just
it was.
fair balance. You have Democrats and
clear,
Republicans weighing in. Senator Blumenthal from Connecticut saying
it
no
was
person is
criminal,
above the
and
law.
honestly,
Violations should be pursued no matter how powerful the person is. A grand jury has an intensive investigation lasting many months.
Here's the thing. You know how Stephen Amell has been promoting his show Heels, but doing so in a way where you can't outright say that he was directly scabbing. He was definitely scabbing. It's the same way where how Trump incited the insurrection. And that's why they did not bring the insurrection charge, because of all the charges they can bring against him, it would have been too complicated to prove in a court of law that the things that Trump said did in fact incite violence upon the Capitol. That is why they are sticking on what he did in the immediate aftermath of the election, where he attempted to destroy democracy by convincing people that democracy no longer works, that their votes do not count, that the election had been stolen, et cetera, et
DeSantis says
cetera.
he's only seen the reports concerning the indictment. He tweeted about the venue, saying Washington,
And
D.C.
then you
is
have
a
the Georgia
swamp. It is
case, which
unfair
is
to
still
stand trial
ongoing.
before a jury that is reflective of the swamp mentality.
You have the Georgia case where, of course, he went to Brad Raffensperger and said, find me 11,500 votes.
No more excuses. I will end the weaponization of the federal government. Trump's other two indictments are in New York and Florida. Former GOP Congressman and Republican candidate Will Hurd says, quote,
Ron
let me be
DeSantis.
crystal clear. Trump's presidential bid is driven by an attempt to stay out of prison and scam his supporters into footing his legal bills. Got booed over that this weekend. Furthermore, his denial of the 2020 election results and actions on
his
January
perfect phone call
6th show he is unfit for office. Another Trump critic and rival, former Arkansas Governor Asa Hutchinson, says in a statement, this is another sad day for America, with a former president being charged criminally for obstructing the peaceful transfer of power from one administration to the next. January 6th is a day that calls for accountability for those responsible. I have always said that Donald Trump is morally responsible for the attack on our democracy. He now says the justice system will determine if Trump is criminally responsible. And Hutchinson is again calling for Trump to drop out of this race. We've reached out to the other campaigns, and we'll update you as we get it.
Okay, Rich,
Oh, yeah,
thank you. I
that's
mentioned
definitely gonna
Minority
happen.
Leader, Senate
Are you
Minority
kidding?
Leader Chuck Schumer just out with a statement moments ago in which he says, along
No, he's going to keep
moments ago.
he's going to keep running because he thinks it's his only way to stay out of jail.
Majority Leader in the Senate, Minority Leader in the House, Hakeem Jeffries. The third indictment of Mr. Trump illustrates in shocking detail the violence of that day was the culmination of months-long criminal plot led by the former president to defy democracy and overturn the will of the American people. The former
I don't think the
president,
White House has made
had
a
a feeling
statement
this was
yet.
coming, and he was in Pennsylvania. He spoke about the special counsel about that this weekend.
Why didn't they bring deranged Jack Smith, January 6th? Why didn't they bring that 2.5 years ago? Said perfect things, peacefully.
You know
and
what, too?
patriotically.
He's gotten
Did you ever hear
lazy with his
Maxine
nicknames.
Waters?
He's gotten lazy.
You Kavanaugh, we will get you. We will hit you like you've never been hit before, right? You know? That's okay. But
That's
if you say
okay.
peacefully and patriotically, like in my speech.
Former president on the campaign
Yeah, he
trail,
fell off with the
a campaign
nicknames.
for the GOP primary that he's leading exponentially.
It's giving
according to
desperate.
The latest polls. Let's bring in our political panel here. Fox News senior political analyst Juan Williams, Ben Domenech, editor-at-large for The Spectator, host of the Ben Domenech podcast on Fox News Radio, Julian Manchester, national politics reporter for The Hill. Ben, what do you make of this? What you've heard so
Yeah,
far
I don't
here on the
expect
show,
I don't expect the White House to get
and the
involved
impact?
either because they want to
I think this is a travesty.
not make it a
I think
political
this is
thing.
terrible. I think that Jack Smith does not have the case to make on this. You can make cases against the former president in so many other different respects.
I could make
but
the
I do not think
case.
this was a case that ought to have been brought. In any case, I do not think that
It's just a
we
little
can go back
insurrection.
through history. Should we indict everyone who said that Al Gore won in 2000? Should we indict everybody who was going down, in 2004?
Well, Al Gore did win,
objections
let's
over
be
the
clear.
Ohio ballots and
Al
things
Gore
like
did
that.
win.
When it came to John Kerry's election, this is a step too far against.
Yo, this is
any
Meghan
kind of
McCain's
politician
husband.
making the case that they won in a
That's
in
right.
a vague and gray area scenario. Now, look, you can
Also,
make the
why did
arguments
he say
against
you
Donald
could-
Trump in
you
this
could
instance. I
bring so
certainly
many
have
better
made them. I've made
cases?
the arguments against John Eastman's analysis. I disagree with all of it, but bringing a case like this, I think, is an absolute travesty for the Justice Department. It's something that I think is going to create a toxic scenario going forward, and one that is only going to lead to bad things.
All right, House Speaker McCarthy.
Yeah, how
just
many-
weighed
how
in.
many
I read
times
the
did Al
Senate
Gore try to
Majority
overturn the
Leader,
election results?
McCarthy tweeting out, we've recently learned Hunter
Tiny Druckmann,
received
thank you for
money
the
from
prime.
China, contradicting
Oh, here we
President
go,
Biden's
here we
claim.
go.
President
Let's
Biden
get
spoke
into
with
Hunter.
Hunter's business associates over
get
20
into
times,
Hunter Biden.
contradicting what Biden previously claimed. Biden's DOJ tried secretly to give Hunter broad immunity and admitted the
Classic
sweetheart deal
Fox
was
News.
unprecedented and just
Classic Fox News. They know that they only there's only so much that they can do to defend Donald Trump in his third indictment charge. So their favorite thing to do is Hunter
House
Biden.
Republicans will continue to uncover the truth about Biden, Inc. and the two-tiered system of justice. That's the House Speaker. Julia, your thoughts? I mean, obviously this day, it's historic in a number of ways, but politically, it's quite something to watch.
It's quite something to watch. I mean, this happens today. This happens the day after we saw that testimony from Hunter Biden's former business associate.
God.
These are involving, in Trump's case, the front runner by and large for the Republican nominee, but also Joe Biden's son, the president, who's running against or could be running against Donald Trump. And this is the choice that Americans have to choose from. A president that's been indicted 3 times, could be indicted more, and then a president whose son is facing all of these legal issues. So it's amazing to see that New York Times Siena College poll that shows both of them essentially tied neck and neck. So whatever happens next, I mean, it seems like this isn't necessarily going to impact Trump's base or maybe even his standing.
Oh, nothing will impact the base.
Once we move forward into the primary.
I want you to weigh in on the indictment, but also the fact that, even now, and every indictment, it's
okay. Let's see what he's got to say.
And I'm loving the fact that you're taking the lead on it, but let's not forget about Ben, and let's make sure that you smack that Ben Mycelis emoji. I don't know. A lot of people complaining there's no Michael Cohen emoji.
What does Michael Cohen have to say?
But let's all smack the Ben Mycelis emoji, because Ben, you did a great job in analyzing and breaking down and bringing us all together, today on Political Beatdown, so that we can give you the raw and the unfiltered facts, something that you don't get anywhere else. And it's exactly why right now we are number one. And you know what? We're going to continue to be number one.
Look at the emotes on the right.
I am so excited and anxious to come up with the date with Ben where we're going to have this rally, where we're all going to get together and make sure that our voices are heard, not just in D.C., but the press.
Michael Cohen's on his comeback arc.
Rest assured,
Dune Shadow, thank you for the 7.
Not just here in this country, but around the world. So for that, I am eternally grateful for everybody that follows me, on social media, for all of you who have donated to the GoFundMe so that we can hold Donald accountable for that as well.
Wait, the GoFundMe?
Purchasing Revenge and following me on Mea Culpa podcast, and most importantly, joining Ben and I in Political Beatdown.
You know what? Listen, at the end of the day, fuck Michael Cohen too, okay? He only flipped on Trump because it served his interests. He needed to.
I want to make before
this guy would have had no problem continuing to be his lackey, doing whatever he needed. So there will be no praise for Michael Cohen.
81 in just a moment. But if you go up in the complaint, you'll see where it talks about the 6 co-conspirators. We believe co-conspirator 1, there you have it right there, to be Rudy Giuliani, co-conspirator 2 to be John Eastman, both Trump lawyers. We believe co-conspirator
his hair
3,
color's
and again,
sweating down his face right now.
The data that we're analyzing right now to be Sidney Powell. We believe co-conspirator 4 to be Jeff Clark, who tried to become the acting United States attorney. We believe 5 and 6 to be Ken Chesbrough and perhaps Peter Navarro. But we are trying to confirm that as we speak, which brings me to paragraph 81. So when they're talking about co-conspirator 4, that's Jeff Clark, unindicted at this point, where it says, on the afternoon of January 3, co-conspirator 4 spoke with a deputy White House counsel. The previous month, the deputy White House counsel had informed defendant Trump that, quote, there is no world, there is no option in which you do not leave the White House on January 20th. Now, the same deputy White House counsel tried to dissuade co-conspirator 4, Jeff Clark, from assuming the role of acting attorney general. The deputy White House counsel reiterated to co-conspirator 4 that there had not been outcome determinative fraud in the election, and that if the defendant remained in office nonetheless, there would be, quote, riots in every major city in the United States. Co-conspirator 4 responded, quote, well, Deputy White House counsel, that's why there's an Insurrection Act. I want you to think about that. Here's another paragraph. I don't have the paragraph number yet, but this is the one that Donald Trump told former Vice President Pence, you are too honest where it says, on January 1, defendant Trump called the vice president and berated him because he had learned that the vice president had opposed a lawsuit seeking a judicial decision that at the certification, the vice president had the authority to reject or return votes to the states under the Constitution. Vice President Pence responded that he thought there was no constitutional basis for such authority and that it was improper. In response, defendant Trump told the vice president, quote, "You're too honest." Within hours of the conversation, the defendant Trump reminded his supporters to meet in Washington before the certification proceeding, tweeting, quote, "The big protest rally in Washington, D.C. will take place at 11 a.m.
The
on
case has been
January
assigned
6th.
to
Locational
Judge
details
Tanya
to follow.
Chutkan.
Stop the steal." Just wanted to go show you how detailed this indictment is. Go to MidasTouch.com now. Read the full indictment, though. Read the full indictment. That's what Special Counsel Jack Smith also implored people to do, so you can see the level of detail here as well. Want to thank everybody for joining our coverage here on this historic episode of Political
So apparently,
Beatdown.
Donald Trump's fundraising has been diminishing after every indictment. The first one, fundraising was at its highest. Second one, it was lower. So we'll see what happens with this third indictment. If his team can keep using it to get money out of his base.
Shared this with us here, making the Midas Touch Network and Political Beatdown the #1 most watched show on YouTube in the world. And I'm talking
Today you can stream America Decides Monday to Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern. You can watch Prime Time with John Dickerson at 7 p.m. Eastern and Pacific. You're streaming CBS News.
And commercial. Okay. Let's see if these weirdos are still talking about. They're still talking about the Hunter Biden plea deal. All right. Okay, so again, there are 6 unnamed co-conspirators who have been charged alongside Donald Trump. One of whom we definitely know to be Rudy Giuliani. I will go down with this Trump. I won't put my hands up and surrender.
Books are sold. Michael Cohen Revenge, How Donald Trump Weaponized the U.S. Department of Justice.
Anybody who gives Michael Cohen a dime is a dummy. Is a dumb. Okay. Why do everything is literally an ad right now. Let me find another. Trump indicted. I don't think I can pull up CNN because I don't have CNN Go. Unfortunately. This is CNBC. Oh, no, this is not live. This is not live either. I want to watch it live. Okay, here we go.
Fight, you don't have a country. But by the same token, he's being accused of getting in the way of a free and fair election. That is the basis for our country. America.
God, look at that gullet of his.
Was founded
He's so sexy.
On the will of the people, exercising your franchise, your right to vote. And Donald Trump is being accused of getting in the way of a free and fair election. If you don't have free and fair elections, you don't have a country. That's how serious these charges are, Kenya.
Certainly, Mark Updegrove, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. We will have a lot more on this story tonight. We'll be following it for you all night long on ABC News Live Prime with Lindsay Davis. That starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, so make sure to watch.
Historic and solemn moment.
Thank you.
History. The former president of the United States, Trump, now officially criminally charged for his efforts to try to overturn the 2020 presidential election.
Well, for most of us, obviously, it's a shock, right? I mean, I think a lot of us knew that this indictment was probably coming, but when you look at it at the grand scheme of what it means to have a former president of these serious charges, it's beyond unprecedented. On the political side, it just reaffirms there's no way this guy can win in November of 24. I'm sitting here in the first
No way or should not.
candidates today, and it just really affirms that there's no independent out there going, yeah, I might go with Trump now. You know, I've changed my mind. We're back on the team. No, not going to happen, never going to happen.
Well, Jesus, you would hope so after 3 indictments. Oh, you can't hear?
Quite a bit lately. The best part about this is the
Sorry, I
fact
was trying to
that
make sure you
Trump
guys
knew
weren't
he
deaf.
didn't win. He didn't buy any of what he was spitting out publicly. He was lying to his own supporters. He knows he didn't win. I know
Is that
he
better?
We've already talked to people on his team today.
Try not to blow out the
He's more
hearing
nervous about this
that you
one,
have left.
than any of the others because so many other folks involved. It's not just Mark Meadows. There were so many folks involved in that
Yeah, I turned
conversation.
it down.
And many of those folks are no longer part of his inner circle. He no longer controls that narrative with those individuals. He's scared, and he knows this one, I think the discussion of when it comes to bear, when the trial actually comes, but he knows this one could really stick.
Yeah, these criminal charges raise very serious questions, Governor, about Trump's fitness to serve again. And yet he's leading your party's 2024 field with 54% of the vote, according to the most recent polls. How do you explain that?
Well, the national polls, you got to not look at the national polls. National polls are based on the national message, which is mainstream media. I'm not casting aspersions on mainstream media, but the mainstream media talks about Biden, they talk about Trump. That really drives the message. When you look at the polls within Iowa and New Hampshire, it's a very different story. In New Hampshire, I think he's averaging under 40%. In Iowa, about 42%. That's where the narrative is happening. That's where these other candidates are kind of laying their argument, their case, their groundwork, and they're having a lot of success. So considering that's happening and we haven't even had a debate yet, he's going to be in real trouble as this progresses along. I think, as was brought up, he raised a lot of money off the first couple indictments, but it's kind of been
it's gone
trickling down.
down.
I don't
It's
think,
going down
I
with
think
each
that
indictment.
well is going to be running dry pretty soon. So the fact that he's bilking his own supporters to pay his legal bills, I mean, he's only a billionaire. I mean, you can't expect much more than that, right? To ask everyone else to pay your own way. But no, I think it really is wearing thin here in New Hampshire and Iowa. And I think the more and more folks look at where those discussions are happening, I think there's hope there, and understanding that Trump very well is not the nominee of this party.
We shall see. Governor Sununu, thanks very much for joining us.
I mean, let's be real. He still maintains a double-digit lead. Oh, my God. This is always fucking audio, man.
Welcome to a special edition of Out Front.
Trump has a double-digit lead over DeSantis in Iowa
the historic and
in New
news of
Hampshire.
The third criminal indictment of former President Donald J. Trump. Federal prosecutors charging Trump with 4 counts in connection with his efforts to overturn the 2020 presidential election. They include
I'm going to grab some water.
conspiracy to defraud the United States, conspiracy to obstruct an official proceeding, obstruction of an attempt to obstruct an official and proceeding, and conspiracy against rights. Moments ago, the special counsel Jack Smith spoke more about the indictment and the charges Trump now faces.
The attack on our nation's capital on January 6th, 2021, was an unprecedented assault on the seat of American democracy. As described in the indictment, it was fueled by lies. Lies by the defendant targeted at obstructing a bedrock function of the U.S. government, the nation's process of collecting, counting, and certifying the results of the presidential election.
Well, the indictment went on to say that Trump had 6 co-conspirators, Wolf, but of course it did not name them.
This
I wonder
is
what Squeaks has to say about
a
this.
remarkable moment in American history. The former president of the United States, who is now the current frontrunner for the Republican presidential nomination, charged with trying to undermine the will of the American voters in order to cling to power. We have a team of reporters standing by. I want to get to Sarah Murray first. She's got some new details about the identities of these 6 Trump co-conspirators. Sarah, what can you tell us?
That's right, Wolf. As you noted, there are 6 co-conspirators who are unnamed in this indictment. We are prepared to identify 5 of them at this point based on reporting from our CNN team. I think most notably the first unindicted co-conspirator, who again is unnamed in this indictment.
Do Republican states have a winner-take-all?
The indictment notes that this is someone who
Some of them
called
do.
the Arizona Speaker of the House.
Pre-March
Rusty
15th,
Bowers,
states
somebody who made a
have they have to award
before
delegates
Georgia
proportionally.
State lawmakers. And
How's the
person
indictment?
that
Dude,
Donald Trump
we're
tapped
just
to
tuning
lead his
in.
Post-election legal efforts. That is all Rudy Giuliani. Number 2
I was
in this
not prepared to go
indictment,
stream
former
this
Trump
early.
attorney John
But here we
Eastman.
are.
This is a person who wrote this 2-page
He
memo.
did everything
This is the
right, and he still
plan
got
for
indicted.
Mike Pence to be able to essentially overturn the 2020 presidential election while presiding over the Electoral College certification. Number 3 on this list, another former Trump attorney, Sidney Powell. They point out that he filed a lawsuit against the governor of Georgia,
number
which
6.
we knew. They also point out in this indictment that Donald Trump was espousing the theories of this co-conspirator, even though he had privately admitted that they sounded crazy. We know all of that to be Sidney Powell.
And they indicted me.
Co-conspirator number 4 on this list is someone we've talked about a lot. Former Justice Department official Jeffrey Clark. The indictment identifies him as a Justice Department official. It also points to an email that a top DOJ person sent to Clark, rebutting his efforts to try to use the department to overturn the 2020 election. And again, number 5, we have another pro-Trump lawyer. This is Kenneth Chesebro. He was someone who was very involved in this fake electors plot. The indictment points to an email memorandum that he sent to Giuliani in December of 2020 about the fake electors plot. So based on everything that we have previously reported, everything we know, what our sources are telling us, and of course the work of the House Committee that investigated January 6th, those are the 5 co-conspirators that we are prepared to identify at this point, notably all attorneys who worked alongside Donald Trump in this effort to try to overturn the 2020 election, Wolf.
Carol Clan reporting. Thank you very much for that, Sarah.
Carol QAnon.
All right, Wolf, and of course now you can go through this, and when it says co-conspirator 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, fill in those names. I want to go now to Caitlin Polans outside the courthouse, and Caitlin, on the back of Sarah's reporting, you have new information about something here in this indictment. What are you learning?
Well, Aaron, we are now learning that the senior campaign advisor who is signified in this indictment as one of the people who was giving Donald Trump the harshest assessment that there was no fraud after the election that would overturn the vote. That person is Jason Miller. I have been able to confirm that. I've reached out to a representative of his and received no comment back, but I have been able to confirm that that is indeed Jason Miller, and this episode is just one of the highlights of how the special counsel's office was using information that the close advisors to Donald Trump on the campaign, people who even stuck with him after the 2020 election, Miller continued to work with Donald Trump, continues to work with him.
When is Stephen Miller going down?
We're telling him that there wasn't fraud and that Donald Trump and the alleged co-conspirators,
not Christian, thank you for the Prime Gaming,
in this indictment who are not charged at this time, that those people were doing something anomalous with what the campaign knew, that there wasn't fraud. And this particular mention of Jason Miller in the charging document, it notes that he spoke with Donald Trump on a daily basis, informed him on multiple occasions that fraud claims were untrue, informed him that ballot stuffing that was being alleged in Georgia was not happening, that there were not a number of dead voters in Georgia that would be sizable enough to swing the election. And he wrote in an email, this is according to the indictment, on December 8th, so a month after the election, before the Trump election,
Stephen Miller should actually
Trump won. Jason Miller
go down for this as well.
When our research and campaign legal team can't back up any of the claims made by our elite strike force legal team, you can see why we're 0-32 on our cases. I'll obviously hustle to help on all fronts, but it's tough to own any of this when it's...
Make no mistake, Stephen Miller was largely responsible as one of Trump's lackeys for spreading the lie about mail-in voting, saying he went on Fox News and said people don't check the identities of those who are mail-in voting. So anyone can do it. They can do it multiple times. Dead people can do it.
From the mothership. That's the level of disdain and disgust expressed by one of Trump's key inner circle individuals charged with putting this forward again and again, telling Trump it was false. I want to go now to Ty Cobb, the former Trump White House lawyer. And Ty, I know you've had a chance to read through all 45 pages of this indictment. What stands out to you so far?
Several things. I think that as we discussed previously in terms of what to expect, that we got exactly what we expected, which was a very, very detailed, laborious, easy to follow narrative of exactly why Donald Trump failed the country and put his own interest over those of the United States. It is.
Wait, hold on. We gotta interrupt this for a second. Lindsey Graham says if Jack Smith indicts Trump for January 6th, it will be an outrage to Republicans because it would mean any of them could be indicted. Oh, that's a great idea, Lindsey Graham.
It seems to be selective prosecution. So President Trump has every right to defend himself. I think politically it probably makes him stronger in the primary. If the special counsel indicts President Trump in Washington, D.C. for anything related to January 6th, that will be considered a major outrage by Republicans, because you could convict any Republican of anything in Washington, D.C., and I fear that's where this is going, as sort of an insurance policy.
I do have
That's a
concern
great
about all
idea.
the
Please
news about misuse
don't
of
threaten us
classified
with a good
information.
time.
I happen to be on the Senate Intelligence Committee, and I get classified briefings on a regular basis, and what they did was unacceptable.
So Senator Cornyn equating what happened in the case involving Hillary Clinton to what happened with
Oh,
Donald
God.
Trump. That's an often defense that we're hearing from Republicans, even as there are different set of circumstances and facts in each of those cases. But some of Donald Trump's defenders trying to use the legislative process to pay back the Biden administration of sorts. One of them, Senator J.D. Vance, announcing that he.
Listen, I don't like Hillary, but please, this is beyond exhausting. It is beyond. They have nothing else. They have nothing else besides pivoting to Hunter Biden and then but Hillary Clintoning every time there's another indictment.
Place a hold on all Justice Department nominees who are not part of the Marshal Service, but U.S. attorneys and the like, until the Justice Department changes its approach to prosecutions going forward. Any individual senator can hold up the process. U.S. attorneys in particular typically are confirmed very quickly on a voice vote, but otherwise it could go through a much more time-consuming process on the Senate floor. So that's what Senator Vance is aiming to do, as Republicans in the House looking at other ways to try to go after the investigation, undercut it by using the.
I just want to say, I will never forgive people who jumped on board the hillbilly elegy train. Okay, if you watched that movie, if you read that book, and you are responsible for giving us Senator Vance, okay? And that goes for everybody who was in hillbilly elegy. All right, Meryl Streep, I'm looking at you. I love you, but fuck you.
Funding process on Capitol Hill, even though not all Republicans are online, some of them lining up behind Donald Trump, trying to defend him as his case unfolds. Well,
Manu Raju, thank you.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, Republicans are just really straight up saying the quiet part out loud.
They said the defendant impaired the federal government from functioning. Isn't that literally the Republican Party platform to reduce the ability of the federal government from functioning? And then they, first point, they said the defendant impaired the federal government from functioning. Isn't that literally the Republican Party platform to reduce the ability of the federal government from functioning? And then they.
Oh, at least they're being honest now. At least.
Do you think that there's any chance that that happens, that there is a verdict in this case before the actual election in 2024?
I think there's an outside chance. I do think this case raises, unlike Mar-a-Lago, this case raises some significant First Amendment issues. And Jack Smith alludes to what Trump's First Amendment's rights are and accurately
right at the beginning.
And accurately identifies, where those rights, meet the wall, at the point of, the deception and conspiracy that are charged. I want to apologize if I said that the co-conspirators may have actually already pled. What I meant to say, if I said that, was.
And no, we don't have a trial date or anything.
Had they pled, we would know that.
All right. Well, Ty, thank you very much. And thank you for that, making that clear. I appreciate it. All right. Ty Cobb, their former White House counsel.
Thanks, Aaron.
All right. And my panel's back with me. Karen Friedman-Agnifilo joins us, the former prosecutor and criminal defense attorney, also a close former colleague of special counsel Jack Smith. Elliot Williams
What are the charges? He has been charged with 4 counts of conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election results. So as it relates back to January 6th, to be clear, he has not been charged with a charge of insurrection because they decided it would be too difficult to prove in court. But he is being charged because we have ample evidence. We have so much evidence. In fact, he continues to make these baseless claims that have been proven to be false. And so now his ass is being charged for the 3rd time in the last 4 months.
And the people in it, but really just our democracy.
To be clear, 3rd time for
and
separate
our country and our
things.
values. And that's who Jack Smith is. That's what he believes in. He's a public servant. He's been a public servant
Along with
his
6
whole
co-conspirators.
career. I met him when it was both our first jobs out of law school. We worked at the Manhattan DA's office together and in a very
Truly
small
a record
group, and we
breaker.
were trained together. And I wasn't surprised to see a streamlined indictment against just Trump, 4 charges with all of the facts in there. But this is neat and clean, and this has a chance of going to trial before the election, and that's exactly what Jack Smith did. He knows what he's doing, and he did it here.
So, Ryan, neat and clean, is that how you would describe it? I mean, I was just asking Ty to try to get to this. I mean, you look at a behemoth, and this is laid out very clearly, right? It's very focused on the things he said that he knew they were false, and he continued to say that, right? And again and again and again, as I said, in painstaking, excruciating detail, this is laid out. Could you have gone broader? What do you feel
where is
about
Quan
the
Stab? I know
actual
we have the email somewhere.
charges and statutes used. I mean, is this all foolproof?
I think it's very strong. I mean, these are statutes that have been used in the past. They've been used against other folks that were responsible for the violence, but it's also like the Section 241 denial of rights. That is when you conspire to prevent people's votes from being counted. So the allegation is President Trump conspired to prevent people's votes within 7 different states from being counted. Pretty much, hand in glove with some of these statutes. I don't think that's an issue. There was already a federal court opinion that found that Trump and Eastman had conspired under 2 of these statutes to try to overturn the election with the same set of facts. That was not beyond a reasonable doubt, but it was more likely than not was the standard. That's a pretty high standard. So you even have a judicial ratification of these particular charges.
So, Elliot, let me ask you about what we were just hearing, the reporting from Caitlin Polance about Jason Miller, who's a very close, obviously, inner circle Trump campaign, appeared on this air as a campaign.
I love that in Trump's statement that he put out on Truth Social. He said, my attorneys had a productive meeting with the DOJ this morning. My attorneys had a productive meeting with the DOJ this morning, explaining in detail that I did nothing wrong, was advised by many lawyers. I'm like, yeah, buddy, those lawyers, they were saying the same shit that you were, okay? Because they're just as big of bozos.
Being beamed down from the mothership.
Like,
so
I was advised by lawyers. Yeah, they've been indicted alongside you.
You have to establish some level of corrupt action.
They've all been indicted.
Now, a number of people, the louder the chorus is,
as
and the bigger the
co-conspirators,
chorus is saying these claims you're pushing are false, can help prove the case. But you really need to get inside the defendant's head and as to what he was thinking. I think the far more compelling statement is one we talked about in the last hour, which is the president ultimately sort of throwing his hands up at one point. I think this was the one on page 30.
Kristen, thank you for the prime.
Saying,
Vi,
I guess this is
thank
the
you for the
next
tier
guy's problem,
1.
acknowledging that he lost the election. But again, the Jason Miller statement.
Jay Marianne, thank you for the raid.
Just the volume of them helps prosecutors prove the case.
What's up, everybody?
And Scott, to this point, okay, we counted 37 times knowing or knowingly are used, right? That's what is in painstaking detail. Not just showing every lie, but showing that Trump had been told again and again by
Hydro, thank you for the 2
allies,
months.
that it was a lie. But it is this crucial thing on page 30 where he admits that he lost the election. He's in a meeting on January 3rd, so well after he lost, with national security team, national security issue. They don't talk about the issue is. It's not relevant. The point is they talk about it. And he says, yeah, you're right. It's too late for us. We're going to give that to the next guy.
Yeah, that was noteworthy because I assume what Trump's going to argue is that he won, just as he argues in every speech that he gives, and just as he has told people in private and in public, whether that's in small
Yeah, he
groups
can't
or-
miss an
or large
opportunity.
settings. So I found that to be noteworthy.
Most
the other thing
people
about
ever
this that I
voted
found
for me.
noteworthy was how much
I
apparent
am the
reliance there
president.
was on Mike Pence.
The sitting
who was the vice
president that
A lot
got
of
the most votes in history, as he says.
Information appears to me to have come from Mike Pence. He has put out a statement saying that he was asked to choose between.
Bitch better have my money.
Just so you know,
They're talking about Jason Miller, not Stephen Miller.
No, I know.
One man.
I was saying Stephen Miller should also be going down, but
Seems like you're accidentally mixing the two.
no, I'm literally not. Thank you for that, Dono, but I am not. I know the difference between the two of them. I'm talking about Stephen Miller because he was not indicted alongside the rest of them, and he absolutely should be.
Tease that in this election, we'll be talking more about January 6th than we will be about, say, Joe Biden's handling of the economy.
I am aware that there
and
are
so
multiple fascists with the last name of Miller.
Pleading with Republicans, if you want to have a referendum on Joe Biden, you're going to have to nominate someone other than Donald Trump. That is in stark contrast to what we've heard so far out of DeSantis.
We are the Millers.
Ramaswamy and some other Republicans.
Right, who immediately came out and called this as bogus. Obviously, they didn't read it before they did that. They just
But yeah, thank you for the
immediately went and
dono.
jumped to do that. Ryan, to the point of the vice president, though, clearly contemporaneous notes, right? That is mentioned more than once in here. And we had not known
Blue
that
Wizard, thank you for the
specific detail,
tier
but
one.
Olivia
Hydro,
Troy,
thank you for the
who
2
was
months.
his, worked with him, briefed him, was his national security advisor. She said that he did this many times. In fact, she described the way Mike Pence took notes. It was interesting. Black Sharpie, preferred by the former president too, and an index card, and that she said he did it many times. So it does seem, to Scott's point, that some of those notes may be very important in this indictment.
Absolutely. So it goes to his credibility as a witness. He has high credibility. He has said the same things over time consistently. His book is its own indictment of the president because his book, he lays out a lot of the allegations against the president in a way that you don't need to for a book to have it sell copy. And it's just remarkable. So the fact that he seems to be somebody that will be a solid witness, let's put it that way, and a star witness.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
How likely, reading this document, do you find it when this goes to trial that the former vice president will have to take the stand against his old president?
100%.
Yeah.
You think they would put him on?
100%.
Yeah, he's first of all, he's the victim of this crime, right? He was there on January 6th where they were saying, hang Mike Pence. He's an eyewitness to all of the events surrounding that, plus much of what's in here. I mean, the entire, I think it's count number 3, is all about the pressure campaign against Mike Pence. I mean, he is absolutely going to testify.
I mean, Mike Pence, man,
at trial.
I don't expect anything
we can't,
from him.
Make that point enough, the victim point.
I don't expect anything, but like,
sort of during commercial breaks, we've been talking about this back and
when is he finally going to come out and just let loose? Okay. Donald Trump's supporters went in there with the intention to hang his ass.
And now who's that victim? Is it voters or is it Mike Pence, whose ability to do his job on January 6th was obstructed? And I actually think they're charging on account of Mike Pence. He's literally the victim of the crime here. And it would be odd to see if he didn't testify. Now, you're right, Scott, as a practical matter, how do you get...
Well, you now have them run, just to be clear, right, that he is a declared presidential candidate for the GOP nomination. So you would have that in court, one running against the other, taking the stand.
Yeah, I mean, by the time this goes to trial, I suspect Mike Pence won't be in the race anymore. And you know, we don't know. Donald Trump could be the de facto nominee of the party, if, you know, when this goes to trial, but maybe not nominated yet at the convention. Just to me, the idea that you'd have one of your closest advisors, Jason Miller, possibly in the middle of is one of the former president, top spokesman today, and then your former vice president, probably testifying against you in open court. What an absolute spectacle!
Please.
But underscores to me what I said earlier. Most Republicans are going to view this as a political document until Donald Trump gets his day in court. And I just don't see how you can have an election with Donald Trump in the middle of it without having this have been adjudicated.
Donald Trump's lawyers tried to argue that another indictment would be bad for the country. Oh, okay. Yeah, another indictment would be bad for the country. Not all of the things that Donald Trump did that caused his ass to be charged 3 times.
This weekend, Ron Brownstein, you know, amazing, follows all these things. He highlighted NPR, Marist, PBS. Only about half of independents in America, independents, right? This lauded, oh my gosh, they're going to decide everything group that people like to point to. Only half of them agree that Trump, quote, has done something illegal.
Yeah.
That's prior to today. But again, while there's lots of new information in here, the actual storyline of what the lies are, we already knew. The independents, only half of them thought that.
Well, but he hasn't been convicted of anything yet. And that's my point, is if he ever goes to a trial and is convicted, there will be a cohort of voters. By the way, some of them will be Republicans.
That will say, now that a court has spoken,
that will say, look, I
their
don't
view?
feel good about pulling this lever. Now, I think query whether it's in Trump's best interest to try to get these to trial. He might want to go to trial in Florida where he thinks he could win with a jury, and not in D.C. where the jury's going to be
In the
more
Mar-a-Lago
difficult.
case, yeah.
But just for the average, I saw a survey on this the other day. Overwhelming majority of Americans said, I'd like to see how these things turn out before I make a decision, because there ain't any great love for Joe Biden in this country right now either. And both of these guys, obviously have different reasons for wanting to be elected president.
So can I ask you about when this...
Okay, it's actually insane, though, that in the same sentence he was like, well, people need to see how this plays out, referring to Donald Trump's now 3 indictments. And he goes, because, people in this country don't have a lot of love for Joe Biden. And let me be clear, all right? I ain't, out here waving the Joe Biden flag, but it is wild. It is absolutely wild that we are talking about these two things. Like, yeah, well, people don't really have love for Joe Biden. So, like, they want to see how this Trump thing plays out. I'm like, what?
Hey, look, here's all the evidence for discovery really early on so that we can expedite this process. So whatever we think about the normal trial, that won't be this trial. They are going to try to front load it, I think, once again. And because it's in D.C.
And it will be in D.C. I just want to be clear.
Oh, yeah, it'll be in
yeah,
DC.
and we haven't
DC
even
has
gotten to
very settled
Georgia.
Case law on things that otherwise might matter here, like attorney-client privilege with respect to the president, executive privilege with respect to the president. And then there's Nixon v. United States, which is a criminal trial process, so other evidence that will come straight in. I think a lot of those questions that otherwise might be the kind of constitutional questions that would hang this up are not going to be real issues in this trial.
And on top of that, there's no classified documents, so you don't have to even go through the top secret clearance and the Classified Information Procedures Act. So that should make it go fast as well.
Yes.
All right, all stay with us. Wolf?
Aaron, I want to go straight to our senior justice correspondent, Evan Perez, who's been covering the story, of course, from the very, very beginning. Evan, Trump is now charged with these 4 new felony counts. These are very, very serious charges, potentially carrying long prison terms even. So what happens next? Will the former president actually be arrested?
Well, he will be. He will be formally arrested. It's all part of the process, Wolf. The question that is not clear right now is whether the former president is actually going to come to the courthouse. This is something that this court allows for initial appearances to be done over Zoom, and so the former president was already previously booked. He was formally arrested when he was indicted in the Southern District of Florida. So some of those steps could be skipped as part of this process. The question, though, of course, is does he want to have the entire show, so to speak, because he knows he uses this as a fundraising mechanism, and so we know
he uses his indictments as a fundraising mechanism.
Have been planning for this event. They were certainly, I think, hoping that the former president would take the opportunity to use the Zoom process, whereby the booking and everything can be done remotely, and then you don't have any kind of a security issue around the courthouse. Certainly a lot easier to protect the courthouse that way.
Hello? Let me read. They broke. Oh, wait, is it because I'm not, I thought this was, well.
Not employed. The daughter works for her dad, so there's been no financial income.
Police say Ellerup is not a suspect and
Oh, now they're moving on to Long Island
she's been
serial
on the bench,
killer.
Since 2014.
But yeah, so of course Trump's team is going to do everything that they can. Oh, they're talking about the judge, I think.
In that courthouse, she's handled a lot of the January 6 cases and has certainly gotten a reputation for being among the tougher sentencers in that courthouse. There's some judges who have sort of pushed back on the Justice Department over some of these January 6 cases. She is not one of them. She's been very, very harsh in speaking out about what happened on January 6. Of course, right across from the courthouse is where some of the key events happened there on the west side of the Capitol. We know Wolf, that this was a selection that was done randomly. That's how they choose which judges get these cases. So it was a random assignment. And so, of course, you'll expect that the former president will have some
of
opinions
course,
on the fact
because
that she
she's
was
a black woman
an
who was a
appointee of
former
President Obama.
appointee of Obama.
And of course, then we'll see how she deals with this with the former
Republicans
president.
are
as,
already
a new
wheeling and
defendant
dealing on
in
this one,
court. Wolf?
as they have with
Very
every
interesting
other
indeed.
judge.
I want to bring back our legal and political experts who are poring over this indictment and all the new developments. And Norm Eisen, I understand you know this federal judge.
Judge Chutkan is one of the pillars of the D.C. bar, where I've practiced for the past 30 years, and in particular emerged as one of our leading defense lawyers, part of the defense bar, when she was at the Public Defender's Service. And Wolf, the D.C. Public Defender's Service is the premier public defender's service in the country. While I sit on the defense side of the table, Shan and Laura are former prosecutors, so they know they put up a fight. She was one of their great trial lawyers.
I mean, he has been indicted,
to
be clear.
Why does that matter here? Because we heard Jack Smith, I thought, in that incredibly powerful
It's a
press
matter if
conference,
he's found
the
guilty
two most
and then
important
subsequently
words that
serves
I
jail
heard
time.
were speedy trial.
Yeah, he has
Alvin
not been
Bragg
arrested.
has a March 2024 trial date. He said he would, he's hinted, he would step aside publicly to make room for this case. Judge Chutkan knows how to move a case quickly. There'll be none of this dallying that we saw before Judge Cannon in Mar-a-Lago. She will move this case quickly. I'll disagree with my friend Ty Cobb, also a longtime defense lawyer here in D.C. I think we are going to see this case go to trial before the 2024 general election.
You know,
as it
I
should.
think there's a sense
As
among
it fucking
many
should.
people that you ought to, before you vote, that this is important. That if someone is charged who is running for the presidency with these kinds of charges, i.e., trying to overturn a free and fair election, that it is something people ought to know and to hear about and to see for themselves. Now, another thing that has struck me in reading through all of this is about Mike Pence. I mean, Mike Pence gave a statement tonight, very strong statements. As this has progressed, his statements have gotten stronger and stronger and stronger against the former president of the United States. But there's a quote in here that was kind of shocking to me from the former president. There is this now infamous meeting in the Oval Office on the evening of January 3rd. And the lawyers are gathering and the president is gathering. And there was an offer from the Assistant Attorney General for the Office of the Legal Counsel to explain to everybody why the Justice Department shouldn't let the vice president do what the president wanted him to do. And you know what Trump's response was at that point? It was, no one here should be talking to the vice president. I'm talking to the vice president. And that ended the discussion.
That really undercuts, right, any potential argument that in the future that he was somehow led by somebody else, which is part of the foundational work you're doing in the court of public opinion
Lawyers
in defense to say, listen, I was getting counsel by many.
Honestly, it just goes to show once again how Trump's undoing is his greatest undoing is his narcissism and the fact that he cannot keep his fucking mouth shut.
In terms of what Jack Smith had to say, he is well aware that no one is watching this in a vacuum. He knows there are weaponization of government subcommittees happening. He knows that talking point is happening quite well. And what did he say? The grand jury indicted this case, returned an indictment on this case. The grand jury, of course, finding probable cause, but talked about these are allegations until the evidence has a chance to be tested in court. One could argue that the notion of filing this case, knowing full well about the request to have the Mar-a-Lago documents case pushed back, he's well aware of the likelihood that this actually could happen and sooner without the CIPA implications, the idea of classified documents and beyond. And so it comes down to one more point here, is that he's aware of one of the arguments Donald Trump is going to have, which is, don't I have a right to criticize the democracy? Don't I have a right to criticize when I think there's an issue? Paragraph 3 says the defendant had a right, like every American, to speak publicly about the election, even claim falsely that there had been outcome determinative fraud. He goes on to say, a fancy way of saying, you're entitled to your opinions. You're not entitled to your facts. And the fact of the matter is, our democracy requires the peaceful transition of power. And the entire indictment outlines the way in which he crossed a line. But again, this has to be tested. He was well aware, a man of few words, to know that for those who are going to claim this is weaponization, just look at the people who are actually listed in here in conjunction with the dozens, almost 1,000 witnesses actually for the January 6th committee?
Yeah. And by the way, you can't blame.
Also, mods, if people come in here and they're saying like this is a nothing burger, whatever, you don't have to time. Let them let them cope harder. They are the people who Donald Trump said when he said I could stand on Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and people would still support me. That's these bozos. And so they're sitting here shitting their pants that their big, strong, sexy leader, Donald Trump, is once again indicted. And we just say cope harder. Okay, wait, somebody had a question about, will the judge recommend that he doesn't impose harsh recommend? No, they're not. They can't do anything about him talking on Truth Social. Let him talk away, whatever.
Point, I sense and hear the time pressure that the Jack Smith team felt. And in that sense, it's a bit of a hurry-up indictment. Not that it's overlooked any details, but possibly this very strategic choice of naming these, or not naming these co-conspirators, and if they're the attorneys but not charging them, that may reflect a couple of things, one of which is it's faster and more efficient to just charge Trump right now and deal with the others later. I think in an ideal prosecutor's world, they would wait until everything is wrapped up, all the I's are dotted, T's crossed. But here, they understand that clock is really ticking on them.
Well, let me ask Carrie, how strong of a case would the case be against these co-conspirators?
Well, the facts that are laid out certainly implicate them. But I do think that this blank space here under Donald Trump's name, where the names of the co-conspirators should be, I do think that if not as a matter of law, certainly as a matter of optics.
How do these indictments affect his 2024 run? I mean, that's up to the people who are still considering voting for him. But
more than one people.
Jack Smith is pushing for a speedy trial on this indictment.
What the indictment is laying out is a set of facts that this was a plot. This was a conspiracy.
And if he's, if he's found guilty,
people to prevent the rightful outcome of the election, then I think, at least from an optical standpoint, it would have been stronger to be able to come out all at once and have identified all of the other individuals, including the lawyers.
He can still run for president.
In this conspiracy. But
it would just be from prison.
That being said, I think the indictment answers a really important question, which is that from the public's perspective, there's no question when they saw people storm the Capitol and attack police officers and crash through windows that was
Joe
a
Exotic's
crime.
doing that right now.
And the question that this answers was, the question we all had was, is the work that was going on behind the scenes to try to mess with electors and pressure legislatures and all of that, was that a crime? And what this indictment with the Justice Department, the U.S. Justice Department, is now saying is that corrupting the institutions, trying to corrupt the institution of the vice president, trying to corrupt the institutions of the state legislatures, trying to corrupt the institution of the Justice Department through trying to get the Justice Department to get in on this from an institutional
Hogan, thank you for the 5.
That is illegal, according to the special counsel and the
Thank
Justice
you.
Department.
The lawyer, is it possible that these unnamed co-conspirators could find themselves getting target letters tomorrow?
They could tomorrow. I think probably my estimate of what the approach was here was that some might be farther along than others in terms of their willingness to try to not end up a name on this front page. And so perhaps the release of this indictment will be not pressure, but...
Yeah, honestly, if people in the last 6 years are still on the fence about voting for Trump, I don't know what would deter them. Hopefully people who support him but aren't going to go vote in the election because, one, they think that the election results are, that they're not tried and true because they're convinced that the election 2020 was stolen, then yeah, stay home, okay? Or second, if they just, they just decide not to vote because they don't support anyone else, but they can't vote for Trump. But yeah, I mean, I still think even with this third indictment, he's going to win the Republican primary for a number of reasons. But one is that the other Republicans who are running are still so afraid of him. Ron DeSantis can barely come out and insult him without, cowering behind the shadow of, behind the large MAGA shadow that he casts. So his Republican opponents, even with 2 indictments before he got charged today, before he got indicted today, were still afraid to come out hard against him, besides Chris Christie.
Holmes is standing by near former President Trump's New Jersey home. Kristen, this is now the 3rd indictment in 4 months for the former president, right? A second major indictment from the special counsel of the Department of Justice among them. So is there any reaction tonight from the Trump team?
Well, Aaron, we know that Trump himself has been lashing out on social media, that he is with some of his top advisors. Several others are meeting him before that arraignment date. And essentially, they've been having conversations about what exactly this looks like in terms of strategy legally, as well as in terms of strategy politically. And as we continue to report out, these really have turned into one, the legal and the political, because they believe that part of this is fighting this in the court of public opinion and really holding on to the fact that they want to continue this narrative that this is election interference by Joe Biden, that this is all politically motivated because he is so high in the polls right now. And I will say, I have noticed in
she's
calls
losing
with
her
advisors
voice
and allies to the former president that they do seem more confident in this approach in the last week, having actually seen new poll numbers that show him leading by such a large margin. They do feel confident that they can try and paint this as election interference. Now, obviously, it's not a legal strategy. We're talking here in the court of public opinion. The other thing I want to mention is that they are watching how the coverage is all unfolding right now. We know that several of Trump's lawyers have been across different networks. We know that the surrogates have been out there. They had been prepping House members, senators on what exactly to say when this happened. They felt like they had time to get that narrative out there. And of course, now they are watching that unfold. But the big question still remains whether or not there is potentially indictment fatigue. And that is something when I talked to an ally just moments ago who said, we're just not sure. While this does give them a boost in polls, while this has given them a boost in fundraising in the past,
how can Trump be president
so much that is unknown.
if he's possibly could
this is
because there's no legal obstacles to running for president. Do you mean like it makes no sense to give him top level security clearance? Yeah,
unprecedented, and they just don't know how this is going to play out.
And one thing, as we look at the calendar here, and there's been a lot of conversation, right, over this past hour we've been having, Kristen, about when this may come to trial, right, whether we will get a real verdict for the American people before the election. We do know that Trump is expected in court on Thursday at 4 p.m. for his arraignment, so that's going to happen, obviously, extremely quickly. What do you know about that?
Well, there's still questions as to whether or not he's going to show up at court. We know that there was some conversations with the DOJ about a potential Zoom showing. But as we know about the former president, he likes to create a media narrative and he likes to create a spectacle. If it is a Zoom showing, he does not get the cameras on him, his travel. He does not get to then use it later in another video for his campaign, which is something we have seen him do with both of the previous indictments. They actually brought a videographer to New York with them and then cut campaign ads with that footage. So it's unlikely that they would do a Zoom, but I am told by advisors that that has not been completely ruled out now.
All right, Kristen, thank you very much. And I want to go now to the former Republican Congressman Fred Upton from Michigan. He voted to impeach Trump over his role in the January 6th attack on the Capitol. And Congressman, I really appreciate your time. Obviously, not only did you cast that important vote, but your state, Michigan, is very prominently featured in this indictment. Let me just start with this moment for you, because you were there on the Capitol on January 6th. You were one of only 10 Republicans who voted to impeach Trump afterwards. But now this day has come. You've seen the former president facing 4 criminal counts for his efforts to
let's not
overturn
forget
the
about the
2020
cowards
election,
who voted
which led to January 6th. How does this moment even feel?
Acquit Trump after January
regrets.
2020.
No regret. You know, the 10 of us that voted to impeach him, none of us have a regret.
We all saw firsthand exactly what happened. I
I
got to
did
say that
everything
frankly, we
right.
thought this day would come. You'll
Mike
remember
is
that
going to
the
jump
former
on with me
president
so we can
said
chat,
shortly
by the
after
way.
January 6th that he did everything, in his words, totally appropriate. That was the deciding factor for me when I decided to impeach him.
They
I was one
indicted
of the
me.
first Republicans to
Okay, let me
congratulate Joe
figure
Biden
out.
that first week after the election. I heard the
Just turn this down quick.
process in every state to relook at that. If in fact there's fraud, you do a county by county check. Here in Michigan, there's 154,000 vote difference. There was a Republican state Senate investigation.
Shit, Discord is not working from your mic? Why is Discord not working from my mic? Okay, hold on. Maybe he's not even on Discord yet.
Hello?
Oh! Hi. Okay, wait.
Sorry if I took so long.
No, you're good. I gotta turn.
Am I loud?
Okay, wait. I think you should be better now. All right, y'all. How's it sounding? Way too jank. Okay, I think that's better. One second. Okay. You should be. That should be better. Okay, everyone's saying.
Am I quiet?
Nope, you're good. You're good. Yeah, here on my stream, I tend to blow people's eardrums out.
Me too.
Usually, I'm way too loud. Yeah.
It's how I roll.
Yeah. Now it's a bit too quiet. Okay. Well, let me turn it up because it was too loud before. Okay. There you go. It sounds perfect in my headphones. All right, Mike. What's up? How you doing?
Well, I just went to a nice Persian dinner and I was relaxing, and all of a sudden I see January 6th probe. And it's funny. I don't know your thoughts on this, but I have a lot of contradictory thoughts. So I could ramble for quite a while.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't have time to really gather my thoughts. I just went live. I got home from Pilates and I saw that the news was breaking that he was indicted. And I went, all right, I guess I'm going live because no other political streamer is live. And I'm sure people are like, we need to know.
Yeah, no, this is you saw your opportunity. You got to go, know.
Yeah.
I feel that. But I had prior engagements, unfortunately, so I had to dip before this even happened.
You've got a life, okay? Even though Donald Trump has been indicted 3 times, life keeps going.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so just to like get the conversation started for me, like I kind of had this bet that I wanted to place with anybody who wants to take it. This is kind of my reaction to the indictments. It's like, I don't think Donald Trump is going to prison before the election.
I don't think so either.
So this is really just, in my opinion, I hope this term isn't the wrong term to use. It's just theater. It is. If Trump loses the election, then this stuff will process forward, and it'll be a good reason for the Republican Party to kind of get rid of him because he's a twice loser, and who wants to keep that around, right?
Right.
But if he wins the election, this all goes away. So is that really an expression of the rule of law? I don't think so.
I mean,
and why'd they take so long to prosecute? Why did they wait until the 3rd year of the Biden presidency? This stuff happened many years ago. They could have filed charges before now. Took forever.
Yeah, like on the one hand, we're all celebrating that at least Donald Trump got charged, and it just has seemed his whole life and his whole presidency that he just does whatever he wants to do and faces no repercussions. So on the one hand, like the optimistic part of me looks at this whole thing. I'm like, finally, Donald Trump is being shown that he can't just do and say whatever he wants to at the expense of this country without facing consequences. But it's also like, okay, but what consequences is he going to face? And that's where the cynical part of me comes in. And I also agree with you. I don't think that Donald Trump is going to prison before the election. Even if he did, he could still run from there. And I don't have faith in him facing serious consequences from any of the indictment charges that he has against him.
Yeah, I mean, so like these are serious charges, in my opinion. In fact, I think they're kind of undercharging. I mean, from my in my honest opinion, this is a conspiracy to commit sedition. This is treason. And this is, I mean, basically a capital crime, in my opinion. Because he was not only was he like plotting, he was taking concrete steps. And if he had succeeded, then he would have seized power illegally and in violation of all democratic norms. So this was really kind of the destruction of the constitutional order. And if that is not treason, I don't really know what is. Like these, libs will freak out and put some anarchist in prison for saying that, we should protect ourselves from January 6th. I don't know if you guys know about that story. And here the president was actually doing far more than we even suspected.
Yeah.
So for me, it's a conundrum because he's being undercharged and the timing of the charges kind of sets it up so that they're going to try to let's put the most optimistic lib take that we can put together.
Yeah.
He gets convicted in October of 2024 after he's the Republican nominee, and they take the Republican nominee from the presidential debate stage into prison?
I mean, okay, if he
is that going to happen?
I mean, we're being optimistic here?
Well, yeah, I'm just trying to say, the people who believe that that this is going to happen, like Trump is going to go to prison, can someone explain to me the mechanism by which that happens?
Yeah, I think the problem is that the reason it took so long for them to bring charges against him is because they were very weary about appearing partisan. This is kind of just typical institutional caution. He is a former president, and when he was a president, he was absolutely afforded the protections of being in the highest office.
But he still is, isn't he?
What?
I mean, that's the thing. That's the rub. Is it's like we're in the position of he's being supported by the entire Republican Party, right?
Yeah.
Like Kevin McCarthy's going to come out and say this is an attempted coup.
Oh,
and I feel like it's
did you see what
becoming
Lindsey Graham
untenable.
said? Lindsey Graham said, if this is ridiculous, if you do this, then you'll just have to charge every Republican. And I was like, oh, that's a great idea. I love that. No, but they are still supporting him. And like I had said earlier, the Republican candidates running against him are still terrified of him because they need MAGA support if they want a shot in hell of beating, Joe Biden. And so they can't piss off hardcore MAGA supporters by coming out too strongly against Trump. So even with this third indictment, the support that he has from not just the Republican Party, but his insane cohort of supporters is not going to waver. But so anyway.
Yeah, but that's a constitutional crisis.
Yes, but I don't have a lot of faith, even though Jack Smith has called for a speedy trial. I don't have a lot of faith in this actually being super speedy, given how long it did take to bring charges, because of the things I mentioned, that this is just, something that they are. I don't know why they've been so weary of being partisan when they should have known already this was going to be called a witch hunt and a Democratic. This is coming from Joe Biden as a way to win in 2024.
So you're a history buff like me. If we go back and think about Watergate, right, with Nixon and his resigning, He resigned because it's not that he didn't have a base of people that still supported Richard Nixon and the Republicans. He did. He had that 32%, or I think there was some Gallup poll. I'd have to go pull it up. But basically, the same amount of people who are really into Trump now didn't want Nixon to resign, right?
Mm-hmm.
The reason he resigned is there was a meeting with Republican leadership from Congress, and they said, if you don't resign, we're going to vote to impeach you and remove you from office. So to save yourself from that humiliation of conviction, step down. And from that moment on, they regretted it. They regretted it horribly because the, libs won a whole bunch of victories. It led to Jimmy Carter winning the presidency. There's a huge reforms of the FBI, the CIA, the executive branch. There were all sorts of civil liberties bills passed and all sorts of things to good government, and the Republican Party has not done. They have regretted that ever since. So now that we're in the same position with Richard Nixon, where with Donald Trump as we were with Richard Nixon, they're just saying no. We believe we have the independent media. We have Fox News. We have OAN. We have Newsmax. We have social media. We have Elon Musk and Twitter, and we have Facebook boomers, and it's just we have enough of our base and they're located in the right places that we just don't have to follow the rules of the game. It doesn't matter. Everything that this is happening is completely proven beyond a shadow of a doubt with multiple witnesses. It's contemporaneous. It makes sense. Statements that Trump has made. Everything proves that he's guilty as sin of treason. And the Republican Party's decision is we support the treasonous president.
That's because they benefit from that.
Yes, but don't you understand that this is I know, no, I agree with you. I'm not trying to be. I just want to make this point to the chat.
Yes,
this is incredibly Civil War level shit. I know it seems like I'm being extreme, but you should really be aware of what they're kind of saying here, which is we don't have to follow the law because we're Republicans.
Yeah, I mean,
that's crazy.
This has been going on long before 2020. It's just that that was obviously the biggest event that had happened thus far when we talk about treason and what you just said, where Republicans no longer believe they have to follow the law anymore. It does not apply to them. And they can just do whatever they want to do in order to win. And so 2020 was just the biggest explosion of them all. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Yeah. By the way, I don't care. I don't know if you want to put me on the screen, but I streamed my camera too.
Oh, you have a cam?
I turned my camera on if you want to. It's no big deal if you don't want to do that.
I will. I need to figure out how to do this.
What I usually do, what you can do is you can capture a pop out, and that's pretty safe generally.
Okay.
If that makes sense. But I don't want to put too much. I'll talk if you want to try to figure it out. But if you don't want to do it, it's totally cool. I understand.
It's not that listen, Mike, when it comes to these things, it's never a matter of me not wanting to do it. It's a matter of me being able to figure out how to do these things.
Well, just fiddle it around and I'll talk. And then if you decide you can't figure it out, it's no problem. I'm kind of unique in the kind of dirtbag left sphere in that I'm actually a lot more concerned about the Republican Party than a lot of other socialists are. A lot of people are yeah, of course they're corrupt, and okay, we should be careful with that.
Yeah,
we should definitely be careful with that. Definitely don't do that.
I told you.
Do you have a second monitor?
The amount of times
okay, you know what?
There's nothing
it's
on
fine.
that.
Don't put me on the screen. It's fine. Definitely don't do that. Definitely don't do that.
Wait, should we use...
Thankfully, there's no dick pics to Will.
I mean, it was very... There's literally not even I can't believe we don't even have any message history.
Okay, it's no. That actually makes when you're yeah, it's totally fine. Okay, that's a good clip.
Wait,
That's good. That's good.
what about guest star? Is that helpful?
I have no
or
idea how that works, but I can try.
Does anybody know what's up with guest star? Anyone in chat?
Don't feel any pressure. You could just
No,
listen
I
to
want
my
to.
dulcet
Okay, well,
tones,
you just
chat.
keep talking, and I'll be woman in stemming over here.
Women in STEM. Is it possible it reaches a conviction before the elections? Like, the thing is, I just believe that Trump's lawyers are going to play the ultimate game, which is slow everything down. Try to file as many motions, continuances, entries of appearance.
Oh yeah, I mean,
They're gonna object to everything they can. They're gonna try to have in-trial appeals. They're gonna they have an extremely conservative Supreme Court, which has definitely showed itself to be extremely partisan. Oh boy. Oh wait. Okay, now you can like shrink me down. Oh no. Oh gosh. I'm sorry, chat. Oh, you go from Caroline to this. This is
okay. All right. I'm
okay. So you
figuring
can
this out.
I think it's like control and click, like and drag. Do you know what I mean? Do you know how to crop?
Control.
You got to crop in Streamlabs? If you hold, I'm sorry, it's not control, it's alt. If you hold alt, and then you like grab one of the points, you can like shrink the window. You can crop the window.
Okay.
See what I'm doing? Like you see how this is, you can like, I cropped myself a little bit, and this is like my room.
Alt, click. Okay.
On the edges of my window that you captured.
Yeah.
And you can just crop me down real small, put me in the corner.
Working on it.
Hmm.
Anyway, as I now figured this next thing out,
yeah, you hold. You're holding alt as you're clicking on the
yep,
little point.
I'm doing that, and
Is it not working?
No, it's not. It's not me. I swear. It's okay.
All right. Well, you could drag my source to the bottom.
Here, let's do
so
this.
you can clip over me. That's another thing.
That looks good.
You know what? Perfect. All right. Great. Hi, chat. It's me, Central_Committee on Twitch.tv, also known as Mike from PA, political streamer extraordinaire. Every morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific. Come on down.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be covering this tomorrow.
Yeah,
tomorrow
I'll cover
all
this
day
tomorrow
long.
morning.
Yeah.
Nodders.
Nodders.
What was I saying? Oh, so what do you think about that? Like the continuances, like I'm willing to, I offered a bet to another streamer named Hutch. I don't think he wants to do it because I put a timer in there of Trump going to prison for at least 30 days by January 21st, 2025.
Okay.
And he's like, oh, I don't want to put a timeline, which I guess apparently means that if I'll have this bet until Trump dies. But so I was like, I don't know about that. My argument is that we already have a constitutional crisis, and the Republican Party is a dangerous neo-fascist party, and we're kind of not really processing that yet. And
do you mean we collectively as
a country, and especially the Democrats and liberals in general?
Yeah. Well, I think because there's definitely a faction of people who absolutely acknowledge that this is one of the most serious crimes committed by a politician in history, and there is no understating the seriousness of an attempted violent coup. But I think we still run into this issue of I don't know if it's civility politics in the way where like when Mitch McConnell was maybe dying and we were all cheering and people were like, oh, Democrats were like, you got to be better than them. So because I think that this does feel like an issue that people across the board, with the exception of Republicans who are, protecting their own interests, as well as MAGA people who Donald Trump could do anything and they wouldn't care. This does feel like something that everyone really is agreement on as far as the seriousness of the crime that was committed, with this being treason. So I don't know if I totally agree with the idea that Democrats are not talking about January 6th for the last couple of years as this like really serious thing.
I think there's been this attempt, and not to interrupt. I'm sorry. Tell me shut up if you want.
No, keep going. I need those.
I think it is. There's an attempt to create a cleavage between the Republican Party, which is, as Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and many other, Clyburn and many other Democrats have said, they want a strong Republican Party. Okay, they want a real strong Republican Party, and the fever's going to break. Barack Obama and Joe Biden in 2012 any day now, and if we just, the Tea Party and now the MAGA, and now it's just Trump. There's a continual effort to kind of refresh the Republican Party's brand.
Mhm.
And I don't see an attempt to really confront. Okay, you're
Just ignore
what?
that. Sorry. Did I do something? I'm trying to not touch anything now.
Everything you had was breaking, and then I started breaking.
Oh, okay. It was you breaking. I was like, I'm not touching anything anymore.
I was like, fuck. Because my stupid mixer is like breaking. Oh, God, this is so annoying. Anyway,
Sorry.
leftists,
Yeah.
leftists are very good at audio visual stuff and streaming. Streaming is a passion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Of mine.
definitely know how to figure all of this out. And
People don't come for our audio visual skills. They come for our content, okay?
I don't know. I think there's people
our
in chat who are here for my technical skills. I think there's some people who really are, just impressed by how the stream looks. Yep, see? Look how many there are.
Okay, listen, you gotta have some pride, chat. You can't let the streamer have this one. You gotta have some pride. Have some standards, honestly. Anyway, yeah, what were we saying? Oh. I see okay, I'll give you a reason why I'm so concerned. Look
Okay.
at the way Ron DeSantis is running.
Yeah, like a little
He's
bitch.
Yeah, he's getting crushed, and I always thought he was gonna lose. Tiny D. Had never had a chance. But the way he's deciding to approach the Republican primary is, I'm better than Trump. Isn't incompetent. Trump is pro LGBT. I'm like Trump,
Which
but I'll
is
actually
wild.
build the wall.
Yeah.
He didn't even finish the wall. He's running to Trump's right.
Because he is so desperate to pull his MAGA support. He decided rather than honestly, it seems like rather than go in on Trump and then try to garner support with Republicans who are more in the middle and possibly independents, he has decided to just be such a little pussy when it comes to Donald Trump. And that's why because of the state of things now, where there are so many people in this country who equate LGBTQ people with groomers, he's like, okay, I can go to the right of Trump and not have to risk angering his MAGA supporters.
By the way, and I want to say this, not to give Trump credit, but that's not a Trump thing. The groomer thing is the Christopher Rufo.
No, I
that is
know.
from the Republican.
Yeah.
That's from the Republican intellectual wing, if you can call it that.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what
I
I'm
didn't-
talking about. That's why I'm scared. Oh, I'm not scared. I'm never scared of these fucking losers. 20 right-wingers is one leftist. They're the biggest cowards ever. But still, if they gain control of the state apparatus, we're going to be in trouble. And like, I don't know if you saw the Trump unitary executive shit he was putting out. But basically, the idea was he was going to fire everybody out of the federal government, like the EPA or the Securities and Exchange Commission or the Department of Transportation, who didn't agree with Trump on everything. So no more professional, like, civil servants, just Trumples.
Yeah,
Just people who agree politically with Trump.
Which is wild because he was already so enabled as is. So to just eliminate the small percentage of people who were in the Trump administration who were not MAGA lackeys. Also, someone said Mike is floating over you like socialist Jesus.
Mamma Patre ex Filii et Spiritus Sancti. You're all blessed now, chat. And you've just been
God.
baptized.
That's so funny. Wait, okay, so let's go back to this bet. I want to go back to this bet real quick.
Yeah. I don't think Hutch is gonna take it. I encourage him to take it. I want to have an end date just so, we can get paid. I mean, I want that cheddar, but
Wait, so clarify again. You made a bet.
I believe that Donald Trump will not go to prison before the election. I think that these trials and everything is serious, and I think he's guilty as fuck. I just don't think our liberal institutions will do it. And the only way he's going to prison is well after he's politically irrelevant. Kind of like a nail in his coffin. But if he's the nominee of the Republicans, nothing's happening. And if he wins, he's pardoning himself.
Right. So
And
really,
then he's going to go on a war on everybody who tried to put him in prison. And I think he, maybe he'll be constrained by the institutions. Maybe they'll hold. I don't have faith in that anymore. I think that is incredibly risky. And I feel like Trump the first time around was more, I think he has a better sense of how to, and he has developed more lackeys than he had when he won last time.
you don't think there's a world where, let's say, okay, Donald Trump isn't arrested. He doesn't go to prison before the election. He loses. He wins the primary, but he loses against Joe Biden.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think there's a world where Joe Biden, for the sake of, like we said, fucking civility politics, would pardon Donald Trump? Or do you think he would anger? I mean,
that's a better bet because I feel like it's closer to 50-50.
That's what I'm wondering. I almost think there's more that would be, I don't know if more likely would be actually the case than Trump going to prison before the election.
I think it's way more likely that Biden pardons Trump than Trump goes to prison before the election.
Right.
That's my personal opinion. I don't think Biden would pardon him before the election because he wants to be able to use that cudgel of, look, he's a criminal, he's being charged, and look how much drama there's going to be, and you don't want that in your life. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, that's part of Biden's appeal is like, I'm not Trump. Yeah, I'm disappointing. Yeah, I'm never going, I'm in the pockets of oil companies and Wall Street and the parliamentarian and whatever bullshit, I can't do anything about any of your problems. But Donald Trump is literally Hitler. And you like me more than him, right? And personally, I think after experiencing 2016, and I was working on campaigns in a swing district, in a swing county, that ended up going from Obama to Trump. And that's where I was in 2016, Northampton County, Pennsylvania. It's one of those Obama, Trump districts. And I can tell you, it was foreseeable. And I don't want to see that strategy run again, because as much as I think Biden is disappointing, I think a lot of people on the kind of left side of the spectrum are kind of coping with like, oh, the GDP numbers are good, the stock market is recovering, the unemployment rate is very low, and they're thinking that means that people feel like the economy is good, which is what they vote on. They don't vote on GDP numbers. They vote on, can I afford a house?
Right.
Can I afford a car?
They vote on their perception of the economy. They vote on their personal and immediate situation. Yeah.
So
I
anyway,
mean,
sorry for the long ramble,
no, no,
but
no,
what do you
no.
think about like, oh, and just to answer your really fun question, and before I became boring, which was Biden as a partner, that's like a civility orgasm for liberals.
Yeah.
Like they could be like, oh, look at us, like for the good of the country.
Right.
Donald
That's
Trump is retiring from politics, and we pardon you.
like we got
And
the scourge out of the office. He's done. You know, there's no way he could run again. And so in the sake of wanting to unite the country, I mean, it would be disgusting, and I hope that every single person would call, I hope that we'd be so pissed off that we'd storm the Capitol. I'm just kidding. But but if that
well, if
were to
leftists were
happen-
storming the Capitol, don't worry, the Capitol Police would open fire much earlier. They wouldn't let you hit
Yeah.
them with flagpoles, okay?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
the moment a leftist is like, this is wrong, they're putting M60 machine gun emplacements.
Yeah,
and just,
there would be no like, here's how you get to Nancy Pelosi's office, okay?
It's Homelander's fantasy from Amazon. By the way, Twitch, if you have an Amazon Prime, you can attach that to your Twitch account, get 1 free sub a month. Twitch Prime sub.
That's true.
Just saying,
I
that's
need-
like making Jeff Bezos gift you a sub to this channel. That's praxis, baby.
I need you to
Just
be on
saying.
every stream because I always forget to say
I'm
that.
just saying, like, your Prime sub is taking literally $3.50 out of Jeff Bezos's pocket and putting it into Caroline's or
Yeah,
mine.
That's true.
You know, obviously it's Caroline's stream, so you
So
should
I
go
could
to
get
Caroline
me
first.
some more of these nice blazers. Okay, let's talk about Georgia because we still have the potential
For a fourth?
a fourth indictment. Anonymous, thank you for the 5.
Thanks for my shill not failing, Anonymous.
Yeah,
Whew.
good shill. Wow, Mike, I need you to shill more. Cyber, thank you
I'm
for
very
the
good at
5.
chilling. I'm pretty good at chilling. For
I'm
myself.
terrible at it. I don't ever do
Well, I get that. But see, you did finance. How are you bad at this?
it. Well, Anonymous, thank
Didn't
you
you
for
become a
another 5.
finance ghoul?
I did, but I hated it so much.
Oh yeah, it was. Well, I was a
It was
candidate, so I
horrible.
had to do it.
Do you know
I had
how,
to do it.
Do you know how like horrible I felt about myself at the end of my political fundraising tenure when I would basically, take $20 from mom and pop, and then I would then see that money be spent on strippers and cocaine by powerful members of the Chicago aldermen.
You mean Coca-Cola?
Yeah, Coca-Cola. Oh wow. Okay, people are
Legal Coca-Cola and legal exotic dancers who are very talented. We support sex workers in this stream. Coca-Cola.
100%.
Refreshing Coca-Cola. Yeah,
Wow,
yeah,
Mike, your shilling is woof.
Just
Hold on, I
remember
gotta-
this. Just
will.
remember this.
I'll
I bring
shill.
Mike on and I'm rich.
Dinar, thank you for the 5. It's
Just remember that.
socialism. Thank you, everyone.
Also, did I get a gift yet? Like, oh, I did. Never mind. Okay.
Anonymous, thank you for
Good.
another 5. Mike, I will come into your stream next and I'll gift you. B and Doe, thank you for the 5. So we can keep the Central Committee
Streak going.
going. Yeah. Okay, so Georgia.
yeah.
Georgia.
Oh, I mean, he's guilty of sin. It's clear as day. He did all the crimes.
Oh, yes.
So they're gonna indict him probably, and then what? It's the same thing as all the other indictments.
Well, yeah, I know. I just don't. I don't know. I don't see. I think the one that has the best opportunity or the best potential outcome would be January 6th, and then I would say Georgia. Like I said, I don't know what a speedy trial means with this latest indictment. I don't know what
well, that's the right
definition
of the
speedy
accused, not a
is.
right of the prosecutor. The prosecutor doesn't have a right to a speedy trial. The accused has a right to a speedy trial.
Right, but
So he could say, we want to give Trump a speedy trial, but if Trump is like, actually, I would like to have a continuance and I would like to, appeal this and I would like to file this motion and I would like to, And it seems to me that he has a Trumpy judge, at least in the Florida case, right?
Oh, in
Isn't
the Florida
that right?
case. I was going to say not in this latest one. The judge right now is a former Obama appointee who actually has a history of sentencing January 6th participants, which with much harsher sentences than was actually recommended to her. So she's
they got
slaps on the wrist.
I
It's ridiculous.
know. I mean, even little Granny waving that flag around, she should be she should be behind the bars.
I mean, I personally, I think with, I'm of the opinion that, for example, in the Civil War and Reconstruction, they should have hanged every single politician that was in the Confederate Congress, the president, the vice president. They should have cleared it out. And they ended up pretty much punishing no one. It was just the poor draftees that got killed in the war over the course of 4 years. And so, I have to say that it's the same thing with Nuremberg. They barely executed any Nazis. There were very few people that were actually prosecuted.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm not pro execution except for
I'm just joking.
Nazis
I'm just joking.
and
I'm totally
genociders.
with you. I'm 100% with you.
Call me. This is why I'm not. I'm not a pacifist. I'm not an anarchist, and I happen to think that Nazis should have that the Nuremberg trials were a good thing. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
This is me being good, by the way. Fuck.
Listen, you should. I think today.
I think we were supposed to be good, and then the cocaine story threw me off.
Did that cocaine story throw you off? Because
No,
I have so many more that could just completely derail this entire conversation. Well, okay, so
you agree with me on the Georgia thing that he's getting that charge. He's going with 4 indictments.
Do you agree with you as in
it's happening?
Oh yeah.
Like he's gonna get it.
Yeah.
Well, what are your thoughts on Georgia? I didn't volley back to you. So what do you think on Georgia?
As far as like it being another obvious example of him committing a crime, yeah, obviously, like we have. I think what was so damning about it was that Brad Raffensperger is a conservative. Yeah, that's the code.
This is what you were talking about.
Yeah. Donald Trump referred to it as the perfect phone call, and Brad Raffensperger, who is very much so conservative, it is not in his interest to, say and testify as to what Donald Trump did. Vio, thank you for the raid. What's up?
Vio. Let me just do a little shout out.
Hey, Mike, you know Vio? Let me introduce you guys.
Oh, Vio. Sounds like a 3-letter name, too.
Yeah. She's super cool. Really pretty.
True.
No, I have this tendency. That was obviously a joke. But the other day I was at a party and I saw Myth there. And I was like, Myth, what are you doing here? He goes, you only know Andrew through me. And I went, oh my God, that's so true, isn't it? It was my friend Andrew's birthday. And I see Myth and I was like, oh my God, fancy seeing you here. He's like, yeah, I introduced you to Andrew. Do you not remember? So anyway, Mike, let me introduce you to Vio. Here she is.
Oh.
Thank you for the raid.
Oh, I forgot what the command is. It's fine. Somebody else got it. It's fine. Well, yeah, thank you, Vio, for the raid. I think one of the things that is kind of striking about the situation we're in is how utterly flaccid the so-called anti-Trump Republicans are. And how they're continually being flogged when it's clear they're not. The strategy doesn't work. In fact, that was like Hillary Clinton's biggest strategy. Was look at all these Republican newspapers that are endorsing me. He's only got 5 endorsements from the newspapers and I've got 2,000, I think it's something like that. Something lopsided. And it's like, these people have no influence over the Republican base, and therefore they have no influence over the Republican Party. And every Republican except for Mitt Romney, I think, who what happened?
What did I do?
What I like about your stream is you make me feel better about my technical abilities. This is good. This is nice.
You're like launching into something, I somehow fuck it up. Oh my.
Well, at least you didn't leak any good Discord
honestly,
messages.
thank
you know?
God I don't
Thank
have.
God for that.
No, but thank God I don't have any bad Discord or Twitch messages, because the amount of times I have leaked those on accident, because
I want to send you some spicy ones just so you have something to leak.
No.
This is ridiculous.
Now people
I'll
are
be like,
gonna...
hey, don't you know that Hassan is stealing content with his reacts?
Oh my God.
And you could be like, yeah, I
can't.
know, it's disgusting.
I feel like I'm about to mute all of that on Twitter. I can't see it
I got
anymore.
my engagement bait
You
tweet
did?
out of it. You know, that's all you got to do.
I
you
have
know?
not. I looked at it and I went, no, I don't need to say anything about this.
Yeah, don't derail me into that, because it's one of those really stupid topics that everybody who agrees with it, I immediately lose all respect for forever, and I will never not unrespect them. Or wait, I'll never respect them again.
Yeah, it's also just, I feel like the same drama that happens involving Twitch is the same recycled drama. Like there's nothing new. And I've only been on this platform for a year, and I already have seen the same drama just get composted, recycled, spat back out.
Well, thank you, chat, for the 50 sub hype train. Look at that.
Oh,
Look at that.
you guys, I appreciate
Now
it.
we're
Sorry,
talking.
I missed calling out all the individuals, but just know,
Fuck them.
you're I tweeted this earlier, but I feel endlessly grateful for not only having this platform to be able to talk, but also having people who have been financially and morally supporting me through the strikes, through the double strikes, because we are now...
Now, you have the best day job of anyone in the union now.
Oh, let me tell you, I went from thinking like, you know, I've had my successes in Hollywood, but I'm by no means, you know, there are many people whose careers I'm jealous of. This is one of the first times that I have ever felt in a better position, because I started streaming in September, was able to blast off with that. And then, you know, the strikes happened 8 months later. So it is definitely something where I on the one hand feel very, very lucky, but on the other hand, I feel so sad for many of my friends and my peers who I'm starting to see. I just saw someone today whose career I've always, you know, I've always championed, but always been like, damn, you know, every time they'd get a great opportunity, I was like, it only reminds you of your own failures in Hollywood. And today I saw them post about how if anybody has any leads on jobs, just like jobs in general, because we're 4 months into this and people are not able to pay their bills. They need
Has it been that long already?
Yeah.
Jesus,
I mean, we're
fucking
entering
hell, man.
month 4. We're entering month 4. So, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I mean, yeah, we could talk about that too. Thank God our very pro-union president is out there stepping on the studios. Am I right? Like,
yeah.
let me tell you, thank God.
I'm voting for Joe Biden.
Can you imagine if we had an
based on
anti-union
that.
president? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Joe Biden's getting my vote just for how vocally supportive he has been of all unions, everything that he's done for us. Did we go over? Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
there's some good people that he's put in the NLRB. You know, there's some very incremental progress. Okay, you wanted incremental progress. You could barely see the increments, but they are there.
To be fair, that we shouldn't have expected anything more from Joe Biden than incremental progress. So,
well, I did everything I could. You know, I tried, folks. I tried.
Listen, Mike single-handedly tried to prevent
I
Joe
lost
Biden.
it. I lost it for him, you know?
You did. What's up, Carter?
You know? Hey, everybody. Okay, so Donald Trump, and I don't want to veer into speculation, but what will it take for people to recognize that this is a problem with the Republican Party rather than just trying to make it about Trump? Do you think it's just the donor class that's influencing like kind of the establishment and the leadership, especially? Because when people say establishment, what that means to me is that there's an apparatus of people, folks, you know, who are in these positions, who have a certain ideological perspective and a certain relationship to individual actually existing donors. There are like names. These aren't just like these aren't just like concepts. These are actual groups of people, and they have connections to various, you know, instruments of power. And it seems to me that the Democratic Party can't really attack the Republican Party in a way that the Republican Party can attack the Democratic Party. And that seems to me to be the crisis that we're facing, is just the inability to recognize that the Republican Party has to be in some way delegitimized in order for them to recover from the fascism.
Yeah, I mean, this has always, though, been the frustration with the Democratic Party, is that even when you have something that is so serious, like the insurrection, they still do hold back. And today, with the indictment charges, like if I were a Democratic politician, I'd be posting videos of me like that Kamala meme where I'm doing little dance steps.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello. What are your thoughts on the indictment, sir? Are you saying thumbs up?
Wow.
Also, yeah, this is a regular on the stream here.
I'll just let you know, chat, that male presenting nipples on Twitch, A-OK. Female presenting nipples, ban!
Bad. Yeah?
Ban!
You what? Oh, Will says, tell Mike I love him. So
Love you too, Will.
apparently the peck squeezing was for you, I guess. It had nothing to do with Trump or...
I appreciated it.
I know, as everyone in chat did as well, because he does this on a daily basis, that it's just become it's become expected. But that one was dedicated to you today.
Well, I appreciate it. How many of you in chat have had a personalized Will peck flex?
So many of them be like, me.
Yeah, like so
do.
many.
Yeah.
Everybody who gives 100 subs to Mike's community can take a share of the Will peck flex, and I will back you up.
Wait, what were we talking about? Democrats. Yeah.
Well, just like, okay, so like here's how I see the crisis. I think the crisis is like what the Democratic Party's strategy to me is they're treating the Republicans. It's like, I'll give you an analogy, and it may sound over the top, but I think it fits. It's like if the Social Democratic Party of Germany was like, it's not the Nazis, it's Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler is just so over the top. He's just so bad. But if we could just get Himmler in there, and Himmler is DeSantis, then, you know, we could work across the aisle and get things done for tax credits for natural gas pipelines from the wildlife refuge. We could get things like that done for America.
Yeah,
we could stop being distracted by these things like student loan relief.
Yeah, and you know, they condemned Hitler while refusing to condemn Hitler's, you know, all of the people who surrounded him that absolutely allowed him to do the things that he did. Carter says if the Democrats have been playing hardball for the last 20 years, they'd have no problem indicting Trump. The problem is they're a bunch of bitches.
Well, yeah, I mean, you know, if you really want me to zoom out a little bit, I think this really goes back to 2000. And that's when the inexorable slide to fascism began, because the Republican Party stole the 2000 election. There's no other reasonable thing to believe. Al Gore had more votes, both in the popular vote and in Florida. The governor of Florida was the Republican candidate's brother. The Secretary of State of Florida was an incredibly delightful woman named Kathleen Harris. Now, I was 16 at the time, chat, so I remember it quite well because I'm old.
Old.
But they stole it. And they stole it in a 5-4 decision called Bush v. Gore, where in the decision, they did something almost unprecedented in the Supreme Court's history. They said, yeah, you can't use this decision as as precedent for any other decision. This is just Bush won this election. Don't use this argument on any other case. And they stopped the Florida recount. They just stopped counting the votes. They said Bush is ahead right now, therefore he wins.
Yeah.
You know how when Trump said stop the count and
Yeah.
everybody laughed? They did that.
Yeah, no, Trump is, here's what we need to be clear on him. He's never been original, okay? Nothing that Donald Trump has ever said or done has ever been original. Because if you look at history, it's already been done. The stop the steal, stop the count, that was already there in 2000. Like, they literally did that.
And just to build on what you're saying, Caroline, like 3 of the lawyers of the Bush Rapid Response Team are currently on the Supreme Court.
Yes.
Their names are Amy Coney Barrett, John Roberts, and Brett Kavanaugh.
Kavanaugh. My favorite.
They stole the 2000 election, and the reward was to get a lifetime appointment at our most high court.
Yeah.
And those are the people that took away Roe v. Wade. And they've done many, many other things as well. And the Democratic Party folded. When the rubber met the road and there was a decision point, do we defend democracy or do we let it get stolen? They decided to let it get stolen.
You know,
and we've been dealing with the consequences ever since, because the Voting Rights Act, Citizens United, the Voting Rights Act was shredded by John Roberts, the Citizens United decision, which gave unlimited corporate, unaccountable, unknown super PACs, and political gerrymandering, which was legalized by the Supreme Court, which means that they can literally rig elections by choosing the voters, and so many other things, all can be traced back to that theft. And the fact that, quite frankly, the Democratic Party folded and let them do it. And so they're just continuing on that path. They've been stealing and rigging elections the whole time in that era. And the Democrats, they've had chances. They had opportunities to fix things.
I think
and they punted.
I think we talked about this before at TwitchCon. But we talked about the fact that Democrats, like party Dems, benefit from, oh, God, there's nothing we can do about this. Like, there's a reason why they weaponize their incompetency. They're not just bad at their jobs because, oh God, I'm trying my best here. No, for many of them, they do so because it's in their interests. It's in many ways the Democratic Party's interest to have Calm Like a Tom, thank you for the 5. To have the Democrats be losing in situations like this, where then they go out, they fundraise, they're like, well, this is the most important election of our lifetimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, here's the thing. Whenever we talk about the Democrats, like, I think there's a tendency for us to flatten a lot of the distinctions that are very important. And it kind of makes us start to unable to operate, because we've flattened everybody into Nancy Pelosi, because she's the figurehead who's making these horrifyingly bad decisions. Joe Biden, a horrifyingly incompetent loser and terrible senator with no accomplishments of note that were positive, and he became the Democratic nominee. And it's happened in large part because Barack Obama, I'm sorry, this is my own personal take, and I want your reaction to it. Our party will not get better until people start thinking Barack Obama was a bad president. And if they can't recognize that he squandered a once-in-a-lifetime majority and did almost nothing to make the country advance other than a very watered-down subsidy to the health insurance industry and big pharma, people were helped. I don't want to say that nobody was helped, but like, guys,
I
he
don't
had
think
60 senators.
anyone's disagreeing with you. Maybe it's
I don't know.
because we
People
have
would
a very
disagree with me
specific
if
chat.
if I went into a room of normie
Oh,
Dems and said that, they would
okay, Mike,
lynch me.
if you went on Twitter and you said Obama was a bad president, then yeah, you're gonna have like, whoa,
He handed the reins directly to Trump. What do you mean?
he gave us health care. But yeah, no, in chat here, I think I don't think that was such a hot take.
Oh no, I don't think it's a hot take for my folks and probably your folks either, but I don't know. It's
Yeah.
just like, what is he doing right now? Is he on the picket line with WGA? Is he standing up to Netflix?
Well,
what's going on, man?
I don't know if he's on the picket line now, but last time I saw him, he had been crossing the picket line.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
To promote his Netflix show.
I'm sorry, he's on his way to Martha's Vineyard. How many slights could this guy do to the people that got him there? I mean, okay, you're rich,
yeah.
Obama. You succeeded. You're rich now.
He's
Is
making
that
his
all?
summer. He's making his summer lists. You're right. Yeah, yeah. He's
Oh
very,
yeah.
He's very busy.
Did you
with
see?
that.
Did you see the interview where he basically admitted he didn't read the books?
Really? I mean, no shit, but that's hilarious.
Because he got quizzed. He got quizzed. By,
wait, who quizzed him? That's
oh fuck, who was it, chat?
that's fucking funny. That would not have happened.
Hassan Minhaj. Yeah, Hassan. Better
Oh,
Hassan.
okay, that makes sense. I was like, he's
And
not.
he was
walking.
like, what?
There's no
he
way.
asked him the plot of one of the books.
Yeah, there's no way he's walking into like an interview on CNN and talking about his summer list, and then they start quizzing him on those books.
Anyway, yeah. I mean, this is my bread and butter, Caroline. Is I could talk about
All
this
day
for
long.
literally the next decade,
I
nonstop.
wonder. I honestly wonder what percentage of Democrats moved to the left after 2016 when they saw what happened to Bernie, when they saw what happened with with the Supreme Court when Obama was president, and then of course, the Supreme Court in Trump's last year. But people like me who once upon a time, and by once upon a time it wasn't that long ago, that I was very hardline Democratic Party gal, do or die, like let's go Hillary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know if we have any stats out there on that, but it does seem as if people have gotten so fed up. Like one of the reasons that people went left, not because they really understood, socialist things, but more so because they were so fucking sick and tired of the Democratic Party and seeing their weaponized incompetence being used all the time.
I think what's the most existential threat. I think you're on to it there, but and I think there is some people that are like that for sure. Actually, I think a lot of the Democratic Party is less like, for example, Kyrsten Sinema. She's despised, and
Yeah, but
the
so
only people that are
fashionable.
supporting her are in Washington D.C. and New York City on Wall Street.
Yeah.
Like there is nobody in Arizona that's like, yeah. Phoenix is melting, but you know what we needed to block? Build back better.
Yeah.
Like the Arizona senator, Phoenix is over 110 degrees for 30 straight days. Is the Phoenix senator of the formerly of the Democratic Party, formerly of the Green Party, coming out and going, this is why we need climate change protection. My state's melting. No. And what is happening is, Ruben Gallego is running for that Senate seat, one of the most important races in the country in 2024, chat. If you want somebody to, help put a stake in the heart of centrism, help Ruben Gallego win. And these, why do you think so many of these geriatric, brain melted boomers are clinging to power? Because they recognize that if they relinquish it, the Democratic Party is going to go to the left. So the donors don't want them to retire. It's that simple.
Yeah. I mean, that's
So
why
I do think that there has been a change as you, I think you are part of a group of people without a doubt that have less patience for people like that or Manchin.
Hating Kirsten Cinema is by erasure. You know what? Then I'm for it. Once again, by people catching strays. Dave, thanks for the 3 months.
I think, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, wait, no, I saw another comment, but now it's gone. Now it's gone. You go.
Well, yeah, I'm just doing the streamer thing, you know? So feel free to jump in over me at any point. Oh, yeah, by the way, there's someone running in Michigan by the name of Slotkin, and she is fucking terrible. She's basically the Connor Lamb of Michigan and needs to be defeated by any means necessary. I was a personal, I basically knew John Fetterman since he ran for Senate the first time. I helped him during his run for lieutenant governor in Pennsylvania, where he primaried a sitting Democratic lieutenant governor from the left and absolutely crushed him. And then, he ran. And by the way, he was beloved by Pennsylvanians. And yet and he was massively popular. And yet the Democratic Party found a way to primary him by taking a centrist Democrat out of a swing seat, an incumbent swing seat congressperson, Connor Lamb, and tried to primary him from the right. I mean, like, that tells you where the party's at.
Yeah,
and of course he beat him in every county,
I
but
mean,
it's okay.
Abigail Spanberger, whatever the fuck her name is, Connor Lamb, especially Connor Lamb, who came out and said that the Democrats talking about defunding the police and other things like that are hurting them, and then he lost. So suck it, nerd. Who's
by the way,
Slotkin running against, or who's running against
oh
her?
God, he's a guy. You know the show The Good Doctor?
Oh, do I?
There is an actor, SAG member, who played. I think he was. I don't know the show very much, but he's like a co-star of the show.
That's who's.
And he's running again. He's running. I'm sorry. I'm supporting him. I'm sorry, chat. That's my best choice. Hill Harper's his name.
No fucking way.
Yes, fucking way.
It all comes back to The Good Doctor.
I know, right? It's not Dr. Han, unfortunately, but I wish, but it's not.
Okay. Yeah.
By the way, that show, can I just say something about myself? Is when those memes happened, I became aware that existed. And I was like, how is there
heard of The Good Doctor?
No, how is there a broadcast show that's been on for 4 years that I've never heard of?
Yeah, that like crazy. Millions of people watch.
And so out of curiosity, I started watching it and I realized, and you know what that show did for me? It explained to me for the first time what hate watching was. I never really understood, like I intellectually understood hate watching. Oh, you're watching, oh, you hate.
But you've never hate watched.
I've never hate watched. Like every time I hate something, I just turn it off.
It is interesting when you find yourself in the middle and of watching a show and you come to the realization that you are hate watching. You're like, that's what this is.
It is. It's like, if you want to understand my hatred of the show, it's like every line is the most hackish and offensive thought they could come up with. And so,
well, their depiction of an autistic person. I mean, come on.
Oh no, yeah. But here's the thing. I started to have my own like Matrix seeing moment where I would just start saying the lines before I've ever seen them. I was operating the lathe of heaven. I was writing The Good Doctor. I would say a line and then they would say it. And then I would say the response to the line and then they would say it. And I was like, oh my God.
You're like, I'm writing the show.
Matrix. And I understood like the hackishness. Like if you plug me into the writer's room chat, I'm earning my WGA card. Like I could write that show. That's how much I hate it.
You know,
every episode was terrible. Every character is despicable. Every idea contained within it is objectionable. It is the worst show I've ever seen, and I love it.
Hate watching can be very cathartic.
Oh yeah, it was terrible.
It can also, in some cases, turn into love. In a way that you, it can. I'm not saying with The Good Doctor, but there are instances of hate watching turning into love watching.
Mike scabbing while hate watching. No, I wouldn't. I would never. I'm just saying I could.
How bad was Ben Shabibo that The Good Doctor gets made, but not his scripts? How bad was Ben Shapibo and the response to how bad he was? So bad that he still carries that on his back to this day and has done everything that he can to try and have a career for himself in the industry that he always dreamed of, but that will never touch him with a 20-foot pole. I love when he provides his film criticism, unlike anything. I love it so much because all you can think about is the fact that this man was rejected from Hollywood as a screenwriter.
Okay, if you want some content to watch one late night where you're streaming and you don't, there's nothing newsworthy that you want to watch, but you want some time to just kind of watch Ben Shapiro be utterly humiliated. He wrote a book, I think, complaining about Hollywood being liberals. And he got like a book review interview with like a grandma, and it seems to be like a PBS show or a public access show. Somebody find this for me. And she utterly rips him apart. She just rips him a total new ass. Oh, you see this pleasant little grandma going like, "Oh, you're stupid." Like just ripping him apart for his way he analyzes the industry, the way he appreciates art. It's just incredible.
Yeah,
I wish it's Connie Marston. Okay. Well, there you go, chat.
Connie Martinson.
Martinson, thank you.
God, somebody in chat will always have the answer to anything that you ask. So much faster.
Well,
than
yeah,
Google.
once you
It's
get
so
to
much
that
faster than
critical point,
Googling.
Chat that's how you know you made it.
Chat is Google, where some people will give you total disinformation or misinformation, and then others will have the right answer.
So yeah, just throw that in your
Wait, Connie Martinson is dead now.
Oh, poor
Connie.
Connie.
God, she died in March.
Oh, rip.
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 Okay,
Prage.
I'm gonna have to go watch that.
At some point in your, it's one of those like classics that you can load up. It's like me with Vienna Housing. Yeah, I'll just start watching a video on Vienna Housing.
Classic. Did you see okay, since we've kind of just been talking about other things, did you see Steven? No. Listen, I got to be honest, when I saw the news was breaking on Trump's indictment, I'm not somebody who can or likes to stretch the same news topic for hours and hours. But with the indictment, I was like,
that would be a horrifyingly bad thing to do. I will stretch this so long.
I talk about it and I go, I'm so bored now.
I just have diarrhea of the mouth, as you know.
No, it's incredible.
So,
believe me, it's it's an amazing skill to be able to do that. I get so bored and I run out of things to say, and I'm like, okay, moving on. I said what I said.
Hit an edible, don't go too wild, and then all the lateral connections will start to flow, and you're gonna be like connecting this shit to like I did that Al Gore thing, right?
Yeah,
I just made that up. That was pretty good, right?
You made up that the election was stolen. Okay, everybody, you heard it here.
I made it up.
You heard it here. Mike from PA has been for years spreading the lie that the election in 2000 was stolen.
George W. Bush won it fair and square, folks. You can ignore those pregnant chads. By the way, did you? I feel bad for you, Chad, that you missed that era when we were yelling about pregnant chads and hanging chads and.
Wait, when was this?
That was the recount. So Florida had all these weird ballots. One of them was this. They had punch card ballots.
Oh wait, you're saying that was the era of? I thought you meant on Twitch that there was an era where you could say that you wanted...
No. This is basically before video existed on the internet.
Okay.
Yeah. This was cable television, chat.
Chats. I was like, wow, Twitch used to be loose.
Yeah, pregnant chat.
Yeah, nowadays you can't even call someone a virgin. You can get banned.
I love my freedom of speech, chat. This reminds me of how like George Lucas would be like, George Lucas really hates the studios, in case you didn't know this. And he would be like, oh yeah, when I was making movies and the Soviet Union existed, I was so jealous of their freedom. So pretty based. George Lucas, pretty based.
Yeah, I mean, he basically made Star Wars and then fucked off.
He's made some. He made American Graffiti. He made, what was that other one? THX. He has some.
Yeah, but
movies
he got
under his
that
belt.
he got that Star Wars money though, and was like, peace.
I
He
mean,
actually-
yeah.
I actually used to see
Yeah.
him because oh, I'm trying to remember the name of his wife. I would see him when I worked in Chicago politics because his wife Melody was I think she was a lobbyist at the time.
Oh no, God, fuck no.
Wait, I want to make sure I get this right.
I'm sure it's true.
Whatever
but
it
you're
was,
ruining it for me.
whatever it was, she was a big deal in Chicago, and so
Maybe she just gave a lot of money. Copium?
She did. Let's see. She was the CEO of Ariel Investments.
Oh, okay, that's terrifying.
Yeah, she was the president. She's the president and co-CEO of Ariel Investments. So like they were big donors, obviously. So I would always see her or be calling her office to ask for donations. So I saw George Lucas sometimes. Him hanging around.
Awesome. Well, hey, you got some of that Jedi money.
Yeah, him hanging around his businesswoman wife.
I mean, yeah. What do you do when you've sold something to Disney for multiple billions? You know.
Yeah, you just go chill as you should. You shouldn't be trying to make like life worse for every person who is just trying to get by. That's what you do.
I am laughing so hard because I'm thinking of all my George Lucas hits. Like he called Disney white slavers. Like hilarious.
Wait, I need some more. Okay, George.
Or George Lucas hits.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, when we think about politics in this country, I was talking to my chat today about optimism and hope. And I think
Do
that
share.
I think that, you know, this is kind of how I operate, is like, to be a socialist, the most innermost core of yourself must be hopeful and optimistic. Because you're never going to achieve the kind of radical change that we advocate for without a fundamental belief that it's possible. Even if that belief seems irrational, there's a Gramsci, famous Marxist from Italy, and he wrote while he was in prison under Mussolini, my kind of like personal motto, and it is pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. Basically, that means like, I don't look at the world with rose-colored glasses. I don't just think that climate change is going to get solved by some magic technology. But as horrifying as things look, I'm always going to operate as if we can win, fundamentally. And that leftism and socialism is never defeated as long as we continue to exist. So if you're like somebody who's teetering on the black pill, or you're really doomer, you should really recognize that as long as you're fighting, they haven't won yet. Only you can give them victory by giving up. And by them, I mean everyone that we despise. So be ruled by spite. That's my motto. And don't ever let the bastards win.
Yeah. Well said. I also just am laughing at the socialist Jesus image.
Yeah.
You just up above here espousing that optimism. I will say that was the thing I think surprised me most when I first met you and we were chatting, is how optimistic you were. And it totally makes sense, right? Because to continue fighting for the things that you believe in, and yes, and for decades, you do have to have that optimism of the will, because it is so easy. It's so easy to just go, everything is terrible. Like, it's all awful. Look at all, you pull up the news and in 5 minutes you're like, everything sucks. Wow, this is depressing. Nothing's gonna get better. Nothing's gonna change. And it's easier. I think it's easier to think that way.
I I was watching one of the SAG negotiators is what's the actor? He was Frodo. He was Samwise Gamgee
Yeah,
in Lord
Sean
of the
Astin.
Rings.
Sean Astin.
Sean Astin.
Mr.
And he was
Frodo.
and he was talking about his experience, in the union. And he spontaneously started to cry. Not in despair, but in solidarity and
Yes.
hope.
Yeah, I watched that.
And once you've experienced that enough times, you're not going to give up because of some bad thing that happened. Because there's always victories as well as defeats. There's always positive things. There's always negative things. I showed my chat the moment AOC realized she won in her implausible primary in 2018.
Mm-hmm.
That was captured on television. She walked to her election night party, and there was one intrepid, television news reporter there, and she looked at the screen for the first time and realized that she had won. And I was there that night, I have experienced that shit. When you experience those kind of W's, Summer Lee in Pittsburgh is a black woman Democratic Socialist. The Steel City, the white working class capital, is represented by a black female socialist. This is the kind of stuff that gives you goosebumps if you have anything left. So I am not in any way somebody who is a doomer. I don't believe in it. I'm just against it in principle. And I think it's kind of like the last stage of being a liberal is to convince you that you don't have any responsibility to do anything, that it's okay to be apathetic, is the idea that nothing I can do will matter. Well, if you believe nothing you can do will matter, then you're not going to do anything. And you're just as apathetic as somebody who's not paying any attention at all, or somebody who is actively making it worse. So fight against that with everything you've got. Not to get too preachy. This is just kind of my own thing.
Listen, socialist Jesus, we're here for it. I think that the labor strikes in Hollywood have helped to ignite that optimism in me again. I think that maybe that goes for more people in chat as well, where it's kind of the first time that you're looking at something that really is very existential and is totally representative of just this country as a whole, right? It's capitalism. But I think a lot of people, myself included, have felt such hope and such strength being a part of these strikes, like paying attention, watching, Sean Astin or the many people who have been speaking about what this means and why it's so important. It really does. Yes, it feels like history in the making. And I always think of that quote that we love to quote. And I think Hassan recently quoted this about old men planting seeds for trees that they will never sit under, et cetera, et cetera. And I think it's something where, because in these strikes, we are seeing really, really rich and famous people who are angry, who are angry on behalf of, obviously, it's not about them, but it's about the majority of people who are struggling and have been struggling. And so to see a Bryan Cranston, a Christine Baranski, a Sean Astin, I mean, even Fran Drescher in that speech that she had after the negotiations fell apart, that is powerful shit. It is always powerful to see people who are not affected by the things that everyday people are. And when we talk about everyday people in these strikes, I mean your writers, your actors, your crew people in LA, but to see them get it and so strongly be on those people's sides because they recognize their value and their worth.
Well, I mean, to take us back over 100 years ago, it's funny because Lenin gave a speech where he was like, well, I'm not going to live to see the revolution. And then 2 months later, that's when the Russian Revolution happened. I'm not saying America is on the precipice of a revolution, but what I mean by that is you never know when things are going to radically change. You know, like I often point to it. I talk about the New Deal with FDR because it's not that FDR was perfect by any means, and he did a lot of horrible shit as well. But a lot of what is good about America happened in 100 days.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're talking about national park systems and every post office you've ever seen, and every piece of public art, and the Tennessee Valley Authority, the fact that 9 states were electrified, the fact that they abolished and they got rid of malaria and yellow fever. I'm sure it's coming back, but that America used to have a huge malaria epidemics and huge yellow fever epidemics, and just a myriad of things, from FDIC insurance on your bank account to Social Security for your grandparents to federal minimum wages, and so on and so on and so forth. It happens relatively quickly, and that's the kind of change. You know, it always seems like the dam is strongest right before you go over top. You know, like, so I'm not promising that anything's going to happen, and it may not happen. We may never live to see the shade of the trees, as you were saying, but I think that you need to be open to that possibility. And if being open to that possibility is enough to make you join your local DSA or your local Indivisible or your local Progressive Change Campaign Committee or your local MoveOn.org or your local picket line, then yeah, fucking do it.
Yeah.
Get involved and make an impact, and support those who are doing the work if you can't. If you're too busy with life or school or whatever that you can't possibly spare any time, you know, you could spare $1 if you have it. And those type of things can change things really rapidly and make the world a lot better. You know, and I see, you know, the thing about me is we know how to solve every problem, every major problem that we face as a society. We know how to make significant progress on it. We have the technology, we have the know-how. We just don't have the will.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you've ever been in LA and you've gone past like 50 people that are homeless, it's not like we don't know how to solve
Well,
this
yeah,
problem.
because we know how we created those problems. We know.
Uh-oh.
The IATSE contract's supposed to end soon. Do you see these strikes going on long enough that they might run into 3 film unions striking? Oh, if IATSE decides to strike in August. Here's what the WGA is saying. The WGA is prepared to be on strike at minimum through the end of the year. SAG-AFTRA has said the same thing. I think that if a deal is made, a deal will be made first with SAG-AFTRA because actors, famous people, like face of Hollywood.
Yeah.
Second will be the writers. What the writers are asking for, like I have explained many times, the like really, really core issues aside from AI and profit sharing are separate from what the actors are asking for. So we have no idea how, if SAG-AFTRA signs a contract, how much longer after that than the WGA would. So it is possible that we could have 3 unions striking at the same time, for sure.
God. Like,
I mean, I wish the directors, I wish the DGA had not signed that contract so quickly. That would have been nice for all of us to.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is part of why I'm more of a sectoral bargaining person than I am a craft union guy. I don't like the fact that directors, actors, writers, and crew people are all negotiating different contracts at different times. It's like, I mean, like, obviously these are different jobs and they have different possible, you know, compensation bands and things like that. But there are other countries where they manage to, you know, do that.
Yes.
And they, you know, when the union declares a strike, like, it shuts down an industry and completely. And so, and that would be better for extracting concessions from the industry. But I gotta be honest, like, I don't know enough about the Hollywood to give an informed take. But my question to you is like, is there a concern about just the kind of like an existential threat to the industry if they're too intransigent? You know what I mean? Like, are they trying to start making movies in Vancouver? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, what is
Well,
what is
yeah,
the
I mean
like belief?
that's definitely been a problem. They have moved, especially something like a company like Netflix. A lot of filming has either moved overseas or they are relying on overseas content to fill their platform. So Netflix is the biggest streaming platform that distributes foreign shows, right? Like you like K-drama, you want to watch anything that is being made in Korea, it's going to be on Netflix. And they've had some enormous success with some of those shows. Look at Squid Games being
Well, how much did the writer of Squid Game, the writers of Squid Games get?
right, who
You
got
know.
fucked over. Yeah, and that made almost like $1 billion. But I think that is part of their that is like what they have been, one of the things they've been holding up against the unions, going, we don't need you, we'll go overseas, we will
That
use,
seems totally ridiculous to
we
me.
will
That seems
just,
absurd.
we have so much content, like we have troves and troves of foreign content that like we won't have a content drought anytime soon. I think it's something that they are trying to use as their leverage by saying like, oh, okay, we have, there's a work stoppage here, which there's also not a work stoppage because of these interim agreements, which I've talked about at length on my stream. Which
Oh, you
is
mean like
kinda
A24
fucking
stuff
up the.
or?
Yeah, I don't mean just A24. I mean like even Apple TV got an interim agreement for a foreign show. I have no idea how they were able to get around the whole nobody who is part of the AMPTP gets in an interim agreement, but there have been over 105, I think at this point, interim agreements that have been handed out. Many to, they're referred to as independent productions because they are being produced by companies that are not a part of the AMPTP, but they have distribution deals with Apple, with Amazon,
So
with
you think the
Netflix.
union is undermining itself by not
Yes, I
being
do.
harder?
I absolutely do.
So this is something that I talk about a lot because when I first started streaming, just I have a family union background, so I'm familiar with union culture and organized labor and concepts like scabbing
Mm-hmm.
and picket lines. And I come from the Northeast where that is much more common. Like the unions in Philadelphia are notoriously sharp-elbowed. Let's put it that way. And I think like when we talk about actors, like, are they really ready to do some interpersonal ostracizing and being like a big actor pointing at another actor and going, "You're a fucking scab."
Well,
And
Sarah
I will never
Silverman
work
did
with you.
that.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
is the union willing to put together a scab list and go, "These actors are scum"?
Yeah, I
And
mean,
I don't. Are they ready for? I think that's part of the fear, right? Like the infighting that could happen if people are not really militant and willing to stick with the union. And I don't like that idea. I mean, I gotta be honest, like personally, I got banned for 2 weeks on Twitch because I showed a scab
oh,
list
right,
once.
right. Yeah.
And people claimed I was doxing the scabs and whatnot, and I was like, well, I was just showing an example of a list from 1980, but okay.
Wait, it was from 1980?
There was a couple entries on it from like 2000 or something, or
Okay, but
2003, but it was mostly about the Eastern Airlines strike.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Which is an airline that doesn't exist anymore, but it's fine. It's fine.
That's wild. That is wild.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, listen,
Well,
as far as scabbing goes,
are you
though,
surprised?
as far as scabbing goes, though, they get away with it because they're technically not scabbing, since it's the union that is handing out these interim agreements, which then, per the union rules, absolves them of what would typically be considered scabby activity. but it absolutely.
I mean, if the
sows
union
seed of-
gives a
seeds of discord.
democratically approved representative, gives you the right to work, I mean, you know, what do
No,
you want me
it's
to?
fucked
I'm not
up.
gonna
No,
be.
it's
I'm
fucked
not gonna
up.
enforce a picket line that they're not enforcing. You know,
It's fucked up, yeah, and I think that they shouldn't be doing that, and I think more people should be doing what Viola Davis is doing, you know, by pulling out of her film G20 and saying that this is not right. I stand in solidarity with my union. I don't want to undermine the efforts of people who have been out on the line for 90 days now, which those interim agreements do, because one, most of us who are the ones on the picket lines are seeing these A-list stars who are already not affected by these strikes, right? Not only can they afford to live, but they were not the ones who were suffering in Hollywood due to diminishing pay. And then you also, like, the fact that I'm a part of both unions, but the fact that the WGA has been on strike for, now we're going into month 4, and SAG-AFTRA had been on strike for not even a week before they started handing out these interim agreements. It's like, you guys weren't even full stop for a week, and then
Can I make one comment on that,
Mhm.
which I found odd, is when they were voting for strike authorization, I remember watching the message that Fran put out, and it was like, listen, just because you vote for that doesn't mean we're necessarily striking. It just makes us look stronger. And I was like, that is not the message they should be putting out.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
That's not-
she was
that
touch
was
or go
fucking
for-
terrible.
She was, I really, really was like, you got to get her out of here. And it wasn't until she came out with that really fiery speech when the contract negotiations ended, SAG officially, you know, was going on strike. And then she gave that press conference where I was like, damn, okay, the nanny, she's back. But otherwise, prior to that, she was saying a lot of things that was not a good representation of the union.
Yeah, so okay. Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's the kind of the concern, is there gonna be too much content. You know, I'm just looking at, okay, I'll give you an example, and I don't want to be spicy because we all love our slop, and I'm not any better, but I have not seen Barbie or Oppenheimer yet, and I haven't really talked about them much on my stream because it's not that I think that I'm scabbing if I did, and I'm not accusing anybody of scabbing, but it has seemed that the studios have been able to very successfully make a lot of money off these summer blockbusters, which can't be good for the strike in the short term.
Yeah, they've made like $4 billion between the two movies. Well, what I will say is that's why when the AMPTP pushed for an extension on the contract, it was supposed to expire June 30th. They asked for an extension till July 12th. It's because they spent those 12 days promoting the absolute hell out of Barbenheimer and other summer blockbusters. They utilized that time rather than actually being serious about negotiating a contract that worked for everybody. That's during that time period is when they had their actors, when they had, you know, the big marketing push for those films, and it paid off.
Well, I think the other aspect is they seem like they were pretty good movies, is what I'm hearing. So it's kind of like,
I haven't seen Oppenheimer yet. I think also those films benefited from the whole, you know, Barbenheimer meme format. I thought Barbie was good. I thought it was a fun movie, and we'll leave it at that. I don't think we need to get into it being some, you know, takedown of the patriarchy.
oh
I
God,
thought it was
no,
fun.
of course not, of course not, no.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to promote the films. I'm just pointing to the idea that, like, I don't know, I don't feel like the social media don't promote this shit worked very well.
Well, that's the
And
problem, right? And so with the interim agreements, it's like these companies haven't even felt the boot on their neck yet.
exactly.
So what are we doing here?
You're gonna be in it for the long haul. I hope everybody's prepared because,
And like I said, I saw people today who I know had been, you know, had booked very lucrative jobs writing on television shows that I would have killed to write on, and posing to Twitter if anybody knows of any job openings, like just job openings, because that's how deep in this we are already. And so it is frustrating to have anything be undermining the strike efforts.
Yeah, and I, I think it really comes down to that militancy aspect that I was talking about, because like, if just as an example, if you're in Philadelphia, right, there is the Iron Workers Union in Philadelphia is very notorious for being, how do I put this? Willing to break your kneecaps.
Yeah.
Like, for example, one of their 82-year-old presidents was convicted in federal court for a conspiracy to burn down a Quaker meeting hall. If you don't know what Quakers are, it's a Christian denomination. It's a church. A meeting hall is what they call their churches. And it was basically, they're using scab labor. And in the middle of the night, some iron workers went and burned the fucking building down. Now, listen, I'm not endorsing it. But I'm just saying, like, that, and when he was taken to federal court, the courtroom was packed with supporters for the president. All right, for supporters of the guy. And so that kind of militancy results in a much better. If you're in the building trades in Philadelphia, you're going to make a hell of a lot more money than if you're in the building trades in Austin. And it's because they have a reputation of good work, but, if you don't side with the unions, then your contractor is going to have some problems. They're going to picket you. They're going to have a giant Scabby the Rat outside. People are going to spit in your face. It's not going to be a good time. And I'll give you another anecdote. When the NFL went on strike back in the 80s, the last time the Players Association went on strike, unfortunately, they were defeated by scabs, basically. The team that was the strongest was in Philadelphia, and the Teamsters showed up, and they had brought 50 tractor trailers and blocked Veterans Stadium off, so people couldn't go to the replacement players games. And the entire, there was only 5,000 fans at a 60,000 fan stadium, and like they really fought back hard.
Yeah, they brought.
I don't know if
muscle.
I see that same kind of energy right now yet. And I wonder if you think it will be able to hold, or if there's going to be, if the studios are going to come forward and be like, listen, we need to make money because, the content is running out.
Yeah. The picket lines are very energetic. There's a lot of good solidarity and energy on the lines, especially once SAG-AFTRA went on strike. But like I said, behind the scenes, we know that the AMPTP strategy is to starve us out of house and home. Like literally wait until the middle and bottom rungs of writers and now actors no longer can afford rent.
Right. Yeah.
And then that makes them, go to their leadership and say, enough is enough. We just need to take whatever deal they'll offer us because we like literally cannot afford this anymore. So that's their strategy. They are waiting to get us out of house and home by prolonging these strikes to the point that, it's just not feasibly possible to keep going. So when I see things like these interim agreements where, one, the optics are terrible, two, you have people in the unions arguing back and forth on Twitter, you have some famous people who are arguing with other famous people who are on both sides of the aisle on this. So yeah, again, that's optics, but also just like within the unions, there being kind of a... And then three, the fact that the writers turned the spigot off. We turned the water off, but the actors really had not. Like the water had not been turned off before then. It was turned back on, not fully,
right.
But the thing that I was so hopeful with SAG-AFTRA was that because these are the famous people, because these are the actors, because yes, as much as I say, and it's correct that you can't have, there's no Hollywood without writers. You can't make a building without a blueprint. I really was like, okay, when you remove the actors from the equation, then you have nothing. Like you literally cannot move forward on productions whatsoever. And so say all, they can cry about the fact, oh, well, we've got all this foreign content. Yeah, but people are going to get pissed. And also when it comes to promoting, like marketing of films is incredibly important. That comes through just the actors going on, their own like round trip tour with the studios or going to film festivals. Film festivals are really important. Right. But just how much goes into the marketing and promotion of film, which again, you cannot do when you are on strike. But because, I feel like with the WGA, it was so much more cohesive. It felt so much stronger and there were less cracks and less weaknesses. And with the SAG-AFTRA strike, I don't get the same vibe from that.
Yeah.
So I don't know how, and I really don't know, like the WGA is, and from the very beginning has been prepared to fight for themselves, by themselves, no matter what. But it really will help our cause based on what, help or hurt based on what happens with SAG-AFTRA.
I think one of the issues is like the one thing with the writers is, I mean, you can't produce without a blueprint. That's true. But they could basically get banked scripts, right? They have the studios have bought scripts in the past and they have them in filing cabinets. And sure, they may not be the best stuff, but if it is enough, just to keep the content train churning, and there's probably something decent in the pile of shit, just to keep, the studio's lights on during the dispute. But that being said, like, not to be doomer. I didn't ask these questions to be doomer. I just think that
I know.
I think being honest about the situation is good for how we can decide if we need to change tactics or what. But I do think that like I watched a lot of Adam Conover recently, and I don't know how much of what he says is like trying to present a strong front and how much of it is kind of like the facts. And it seems like I don't think foreign content is really good enough, just because I agree with him that Hollywood is where most of the premium content is made.
Well, yeah, and there's
I don't know
also...
if Chad, if you've ever watched TV on a European trip, it's bad.
There's also a bias against subtitles, and a lot of people do not like dubbing. So I don't think foreign content has the pull that studios are pretending that it has. And then as far as them stockpiling scripts, well, okay, I guess you have to get non-union actors who will scab to be in those scripts. So otherwise, their bet now are independent companies that are getting these interim agreements to produce films, but they are in contract still with the AMPTP, like a company like Amazon, who then will be distributing said film. So I just don't see how that helps the strike. And I know the argument is, oh, well, these companies will see that, like, look at this independent company and they can agree to our deal, our term deals. I was like, first of all, it's not the deals of the term as it exists now. It's not the, my words are all jumbling. It's not the term deals as they exist now. It's the ones that are eventually agreed upon between the AMPTP and SAG-AFTRA. So that's a big disclaimer there. Like, hello, we don't even know what the terms of this new contract are going to look like. And second of all, I don't agree based on everything that I've read, and the fact that the WGA tried this in 2007. They tried to do these waivers and it backfired on them. I don't see how the AMPTP then feels that boot on their neck and ends up coming back to the table faster than they would have, because as soon as the strike ends, they're going to have all this content ready to go. It'll have been filmed during the strike. It'll have been edited. It'll have been, packaged, all ready to go. And as soon as the strike ends, then they've got there is no like in between time. Let's get this strike to end because then we got to get started on production so then we can have content ready to go. It's like, oh, no. They have all that. They'll have all this content ready to go.
Yeah, I think it's really the militancy thing. Like with the Teamsters, they had they had basically a left-wing uprising from the rank and file that put in Sean O'Brien, who said to the UPS that they're going to strike, that had them prepared to strike, that had their rank and file unified, that had these very concrete gains. And while I don't think that the UPS contract that the Teamsters ended up getting is perfect in every respect, and we'll see what the rank and file thinks of it, they won most of their major concessions outright. I think the main thing is that the current part-timers are going to make $23.70 an hour instead of 25, and people are bitter about that for this year. And they were like, no, we wanted 25, not 23.70 or whatever. But that was a raise for some people for like from $16 an hour to 23 something. Plus, they're going to get an additional $7.50. I don't remember the exact terms of the contract per hour, but the point is that the reason why they were able to get the 60 plus concessions, they eliminated 2 tiers and all these really odious contracts from the Hoffa era, odious contract provisions from the Hoffa era. It was that militancy and that unity and, quite frankly, pugilism of the president. He wasn't going out there saying we're not going to have to strike. He was going out there to saying we will strike. We're going to strike. Let's start practicing a strike. Let's let us prepare to shut down the economy. Let us prepare to park these trucks. And got the pilots of UPS, who have a separate union, they said we're not flying either. And so there was a lot more pressure on the company because they they understood that everything was going to shut down and they were going to be under the 8 ball.
Yeah, it felt more black and white in that situation. Yeah.
And I don't feel like SAG put that. I don't think that was the message that Fran put out with. As strong as she's been since the strike launched, and at least in her public statements, I don't think she was preparing the union with the right political education and the right, mentality of, hey, we might be out of work for 6 months.
Yeah.
Are you guys ready to fight?
I would agree with that. And being in both unions, and I've said this a lot of times on stream, but I can attest to the fact that the WGA feels so much more cohesive. We are a smaller union. I will say that. We are significantly smaller. So maybe it's just easier to feel like one unit. But I trust the negotiating committee. I trust the leadership because it really does feel like they are just representatives of us and are representing our will in this entire thing. And they, from the very beginning, have been total hardasses in a great way. And have said, no matter what happens with DGA, no matter what happens with SAG-AFTRA, we are out here fighting for the WGA. And so if we do not get what we need, don't worry about us caving to pattern bargaining. That's not going to be the case because we understand that we are at the precipice of a, very, very steep cliff that we can't survive if we fall.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel existential. It does feel like they're trying to
Certainly.
make being an actor part-time, or being a writer part-time, and it's like this is an industry that makes billions upon billions upon billions of dollars. How can the actual faces and the names that make the stuff not able to afford living off of it? While us piece of shit Twitch streamers can.
It's wild.
You know what I mean? It's like, Jesus.
I know.
And we're getting railed. Don't get me started. What is Twitch? Twitch is not investing in my channel. Twitch is not okay. I shouldn't start talking about
Twitch, why aren't you investing in Mike's channel?
Well, you see what I mean?
Anybody,
it's just
Twitch
like,
staff, you in here?
They're not paying. They're not borrowing the money to buy me an Elgato mic, right? Like, I'm buying that shit. I'm putting the content up. And so, let's leave that aside. We're not going to talk about Twitch streamers and unions in the same sentence. God forbid. I think one of the things that is like very striking for me is it does feel like we are in a kind of like civilizational moment politically. And it's like there's two paths in front of us. It's very cliche internet meme. One is to the bright, shining castle on the hill, and the other is toward the fucking, Count Dracula's hellhole. And these fights that we're all participating in are going to like set the path that we're on. It's the same thing with the Trump indictments. It's the same thing with the strikes. It's the same thing with, these elections coming up, and then also like, how we prosecute them. Will we end up with like an inhabitable planet? Are we going to end up with a country where, being a working class person is possible?
Yeah.
Or is it, and surviving with a dignified life? Or are we going to, head down a much darker and more dangerous path relatively quickly?
I feel like you're describing the season finale. By
the
and we
way,
have to watch the next season to find out.
I never noticed this. There's an underscore in my name, by the way. Chat.
Oh shit!
It's okay. It's all right.
Wait,
You
has
forgot
that
the
always
underscore.
been there?
Yeah, there's an underscore. I don't remember. It's funny because like when I originally created my show, I thought of it more like a panel, almost like a couple guys, couple people, but then
Somebody
only
actually.
I did the show.
Oh, that's right, Central Committee.
So yeah, it was supposed to be a bunch of us lefties, but then it was like I was the one that was passionate about this project, and I'm the one who carried it and did all the things. So then it was just always mine. You know what I mean? There was never really a committee.
Let this man know he is at his best in interviews. Mike in Convo is great. Mike in Convo is great. That's so funny that you thought it was going to be like a group, a panel, and it just ended up being.
Yeah, I know.
Just little old you.
Can't keep any friends. Feels bad. No, I'm just kidding, chat.
Mm.
It wasn't always there. It used to be spelled Mike from Ma. No, it didn't.
Wait, because you were Mike from PA, or did you
Right,
change
Mike
it?
from PA was my original just like Twitter name.
Oh, okay, so that's where that comes
from. Okay, it's funny because I ran for office. I never was on Twitter, and I created a Twitter account as my campaign Twitter. That's when I started tweeting. And that was what got me addicted to the worst platform on the planet.
Oh, it's just hell. But I can't get off it. I cannot.
Oh, isn't it like it's so disappointing because like a lot of it's nostalgia, I think. Just like a habit. And like the failure of any alternative to really exist. Like Blue Sky had a shot, but then they was too exclusive,
Yeah,
they didn't
promo
expand
code
when they had the
thing.
chance.
Right. I just got
Threads
off
is
that.
just a corporate, like Threads is, oh, we don't want any politics or any interesting things on here. We want you to post about your fucking lifestyle brand.
Yeah, I ain't doing Threads.
So I don't even have an Instagram because I'm old, Chad. Like,
You don't
what
have
do I
an
need that
Instagram?
for? Yeah, what do I need that shit for?
Yeah, I guess you're at a point where, I mean, a lot of people, content creators have, the various platforms to.
I mean, I could get it, but then,
For growth.
It's like,
What
it's
would
like,
you post?
I remember when.
I would like to know what Central Committee Mike from PA Instagram posts would be.
It would just be my dog. It would be this. Here, I'll show you, chat. I showed this. It would just be this. It would just be this, chat. Hold on.
Aw. You wouldn't do
He's
any
got 2
thirst
bones.
traps? The
Me?
people
Oh,
are
yeah.
asking. The people
Yeah.
are
Oh,
asking.
yeah. If you've seen me, like, if you're into dad bods,
Hey,
it's a smorgasbord.
they're saying let's go.
It's a smorgasbord.
Let's go.
Okay? Like, my belly is perfectly smooth and round. It's like, it's just warm. Like, and if you snuggle up on it, it's just warm, But see, that's Pennsylvania body. Like, if you're in Southern California, you don't want you want no fat on the bone because if there is any, you're going to be sweating. You're going to be sweating your ass off. But, in Pennsylvania, it's more survival. If I don't, I'll die.
I feel
from the cold.
like there's been this thing with streamers in the past year where everyone's going to the gym. Everyone's like getting swole. All these nerdy little gamers who go, you know what? I'm tired of looking like an unhealthy, decrepit, verging on skeleton whose blood consists of Dr. Pepper. So
I am completely under attack.
no,
and I don't like it.
I'm not even talking about you. You know what I'm talking about? Like the hunched over gremlin.
Yeah, no, I
look.
stand tall. I stand up straight. You know, I
You
don't have.
You don't
posture
look like
problems.
a gremlin that's been in a
Thank you.
basement for
Thank you.
20 years.
Thank you. I look like Jesus, but slightly scuffed. You know, like like a 3D printed
Socialist Jesus.
3D
Yeah.
printed Jesus, but a couple of the lines are slightly misaligned.
Yeah.
Okay, you're supposed to say no.
Wait, I thought we were
The
going
fuck?
with that though. Scuff Jesus.
No, looks like a dwarf Jesus. Oh, first of all, I'm not that short. Okay. I am actually average height in some countries. So
Plus, it doesn't.
and I have the Georgia Costanza move.
What is
which
that?
is oh, okay. This is before your time, chat. I'm letting you in on a little secret. Tim's. You know? Tim's. They get
Lifts in your shoe. Yeah, a little-
No lifts needed. I'm not wearing lifts. I'm wearing boots. Okay?
The
These are
Timbs.
boots.
Yep.
These are no lifts.
Okay.
All right? And so
You're not
bam.
pulling a Tom Cruise.
I'm not pulling a Tom Cruise yet. I'm taller than Tom Cruise. That guy's short.
Wait, one of my mods sent me a Halo and Socialist Jesus image. Okay, let me see how that will overlay on mic. How do I get this?
Oh, this is good. I can't wait to see this. Anyway, you know,
Oh, what did I do?
okay, try not to capture
Okay, I
any of
can't-
your Discord private messages if you can.
Honestly, there's really not even anything in them. But yes, I'm going to not do that. Okay, here's Socialist Jesus.
I mean, that's really just redundant if you ever looked at what the Bible says, chat. You know, he would say, "Have no thought for the morrow."
You read in the Bible?
Oh, I mean, you know, listen, when you're a Renaissance man like myself, chat, you dabble in a little bit of the theology, the theodicity, you know, you look into that stuff so you can understand Shakespeare, you know. Can't understand Shakespeare if you don't understand the Bible. And you can't really understand, you know, dramatic art if you don't have a grounding in the canon, the Western canon, you know?
Yeah.
So I try to
Did you ever study theology? Okay, wait, how the hell do I
yeah, I mean, you know, I was raised Catholic.
Right.
But I always went to private schools, public schools. So, you know, I got
did you
my
just
Catholic
reveal
Sunday
that
school.
you
I never went to a private school in my life. My parents would never have spent that kind of money on
All right,
me.
folks,
Are you kidding me?
It's been the truth has been revealed here.
Okay.
Mike from PA private
Do not
school.
spread false information, chat. I went to public universities. I went to public schools. I would never.
Yeah, no. I can't believe that, like, I didn't know private school was a thing, and when I got to college, I had so many friends who had come from private schools. And I was like, wait a second, so your parents already have spent tens of thousands of dollars for you to go to high school, and now you're here in college.
Did you see that article on the New York Times about legacy? And about like rich people getting into college?
Which one? I feel like there have been.
Well, there was one recently where basically they like charted out like income of students and they like gave them like flat standardized test scores, right? So it was like what was the admission rate at this like really high standardized test score? I think it was a 1500 SAT. You know, 1500 out of 1600, chat. So that's a pretty damn good score, right? And it was like, if you were kind of an upper middle class student who went to a public school, you had the lowest chance of getting into like the Ivies. But if you were wealthy, you had like a 15 times more likely, even with a 1500 SAT.
Oh yeah.
So it was like the wealthy kids, like being wealthy was the single greatest advantage to getting into an Ivy. And it was stuff, and it was like, because they go to the prep schools and they have all the connections and obviously like outright legacy admissions as well. But yeah, like being wealthy was the single most positive thing you could have going for you, holding all other things equal.
Yeah, I mean, it always is. Like, I have friends who, just because of their wealth, they were able to. Am I trying to bring an image up on the screen? Yes, I am. This is so fucking hard.
No, it honestly, I don't put any pressure on yourself because it's just like, this is how Twitch works,
Oh,
and
here it
learning under pressure is how you remember.
Wait, I did it. Hold on. I think I did it.
Okay, well, let me just move this down to this. We don't want this covered up.
Okay, can you see it?
Yeah, I can really see it. We don't want this covered up, chat. Like, by the way, if you're enjoying our conversations, I really recommend you do a couple things. First is follow Caroline if you're not already following, obviously. Subscribe. There's 3 tiers of subscriptions, chat. And the higher you go, the better it is. First of all, you get more emotes, but you also, and this is true, tier 3s count as 6 sub points, even for the cost of 5 gifted. So being a tier 3 sub and doing that for 6 months is the single best way to support a streamer. And I have never seen anyone subscribe at tier 3 and regret it.
What Mike
It's
said.
never happened. So I would recommend that. And then also, of course, follow me, Central_Committee, Committee, and then subscribe to me and gift me.
Since you have shilled all stream for me, I will say, please, guys, follow Central Committee. We're probably gonna have to wrap this up because I have to pee so badly. But follow Central Committee.
Fine.
Mike is amazing, as you can see. Mike, when do you go live?
Oh, yeah. So 7 a.m. Pacific, 10 a.m. Eastern. These are American time zones. Add, 5 hours for London, 6 hours for Central Europe.
Do the math.
Do the math. And I usually stream to about 3 p.m. Eastern, flat noon for you Pacific people. That means I'm the morning politics streamer. The morning politics streamer from Monday to Friday.
And what's
the place to go?
What's your like bread and butter? What's your shit?
I mean, I cover politics, news, philosophy, economics, labor issues, foreign policy, and of course, I have special interest in and expertise in political campaigns.
Yep.
Especially in the Keystone State, but pretty much everywhere because I've lived many places in this country. I've moved pretty much every 3 years since I was born. So I've been all over the world, and I've been around the block.
You've gotten around.
Yeah, when you get to my age, hopefully you have a long list of things that you've done. Because
are you
otherwise,
like
what are you doing?
The oldest streamer of your size?
No, I think there's some older folks.
Are there who are like
always...
as big of a streamer as you?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think I'm the oldest.
You might be carrying that mantle.
Anyway,
which is great.
Hey, Caroline, happy birthday. I heard that was recent, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm turning 31,
How old
okay?
was that?
I'm turning
How
31.
old was that?
Listen, I'm not even giving you shit for that. That's me saying we should be proud to be in our 30s, okay? And doing what we're doing here. Nick Pollum is 45. That is true. That is true. This is not even a roast.
He has a really young soul. He really carries himself like he's 15. So
yeah, true. He's 45 going on 15. That's not even a roast. The chat thinks it's a roast because they're always roasting me. They're always roasting me. And so I'm here to say, you know what? We embrace it. Mike embraces it, as do I.
Elder streamers. Well, you know what? Hey, you could listen to me or a 18-year-old whose first job was shooting people in Fortnite.
Yeah. So, you know, valuable.
Or
input.
StarCraft. You know.
Yeah. But if you want to hear what it was like to really just fucking struggle.
Oh, I know.
Just have years of struggling.
I could tell you about struggle. I could tell you about times where I owed more in my student loans than I
Yeah.
ever made in my life, by far.
Thoughts of going to law school.
You know, my okay, here's my honest to God take. Basically, if it's not a top like 50 school, do not go. I would only really recommend you go to law school if one of two things. Basically, you get like a 170 on the LSAT or better, or you have like a full ride, or you have like a guaranteed job. Because the cost of it at this point is so extreme, and the profession is so bifurcated in its like income. Like, if you don't get a big law job, first of all, who do you think you're working for when you work for big law?
Yeah.
You're literally working for the scum of the earth. And if you end up in like, you know, as a solo practitioner or on the other side of the profession, you're making like 60 grand a year, but you're paying 1,500 or more per month in student loans, you're broke, beyond broke. So that's not good.
I think my take is like, don't go.
I mean,
I think
you
at
know,
the end of the
personally,
day,
I think
that's
being a
my
lawyer in the
advice.
American legal system is fucking morally bankrupt.
I mean,
and
look,
there's no
4
good way
of
to
them
do it.
just got indicted today alongside former President Donald Trump. So it's a great day for the legal system and for lawyers.
Wake me up when he goes to jail.
Yeah, I know. But okay, again, twitch.tv/Central TV.
Central underscore committee. I know it's a tongue twister. I'll change my name one day. I'll change. Here you go. I'm gonna, Asian sensation.
Asian sensation. Thank you for the 5. Where did I get Central TV? I don't know.
Here, I shouted myself out again. So hit the follow button, folks.
There you go.
Hit that follow button.
Wait, how
There
did you do
go.
that?
I just typed
Oh my god! Oh, I
shout
forgot
out.
I made you a mod. Oh,
You made me a mod. I skamazed you into making me a mod a long time ago, so I could just like.
I was like, wait, how
anytime
can
someone
you do that in my
criticizes me, I could just go timeout, timeout.
That's so fucking
Time out.
funny. I genuinely was like, oh, I didn't know that anyone can just give themselves a shout out.
Oh fuck no! What? I've been shouting myself out the whole time. What, you think this is free?
Holy shit!
You're paying me an exposure right now, and I can tell you,
listen,
Chad, it's not fair.
You deserve all the shouts out. I in my mind was just like, oh, I thought that's how Twitch worked. And then if you want to,
Yeah, any partner could just go at any other partner stream and just be like, hey, fuck you. I'm shouting myself out now.
Oh, that's funny. All right. Well, what are you doing with the rest? I guess it's what, 10 o'clock over there.
Yeah, it's 10 o'clock.
Yeah, you gotta. I don't know. Watch Good Doctor. Get ready for the day tomorrow, where I'm again sure you will be talking about the indictment.
Yeah, I'll be
some more.
looking into this indictment stuff tomorrow,
Yeah.
obviously, in the news and any other stories that pop up. The coup in Niger. We're talking about West African politics today, actually.
Yeah.
And neocolonialism of the French, who, after visiting Paris, I was like, is this what it was all for? Underwhelming. Just kidding. It's great.
I love Paris.
Right. Well, I did everything right, but
I
she
did
kicked me out of the
everything
stream.
right, and I still got indicted. Okay, everybody. Mike from PA, aka Central Committee, aka Central TV. Thank you so much. It's good to talk to you,
No
buddy.
Central TV.
Central
All right, I'll see
Committee.
you soon.
It was
See
great
you soon.
to chat with you. See yas.
Always great to see you.
Bye.
Bye.
And there goes Socialist Jesus. Once again, I leaked our DMs even though there's nothing. Wow. I'm so wow. The women in stemming today was really something. Really, really something. Like I said, luckily I have nothing to hide because I leaked that shit all over the place. Also, everyone, thank you so much for all the subs. I'm sorry if I didn't shout them out. I didn't want to be distracting during my conversation with Mike, but I appreciate you all. Kedarvra, thank you for the tier 1. Everybody, thank you so much. We're almost at 2,000 subs, which is insane, which is crazy. I am dressed like I'm about to apply for a Fox News job. This is the blazer that has been making appearances for every single Donald Trump indictment. But you know what I always realize with Mike? I am so bad at shilling for subs. I do not do it. I get distracted. I also always feel cringe about it. This is not in a way to like insult everybody else who does it. I'm just always like, I don't want to ask people. So Mike's like, no, you do it. You just people forget. I love the socialist Jesus thing. Thank you, thank you so much, Jaina. I mean, somebody put this on Twitter. Gotta be shameless. I know. I gotta be better about it. But yeah, anyway. He likes to announce time to shill. Yeah, that's like Hassan's top of the hour ad breaks. Time to shill. I mean, listen, it's what you gotta do out here. But anyway. I also do genuinely get so distracted. I can barely figure things out on this platform. I'm just trying to not alt F4 and end it all, which I've done many a time. Neon, thank you so much for the tier 1. Okay, I really need to go pee. So I will be right back. I'm gonna put on a little I'll be right back, and then we will look at what else is going on. Like I said, I was not prepared for stream at all. Because I normally don't stream until 6 o'clock. Yeah, I've learned what Alt F4 is by now because of experience. Lilith, thank you for the 10. But I jumped live. I went live at 3 p.m. because of the breaking news. So I'm going to take a look and see what... We're going to look at Stephen Amell's response because fuck that guy. And then if there's anything else big... Otherwise, are the boys playing Conan right now? Are they in it? I know you guys needed someone to watch Trump news, and I was like, okay, Mike's not live, Hassan's not live. I gotta do it. I gotta go live. Not yet. I'm gonna go ask him when he's going live. Or when he's playing Conan, so I can kind of plan things out. I will be playing more Conan tonight. Okay, I'll be right back. All right. Oh my gosh. I had to pee so badly. You know, you just have a real satisfactory pee. Okay, let me, let's talk, all the things that I did not cover because I went right into the stream. So, personal stuff. Tomorrow is Cash App. Cash App is back. Austin and I are coming back for round 2. Did I wash my hands? Yes, I'm not Will Neff. Cash App is coming back for round 2. Austin and I will be hosting that. There might be some scatting involved. We'll see. You'll have to tune in and find out for yourself. And also, I had an existential crisis today outside of the strikes because I had my gyno appointment. And every time lately that I leave the gyno, I am just left with so much anxiety because I'm always asked the question about children. And today, my gyno... Kyra, thank you for the 5. I will let myself be momentarily distracted by that. Because I am going to be 31 in 2 months. And less than 2 months, actually. And so my gyno asked me about having kids. And I said, I have no idea. I just started streaming on Twitch. And she's like, I don't know what that is. And so then she brought up the idea of freezing my eggs. So that was my day. I was thinking about, do I need to freeze my eggs? Do I want a child? Should I be a mother? And then the Donald Trump news broke. So I went live. Yes, I know I'm so young. I just have no plan. Yeah, I know I have plenty of time to have kids. I was basically like, I don't know, I'll start thinking about it in 5 years. My plan was always at 35 is when I'll start thinking about it. Oh my God, I was like, well, and honestly, fuck her for this. She was like, your fertility does go like this. And I went, okay, but maybe it actually will be like this. It wasn't her trying to force children upon me. She was basically just like, if this is something that you think that you are interested in one day, you might want to think about something like freezing your eggs. So she's trying to scam you out of your ripe eggs. She's trying to take my eggs. And the thing is, I'm kind of over this narrative of, 35, pff, because I live in Los Angeles and I know plenty of women who had babies in their late 30s. And I had 2 former bosses who had babies at 40. Uramati Mangama gave birth at 73. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to have a baby at 73. I'm more so picturing my life like writing by the seaside, in the Mediterranean and sipping on very nice wine. But that's a Hilla Klein. They're having a 3rd child. I didn't even know they had 2. But yeah, my mom had my baby sister at 41. Will's mom was 43. Adam Ruins Everything did it. Of course he did. Did a segment debunking that fertility bullshit. Yeah. So it's not something that genuinely worries me. It's just one of those things where I'm like, oh my God, I did not need this. I did not need this today. I'm too young to be thinking about children still. But yeah, I mean, the issue is like when your parents are older when they have you, then as a child, you're conscious from an earlier age about your parents' mortality. At least that's been the experience of friends of mine, including, you know, my partner Will, whose mother had him at 43 and whose dad was 60. But anyway, that was just a little bit of my day. I mean, it wasn't as bad as 2 years ago, and I switched gynos because of this. But 2 years ago, I went in for my routine pap smear. So this is a reminder, folks. Get your pap smears. Okay, get your annual pap smear. Hashtag ad for pap smear. And I went in to get my annual one, and my gyno was like, you have HPV. Okay, I'm being very open about this because most people do have HPV. If you have ever had sex in your life, you probably have HPV. Now, for men, you're fine. It does not affect you. Women, not so much. For most people who have HPV, you're fine. It goes away on its own. It won't cause you any problems. There are 2 types of HPVs that are much more rare that can cause you some serious problems, and I had one of them. And so I had to have surgery to burn off parts of my cervix that had cancerous cells. It was like a whole thing. My gyno had said to me at the time, do you want to have children? As Ali Wong said, if you don't have HPV, you're a fucking loser. My gyno was like, do you want to have kids one day? And I go, oh my God. My legs are up on the table as like I'm being prodded and poked. And I was like, I don't know, maybe. She goes, okay, because if you definitely don't want to, I would probably just remove your whole cervix right now. I was like, you know what? Let's just go with, yeah. Let's just go with like, sure. Yeah, it was very fucked up. I was like, how much time do I have to respond to you? This doesn't seem right. Yeah, it was it was very traumatic. So like I said, 2 years later, now I'm getting the, do you want to have kids? Because if so, maybe visit a fertility specialist who can talk to you about freezing eggs. I'm like, can everybody just chill? Why are gyno stories so wild? They really are. Yes, yeah. And those are 2 female gynos. But anyway, sorry for the TMI, but you know what? Actually not sorry, because women's healthcare, it's important to talk about. And I feel as if it is my duty now, as being a Twitch streamer, to say things that will hopefully help other people, to present this knowledge, right? So if you have, if you went to the gyno, turns out you had HPV, you don't have to feel badly about that. Okay, most people who've had sex have HPV. It is just, it's a thing. It just comes with the territory. But that being said, it is very important to get your annual pap smears in case you have the bad kind. And in that case, then you need to be prepared if your gynecologist goes, do you want to have kids? What if you've had the vaccine? I don't know, because I thought I had the vaccine. I guess not. I don't know. Maybe even with the vaccine, it's still more than 90% of sexually active men and 80% of sick. Yeah, and it's one of those things that's fucked because men are not affected by it, so they don't know if they have it in most cases unless they get tested for it. I never have to have a pap again. Hysterectomy for the win. Yeah. Anyway, okay, what else? What else in the personal news territory. Thursday, I'm leaving for my family reunion, so stream schedule will be TBD. No, I did see Quan Stab. I was wondering, I thought we uploaded it as an emote. Is it not? Yeah, we're gonna look at Stephen Amell. What's the Lizzo situation? Yeah, see, I didn't even have a chance to look at any of this shit today. Cause I just okay, let me close out these tabs. See, okay. Yeah, I don't see Quan Stab popping up. Okay, I did see the Stephen Amell thing. What is Lizzo?
Yeah, Indy ain't no loose lips. Now them hoes tryna sue me. Bitch, I don't give two shits. All the
Wait. I'm not a lawyer, but Lizzo. Oh my God. Wait a second. What's going on here? Okay. Socialist Jesus. Get rid of that. Why am I so big? Okay. The Socialist Jesus is so funny, man. I'm not a lawyer, but Lizzo low-key dry snitched on herself here. Wouldn't be surprised if these incidents happened a few years ago and the dancers had to go through a tedious process to breach the NDA just so they're able to sue her. Wait. I'm so confused. Lord Panda, thank you for the 2 months. I'm trying to figure out what the fucked up shit is, though. Video got deleted. Big shout out to the dancers who had... Okay, Lizzo's story is wild. All right. I gotta look into this. Former Lizzo dancers... Why is everything against me? Okay. Lizzo sued by 3 former dancers alleging harassment and hostile work environment. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. I did everything right and they still blocked me. So she has been sued by 3 former dancers who claim they were subjected to a hostile work environment and harassment while they were members of the Grammy winners dance team. God damn it. Do you need to go potty? No, not. I didn't know you were out there. No, I swear. I swear he was hitting his bell. I keep hearing this phantom bell. I don't know. This is like the 3rd time this has happened. I go, do you need to go potty? And Will goes, me? Yeah, do you need to go potty? Okay, so the complaint names her production company as well, and a person described as dance cast captain as defendants in the suit. Among the claims outlined in the suit, oh, you know what? I should change my stream title so people don't wonder what's going on. I'm so curious what this is about. Okay. News, Conan, later. Okay, among the claims outlined in the suit, one of the 3 plaintiffs said she was encouraged by the singer to take turns touching the nude performers. Oh boy. While at a club in Amsterdam's red light district while on tour in February. Fearing retaliation, the suit states the plaintiff eventually acquiesced, despite having expressed numerous times she had no desire to touch the performers. Another plaintiff claims that her commitment to her role in the dance team was questioned by the singer.
Did we talk about the Taylor Swift W yet?
Ashley, thank you for the 10. No, we have not. Concerns about the plaintiff's... Oh, hold on. Wait a second. Lizzo was fat shaming, allegedly, some of her dancers, resulting in the plaintiff feeling pressured to explain her weight gain and disclose intimate personal details about her life in order to keep her job. What? No. Lizzo was allegedly fat shaming her dancers? Why are you nodding? What do you know?
It's kind of fucking hilarious.
I mean, this is fucked up. Do you know how many times I've also defended Lizzo? Listen, again,
we all have.
We have to say alleged though, because it's not.
Well, I mean, it's very damning because it's not one of her dancers. It's
I know
3 of her dancers together.
Yeah. And apparently she also subjected them to racial and religious discrimination. Racial? Oh, wait, no, sorry. Okay, people employed by Lizzo subjected the plaintiffs to racial religious discrimination, including an allegation that an accountant from the primarily white management team discriminated against the black dancers by scolding them for allegedly unacceptable and disrespectful behavior while on tour. The suit alleges that this comment from the accountant was charged with racial and fat-phobic animus. Lizzo is known for her uplifting messages and advocacy for body positivity as an integral part of her work. Quote, at the club, Lizzo allegedly began inviting cast members to, we read that, to take turns touching the nude performers, catching dildos launched from the performers' vaginas, and eating bananas protruding from the performers' vaginas. The suit says. Lizzo then, this is no laughing matter.
I mean,
Lizzo,
eating bananas out of the fucking person's snatch is insane. That is insane.
Then turned her attention to Miss Davis and began pressuring Miss Davis to touch the breasts of one of the nude women. What is happening?
Why men great till they gotta be great?
I do not condone his behavior. I just want to be clear on that, okay? All right? I do not condone his behavior. I can't be serious with him around. I know, man. This really does read like a fake Onion article. This is fucking wild. Okay. So now they're saying, wait a second. The dance captain being accused of self-posting on Instagram is super unhinged. Is this the dance captain who's one of the people suing Lizzo? Okay, wait. Hold on. Lizzo's dance captain, Charlene Quigley, takes to Instagram following lawsuit that alleges she attempted to convert dancers to Christianity and inappropriately simulated oral sex in front of them. I just wanted to get on here really quick and say God is so, so good. Oh, no. Okay, so she's part of the drama.
God is so, so good. God loves you so, 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 so much. No matter what you're going through, even if you don't love him, he loves you. Glory to God. I just want to remind you that he is love. He is truth. He is the light. He is the first and the last. And all things work together for those that are called according to his purpose. And I just feel so blessed. I feel so thankful. I feel so full of joy. I had such an amazing time on tour with amazing people. And I'm so excited to be home, resting with my family and my dog after an amazing experience. And yeah, I just wanted to tell everyone that God loves you. And I love you. And glory to God. And I hope you're smiling and you feel joy no matter where you're at or what you're going through. Because I'm telling you, God loves you. Bye.
Wait.
Hey everybody.
Wait, so you're telling me this bitch who put out an Instagram like this then was inappropriately simulating oral sex in front of dancers on Lizzo's team? What is happening? Okay, taking the overbearing cult youth pastor route with this post when one of the core allegations was being overbearing about religion in the workplace was not the right move. Lizzo's PR team, please shut this lady down immediately before she makes it worse. Wait, oh my God. This is what she, wait, hold on. Even though I read the words, my brain is spinning. This is what she posted following the explosive lawsuit. Holy shit. That makes it even more insane. I wasn't even like realizing that as I watched this video. What the fuck? What is happening? That's her response to being sued, which included like really inappropriate sexual behavior. Okay, specific claims made against Lizzo and her dance captain, Shirlene Quigley, in a lawsuit filed by her ex-dancers. Lizzo, accused of overworking dancers and making the group re-audition in an excruciating 12-hour rehearsal. Those she was dissatisfied with would be fired and sent home. Okay. Accused of firing a dancer for challenging her claim that the group was drinking before performances. Okay. Accused of making a thinly veiled comment relating to a dancer's weight gain. This one's crazy. And later firing her for recording a meeting while suffering an eye condition. What? I feel like this is Mad Libs, man. Accused of coercing a dancer into touching a woman's breast at a strip club despite the dancer opposing. Accused of inviting her dancers to a nude cabaret bar without disclosing the specifics of the performance. I gotta be honest, like, there are some whack-ass things in there, but the fat-shaming one is... Come on. Come on, man. Okay, and then Quigley, accused of trying to convert the dancers to her religion. Accused of scolding the dancers for having premarital sex. Accused... This is so confusing. This is so fucking confusing. It would be one thing if this were the dance captain for, I don't know, name me a Christian artist. I can't think of any. Name me a Christian musical artist. I would then get having a dance captain who's like scolding the dancers for premarital sex. It's not cool, but I would understand it more. Not somebody who is a dance captain for Lizzo. Lizzo, who is like all about embracing female sexuality, you know, body positivity, empowerment. You know, she wears sexy clothing and her whole message is like, you can wear it at any size. And then the dance captain was also accused of unwarrantedly discussing masturbation and sexual fantasies with the group. What the fuck? How do you scold people for premarital sex and then send invites to a nude cabaret? Okay. I don't think she ever actually mentioned weight. I read another article that she requested her, questioned her commitment to the job, which they decided was about the dancer's weight gain. Okay, let me look at this. Lizzo's former creative director, along with one of her former dancers, shares support for the lawsuit filed against the singer. I'm not a part of the lawsuit, but this very much so was my experience in my time there. Oh, shit, man. Ooh! I very much applaud the dancers' courage to bring this to light. Not good. Haven't been a part of that world for around 3 years for a reason. I grieve parts of my own experience. I'd appreciate space to understand my feelings. Yikes. Yikes. Okay, so now let's go back to this self-report thing. I'm clicking y'all's links so fast.
Because some hoes loose, yeah. Indy ain't no loose lips. Now them hoes tryna sue me. Bitch, I don't give two shits. All the had
Oh, it's the NDA no loose lips line? Yeah, that's weird. First of all, because normally NDAs in this industry are used to silence women. Ugh, it's a weird line. Sharing this because validating other Black women's experiences is deeply important to me. I usually do not comment on anything pop culture related. I could not be more opposite. But in 2019, I traveled a bit with Lizzo to be the director of her documentary. I walked away after about 2 weeks. I was treated with such disrespect by her. I witnessed how arrogant, self-centered, and unkind she is. I was not protected and was thrown into a shitty situation with little support. My spirit said to run as fast as you fucking can. I'm so grateful I trusted my gut. Oh boy. I feel gaslit I felt gaslit, was deeply hurt, but I've healed. Regarding these reports made me realize how dangerous of a situation it was. This kind of abuse of power happens far too often. Much love and support to the dancers. Yeah, this is just getting more and more damning. I gotta be honest. It's not looking good at all. The fact that the former creative director, who has nothing to do with the lawsuit, came out and was like, yeah, this is true. The fact that the director of the Lizzo documentary posted this, it's so Jover. It's bad. Wyzeg, thank you for the 5 months. Wait, does this have anything to do with Lizzo? No, we're talking about Lizzo. Yeah. Oh, man. This one kind of really hurts. It's a great video, though. Okay, we'll link it again, and I'll watch it afterwards, but I can't get derailed in my search for information.
Celebrity. I knew about it.
Okay, Meech.
Yeah, I already knew about it. Other people didn't know about it, but I knew.
Wait, is he being...
And I think
okay,
what's
never mind,
most important-
Never mind, because he can be obnoxious as hell. I get it now. He's doing a thing. He's doing a thing of people who will always tweet and be like, I already knew about Lizzo. Or like, you guys just finding out for the first time. Is it bad of me to be angry? At least I hope he is, because he also can be such a bitch. Is it bad of me to be angry that the right wing is going to weapon? Oh, no. You're 100% right in that. They are already, like, Ben Shapiro is salivating over this news. So that sucks, right? It also sucks because, personally speaking, I have done multiple segments on my stream in defense of Lizzo. Now, I don't take that stuff back because I do believe that when we talk about healthiness as it relates to people's weight, we are so far past this inaccurate belief that somebody who has a skinny body is healthy, somebody who does not have a skinny body is not healthy. So, like, I don't walk any of that back because that was more than just Lizzo. But I am a big Lizzo fan. I have just always been a vocal Lizzo supporter. And so, like, it really does suck because it does always feel like people will then use this as a way to go, you know, I told you so. It's like, you told me what? That it's okay to be fat phobic? No, it's still not okay. Oh my God. Okay, what's this? The day before, Lizzo had told the group that they would have to audition again, a move that prompted what the suit described as an excruciating 12-hour rehearsal. If Lizzo was dissatisfied with their performances, the suit alleges, the dancers would be fired and sent home. During the rehearsal, Davis was so fearful she'd lose her job if she went to the bathroom that she soiled her pants. She was given a see-through outfit with no undergarments to finish the performance, the suit says. Oh no, not like this. Before Lizzo left the meeting, Rodriguez told her that she felt disrespected and would resign, the suit says. Lizzo responded by cracking her knuckles, balling her fists, and using an expletive to tell Rodriguez she was lucky, the suit states. As Rodriguez left, the suit says, Lizzo raised both her middle fingers and yelled a slur. The suit alleges false imprisonment against Lizzo's production company because a member of her security detail allegedly forced Davis to remain in the room after the meeting ended so he could search her phone for the video. This story just gets crazier and crazier. Crazier and crazier, man. Oh my God. I'm telling you, this is exactly like Mad Libs. Yes, I feel the same way. Every single tweet, every story that I'm reading, I'm like, this cannot be real. Right. Okay, this sounds so unreal. Like, what? Man, has Lizzo responded to anything? Or has anybody responded to be like, this is bullshit? Still in shock with her old creative director, Karab. Yeah, that was damning. The woman who was directing the documentary was damning. Along with, of course, all the allegations from her dancers. No, there's been no defense. Okay. And Lizzo's team has not put out any statement. Yeah, this is true. Lizzo being a bad person doesn't mean you get to be fat phobic, by the way. True. Wait, what did Azalea Banks say?
You stole Cupcake swag, bitch. And now you all out here talking about I'm a female rapper. You ain't no fucking female rapper, bitch. You don't got enough fucking sex appeal to be no fucking female rapper. Don't let Craig Kalman gas you, Lizzo. You still fucking a fat, boring. You still a fat, boring
Azalea Banks, man.
hipster rapper, bitch. You're not fucking with Cupcake. You're not eating Cupcake. And I'm sorry, I know that's really the reason why Cupcake feeling like she want to quit. Because she see all her fucking magic being fucking torn to fucking shreds by Fat Lizzo. I hate you, Fat Lizzo. I fucking hate you, girl. I hate you for coming out with that floss up your fucking fat ass and really trying to steal from the fucking black girl's Cupcake. Because I know the fucking white gays got in your head and was like, yeah, steal Cupcake's thing. And now you out here just riding on this black bitch's fucking energy, trying to act like body positivity, you fat hoe. No, the public really needs to get into Cupcake and leave this fucking whack fat bitch Lizzo aside. Like, so what if she's fucking fat? Body positivity, my ass, bitch. If you don't go play that flute and make me some Stevie Wonder shit and leave this female rap shit.
She really is the most unhinged celeb that we have. Yeah, she is the most unhinged celeb of all time. And sometimes I'm like, yes, Azalea Banks. And other times I'm like, oh, Azalea Banks.
The longest bitch you don't have.
What is Cupcake? Is Cupcake the song? Worse than Kanye? I will say consistently yes. Now, Kanye got really bad at the end there. You know, when he went all Nazi. But Azalea, I mean, truly, is there anybody else who has had as many unhinged rants, many of which turned out to be true? Like, there's always a seed of truth. Cupcake the artist. Okay. There's always do I know Cupcake? Hold on. Let me give me one sec. Cupcake. Cupcake. Um.
Marley on the beat. Hump me, fuck me. Daddy better make me sure. You better hump me, fuck me. My tunnel loves a deep throat. Lick, 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 lick. I wanna eat your dick, but I can't fuck up my nails. So I'ma pick it up with chopsticks. Mouth wide open, mouth wide open, mouth wide open like I was at the dentist. Mouth wide open, mouth wide open. Put it so deep I can't speak a sentence. Mouth wide open, mouth wide open, mouth wide open like I was at the dentist. Mouth wide open, mouth wide open. Put it so deep I can't speak a sentence. My fingers in it, gentle. Yeah. Explore this nigga mental. I'ma write my name on his dick. Don't need a pen or a pencil. No, I don't. All I need is my body. My pussy pink just like salami. Don't need no drink to get naughty. Cause bitch, I'm not Bill Cosby. My pussy mean and it's clean. I'm not a squirter, I cream. Keep it smelling like baby wipes. I never smell like sardines. This will never fucking end. Ballerina that dick when I spin. I fuck this nigga so good. I ain't swallow one kid, I think I swallowed twins. Hump me, fuck me. Daddy better make me sure. You better hump me, fuck me. My tunnel loves a deep throat. Lick, 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 lick.
Oh my God.
Eat your dick, but I can't fuck up my nails. So I'ma pick it up with chopsticks. Mouth wide open, mouth wide open, mouth wide open like I was at the dentist. Mouth wide open, mouth wide open. Put it so deep I can't speak a sentence. Mouth wide open, mouth wide open, mouth wide open like I was at the dentist. Mouth wide open, mouth wide open. Put it so deep I can't speak a sentence. Come put it down my butt. Let's shoot a movie, no cuts. Ride the dick, get my nipples licked. That's breastfeeding while we fuck. Finna get the dick wet and firm. You better sweat me out of my perm. Can't wait till it's my turn. I wanna blow bubbles with sperm. Wanna hit it from the back, let me arch my back. Once I arch my back, that mean attack this pussy. Don't need a porn star cause I'm the modern. On my spit on his dick sound like I'm gargling. Make him bust 3 nuts is the task. My penny stuck in my ass. So I pulled him down and showed him the pearl. Made his pubic hairs curl fast. Fuck this pussy, fuck this pussy, fuck this pussy, come fuck this.
Oh my God.
Fuck this pussy, fuck this pussy, come fuck this pussy.
Wow, that was very lyrically creative. Someone, yo, you play this song with Mitch McConnell and Dianne Feinstein in the room and they're dead, okay? This kills them. Their hearts won't be able to take it. Wow, I can't believe I've never heard, do we call it a song? I have never heard that before. Holy shit. Wait. Yeah, I know. Me and my blazer here. Like, oh my. Wow, those are some. No, I didn't mean do we call it a song as in I know it's a song. I meant more so a love letter to this person's dick. Fuck you. You're the one being rude. I was searching for a better word than just song. Okay, so now I know who Cupcake is. No, now I know. All right, so that Azalea Banks video. Okay, I got it. I understand now. I see. She's comparing her. She's basically saying like Cupcake is Lizzo ain't got nothing on Cupcake. Not Chatterstein to listen to Squidward's notes. How does everybody know who Cupcake is? Since Lizzo's getting... No, I feel like this is getting into mean to... Yeah, y'all don't have to be fat phobic to talk about the Lizzo situation. You're actually further harming the victims. Yes. Agree. Agree. Okay, let me know if Lizzo says anything. If we get a response, just, you know, breaking news. Okay. Breaking news. I finally... Oh, wait, that's not for me. Okay, we're gonna talk about this dick. This... Okay, so, folks, if you missed the Stephen Amell situation... Wait, breaking news 17 seconds ago? Hold on.
We live in a time right now, and I don't...
Wait. This better fucking be Lizzo. This better not be Taylor Swift shit. Okay, good. I didn't trust you for a second. Beyonce appears to skip Lizzo's name during her performance of Break My Soul. Okay, so she says... But, okay. But it goes Badu, then Lizzo, then Kelly Roll. And she didn't say Lizzo's name. Oh, she's done. She's so done. It's so over. Oh, here, we can take it off slow. Why is this on slow? We can take it off slow mode. How do I take this off? Turn slow mode off. Do you guys like slow mode? Oh, I thought people didn't like it. Anyway, okay, she's done. If Beyonce is subtly dissing her like this, it's so over. I mean, it's done.
Ongoing strike that is happening. Yeah, so I feel like
Let's rewatch this from yesterday.
I'm insulated in Hollywood because that's where I live. I literally live in Hollywood, like all the stereotypes that exist. So I feel like a lot of people in this room aren't aware of the strike. I support my union, I do, and I stand with them. I do not support striking. I don't. I think that it is a reductive negotiating tactic. And I find the entire thing incredibly frustrating. And I think that the thinking as it pertains to shows like the show that I'm on that premiered last night, I think that is... Woo! I think that it is, I think it's myopic.
You know, for a guy who knows nothing, he really just dictionary definitioned these words. Reductive, myopic.
And I stand with my union.
Yeah, okay, so he said this yesterday, or this clip went around yesterday. This was him at GalaxyCon. So this is Stephen Amell, who you may know as the star of Green Arrow. He has a new show out called Heels, which he has been basically scabbing, but trying to do so under the radar by posting like... Here, let me not free scroll. Like, let me see if I can find... I had it pulled up yesterday, but like posting photos of himself with the billboard of his new show in the background because he knows that he can't promote the show. So this was him on Fox News. He appeared on TMZ to, I don't know when this was from, but sounds like he's really just been out there as a warrior.
We live in a time right now, and I don't want to wax too poetic here, where you know, people want you to vote as long as you're voting for their candidate. Right. And you know, I can support my union, but there was a strike authorization vote for a reason. And listen, it was overwhelmingly in favor of striking.
I mean, it was 98%, right?
Yeah, it was 98%, and I think that there's a lot of people who, frankly, there was a vote, but I think that it was just kind of the fait accompli that we were willing to authorize that. So, you know, again, I think that this has been done in a very black and white, all or nothing sort of way, and I'm talking about.
This man really does not understand how strikes work. He genuinely does not understand how a strike is supposed to be. All or nothing kind of way. Like, he's so stupid. And the thing is that you know that he's going to be getting more airtime from people who want him to be the face of the strikes.
Shows that were, and movies that were about to come out before the strike, and I'm speaking specifically about shows that, you know, I and a bunch of other people pour their heart and soul into, that happen to be coming out within a certain window after the strike. And
yeah, he's so butthurt about his show. That's what this is all. It's me. My show. I can't believe that I didn't get to promote it. Are you kidding me with the timing? It's so frustrating for me.
And, you know, I don't think that some of the consideration that was given to other projects leading up to the strike and the delay of the strike was given to some of the projects that came on the other side.
Bro, you want to know who asked for the extension on the strike? Was the AMPTP whose boot you are licking, okay? And they did that so that they could promote films like Barbenheimer. They used those 12 days rather than being, you know, doing good faith negotiating. They used those 12 days to push those films out. Idiot.
And that's something that, retrospectively, I should have done a better job of taking up in private with the leadership of my union.
Oh, yeah, because they would give a fuck what you had to say.
Respect and admire and look forward to talking to.
Boy, I'll tell you, I get the torrent of criticism that you probably got because it's not the party line. And as you said, you either vote for me or you're against me. And I got to say, I'm impressed. You're walking it well. But it is more complicated than just yet.
Okay, so now we'll take a look at... Also, like I said, you know, he's been... no one had been paying attention to him before because no one really gives a fuck about Stephen Amell. It wasn't until these comments at GalaxyCon that then went viral and everyone's like, oh, fuck you. And then people have been coming forward and being like, yeah, I've reported him for scabbing. He will post things on his Facebook and Instagram and then delete them because he doesn't want the evidence of scabbing. Like, he'll post a photo of himself or video being like, yeah, so I'm just taking a nice walk here. And then we'll have heels in the background. There's one video that pissed me off, but let's look at... Wait. Let me go to... I think it's in my bookmarks that I cannot access. This video pissed me off, because here's the thing. Wait. Hold on. I know I saw it. It was the video where he says "fuck it." Yes. Okay. Well, now I have Stephen Amell off. Fuck it. Is this? I can't remember what. I think it was from Comic-Con. I don't remember. Wait, let me look up. I think this is who tweeted it. This really pissed me off. God damn it. I hate people who tweet a million times in a day. And so when you're trying to find their tweet, you're like, you need to chill. Oh my God. I've been scrolling this whole time. This person has tweeted this much. Okay. Found it.
But, David, we can talk about me. We can talk about Canada.
So this was from Montreal Comic-Con on July 15th. Slow mode was us. Oh, got it. Okay. Chat's too fast for us today. It was very helpful. Got it. SAG-AFTRA strike was called July 13th. This was posted from Montreal Comic-Con on July 15th.
But we can't talk about Arrow.
What?
You know what? Let's just fuck this. Yeah, fuck let's go. Let's go. Let's just go.
Let's just go. You know what? Let's just go to Hollywood, the Hollywood cemetery where you should be buried for being an asshole. Because listen, guys, okay? 2% of people voted against the strike authorization. You are allowed to do that. It's a free country. You are allowed to not vote with the majority of your union. You are allowed to vote against labor and on the side of Corpa. You're allowed to do that. But I am also allowed to say, fuck him for this energy here and for the words that he uses. You can hear him in the beginning. He goes, we can't talk about Arrow. And people are kind of like, what? Like he's getting them all riled up. He's getting them into like, he's like telling a secret here where he's like, yeah, this is fucked up. And let me, let's whisper about it because we can't talk about it. And then he just goes, you know what? Fuck this. Fuck this. And again, this was from July 13th. After the WGA, many of whom are SAG-AFTRA members, and SAG-AFTRA members who were joining them even if they weren't part of the WGA, had been out on the picket lines for a month and a half. And this was also the day after the SAG-AFTRA strike officially commenced.
But, David, we can talk about me. We can talk about Canada. But we can't talk about Arrow.
What?
You know what? Let's just
fuck him in those socks.
Yeah, fuck let's go. Let's go.
Look at that smarmy look. And also his co-star on the right, fuck you too, okay? Where do you go? Let's go. Let's go, yeah. Hideo, thank you for the tier 1. Likelihood, thank you for the prime. Yeah, so actors are allowed to go to conventions, but they cannot talk about any past or present or future projects. He does look like he's going to January 6th riot, yeah. I mean, listen, this man has been retweeting Jordan Peterson. So, I think you can safely assume about him based on that. All right, so here's his apology. Heel star and Arrow alum Stephen Amell is walking back, kind of. Here's what he said. In a lengthy Instagram post, he sought to clarify the statements that he'd made at the GalaxyCon fan convention in Raleigh, North Carolina on July 30th. In his caption, The actor broke down each sentence he'd spoken on stage, followed by an explanation of his intended meaning. Guess what, bro? You're not a very good writer, okay? You breaking down the words that you said and the words that we heard are not going to change our minds on the fact that you are an asshole. And you do not support these strikes. There's no misunderstanding. Okay, so he said, understandably, there's been a lot of reaction to the comments that I made this weekend about our strike. To ensure there is no misunderstanding about my thoughts and intentions, I'm providing what I actually said and clarity/context to ensure that my feelings aren't unintentionally misinterpreted. Buddy, you guys, we have to get something clear, okay? A 1.5-minute video is not then something taken out of context. It'd be one thing if I go, yeah, I just really think child abuse is great, because I'm obviously being facetious, and maybe I was like, you know, somebody came in here and was like, you love child abuse. I was like, yeah, I love child abuse. That would be taken out of context. Right? When you little fuckers clip things on Twitch, that is taken out of context. Stephen Amell, in a video that was 1.5 minutes, where he makes it very clear what he's saying. There is no clipping and then taking it out of context. And then because he's been so called out, is like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. That is not what I meant. Here's what I meant. Let me provide you context, aka let me backpedal because I fucked up. We all know sound bites can be taken out of context, and I have too much respect for my fellow union members to not clarify the record. No, you don't have any respect at all. Or you never would have said the things that you said in that 1.5-minute video, or in the things that you've said in other videos that we've watched, or in the photos that we've seen of you scabbing. You dick. Oh yeah, we just watched this. That's what I mean. He literally says, fuck this, in response to the strike. So, no, baby. These are not sound bites that are taken out of context. And no, you do not have respect at all for your fellow union members. What I actually said, 1, I support my union, I do, and I stand with them. So that was those are his words in the video. This doesn't need much clarity. My support is unconditional, and I stand with them. Okay. What I actually said. 2, I do not support striking. I don't. What this means in full context. I understand fundamentally why we're here. Oh, great. My off-the-cuff use of the word support is clearly contradictory to my true feelings and my emphatic statement that I stand with my union. Of course I don't like striking. Nobody does. But we have to do what we have to do. Well, you're not doing anything other than making making it so much harder for those of us who are doing something. So let's be clear about that. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? This is called the Quan text. So you've got the Stephen Amell text, and now I'm coming in on top of his context and giving the real Quan text. What I said, 3. I think that is a reductive negotiating tactic, and I find the entire thing incredibly frustrating. In full context, I'm an actor, not for long, and I was speaking extemporaneously for over an hour. I emote, but I certainly don't think these issues are simple. Our leadership has an incredibly complicated job, and I'm grateful for all that they do. Oh yeah? Well, name them, bitch. I bet you can't. Despite some of my terrible acting work, I assure you, I'm not a robot. Oh, so the man's got jokes. From an intellectual perspective, I understand why we are striking. That also, by the way, despite some of my terrible early acting work, that's the most honest thing that he's said here. From an intellectual perspective, bro, how does he continue to be such a douche? How does he continue to just like make this all about him and how smart he is? I understand why we're striking, but that doesn't mean it isn't emotionally frustrating on many levels for all involved. Yeah, so that's him making sure that he makes it clear. I wasn't talking about me, even though I said I'm frustrated because I can't promote my show. I'm talking about the poor crew members. Okay? These are people who are barely getting by. And now they can't even promote the show that they worked so hard on. It's not about me. Who cares about me? I'm just an actor. But I'm thinking about, I'm thinking about that guy, Jerry, who, he'd clean up my trash every day. I'm thinking about him. Without Jerry, that set would have been so dirty. And Jerry can't even talk about the show that I just happened to star in. Even though if it weren't for Jerry, I don't know if that show would have happened at all. What's the tagline? What do we like better? That's the quantext or providing or how about the quantext? What I said, 4. I think that thinking as it pertains to shows like the show that I'm on that premiered last night, I think it is myopic. Yeah. So again, see how many times this man uses the word I? I think it is myopic. Okay. If Stephen Amell can give the definitions of the words reductive and myopic, then we will accept him back in with open arms. The strike will end. This will all be over. If he can give the dictionary definitions of these words that he used so boldly to describe the strikes. Okay, what I meant. Nothing about the strike is funny. But if I may self-deprecate for a moment, I have no clue what I was trying to say here. And who says, I think that thinking? Yeah, that's what we've all been saying, Steven, because you're a fucking dumbass. Perhaps it was an inarticulate shout out to our crew and cast who mean the world to me. Especially you, Jerry. Especially you, man. I'm simply sad that we don't have a chance to celebrate a show that all of us figuratively and that I literally broke my back for. Here, let me tell, here's the context. I am an empath, okay? So, last night, I was saying some words because I'm so emotional about this situation. Because I'm an empath. And, I've talked about Jerry. I can talk about Joe. Joe, who, God, he just poured coffee so well. I mean, again, without Jerry, without Joe, they mean the world to me. We wouldn't have this show. And it's sad that we don't have a chance to celebrate Heels on Hulu for them. Def think he put his foot in his mouth, being a bit harsh on him, though. I'm going to disagree, and I actually think that I should go in so much harder. Because we are in the midst of a fucking labor movement. We have been out there for 4 months, 3 months. We're entering the 4th month. I don't care if the internet is hurting his feelings. He deserves it and more. Okay, him and his stupid little show are not more important than the thousands of people who have been hitting the pavement day after day to fight for fair wages, to fight to survive in this industry that has been not valuing them and treating them like they are disposable. So no, I don't have mercy for somebody like Stephen Amell, who, as we've seen the various videos, has talked about how he doesn't support the strikes. He has said, fuck this, okay, in response to the strikes, who is continuously trying to find crafty little ways to scab, posting them on Facebook, which he's so weird for that, okay? Let's talk, he's so weird for using Facebook. And then deleting them so there's no evidence, even though, baby, receipts live for forever, okay? The internet works so much faster than you ever will. I don't care. I don't care about who the fuck does he think he is? A former CW actor? Why should we all stop what we're doing because of Stephen Amell? Because of his last name, everything about him sucks. Especially when you have actors who are so much more famous than him, so much wealthier than he is, who are out there on the fucking line. Okay, who are weathering the 95-degree heat. Who are delivering stirring speeches. Yeah, no, Stephen Amell, no, he does not get a pass. Okay? Not at all. Fuck that white man with his military buzzed haircut. Anyway, where was I? As I said from the jump, okay, so this is Stephen Amell. I want to ensure that my thoughts and intentions are not misconstrued. Oh, you sent it to me? Okay, hold on. The devil works fast, but you work faster. Okay, save image to desktop. I just did this with Socialist Jesus, so I should be faster. Okay. Hold on. Source. Image. Add new source. Browse. Okay. Did it? Oh, here it is. Yes. Yes. Excellent, Jaina. The context. Let's go. Okay, this situation reminds me of the proverb. Oh, now we quote in Proverbs. Now we bring in Jesus into this. You know what? Fuck you even more for that. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Oh, that proverb. Oh, come on, man. Cliche Proverbs at it. Which apparently, after reading a limited amount of the commentary, is a place many of you would like me to visit. Yeah, we would. I love that he's sitting here like, I hear you, internet. And you're being so mean. However, at least for the foreseeable future. What? However, at least for the foreseeable future, I choose to stand with my union. When you see me on a picket line, please don't whip any hard fruit. Oh, so now he's a martyr. Okay. Okay. For the foreseeable future, he is going to stand with the union. Thank you so much, Stephen. This is what we needed. We've been relying on you to lead us to the promised land. Please don't whip any hard fruit. He is literally acting like he's Jesus Christ. He's like, please don't take 2 pieces of wood, turn them into a cross, nail my hands and feet to them, and then put a crown of thorns on my head. Please, internet. Please, strikers who have been out there. Here's your cross, sir. Oh, no, he's a straight up narcissist. Yes. Are you kidding? You can tell that he wrote this versus his PR team. Like, there was no one else who wrote this but Stephen Amell. Okay. At least for the foreseeable future, I choose to stand with my union. I love that, where he's like, listen, I'm here now. I will be standing with you. I will be taking charge of the situation to make sure that Joe and Jerry, that we get back to work for them. The social media oh yeah, I loved seeing the pushback from his fellow Arrowverse alumni, who basically you can tell already fucking hated him. This is Matt Letcher's tweet. Still waiting on that comprehensive list of totally non-reductive negotiating tactics that we get to employ now. Thank God for superheroes. Any second now. Amazing. And then there was Kirk Acevedo, who was even a little bit more blunt. This fucking guy. This fucking guy. I bet you they said the same thing when they were on set with him while they filmed The Arrow, or whatever the hell that show is called. This fucking guy. I feel like you do not want to piss off Kid Vicious. Well, if they ever do American Sniper 2, he'd fit the role. I don't want to hate the dude too much, though. No, fuck him. You guys. In this situation, there is literally absolutely no need to defend him or be like, well, we want him to come on our side. Like, no. We don't, you know what? We don't need him, okay? He can fuck off. This is not us being like, welcome to the fight, Steven. No. It should have never been like this. If he voted against the strike authorization vote, like I said, fine. But this has been weeks now. Weeks of him being like, yeah, fuck this. You know, you can't talk about Arrow. I don't agree with the strikes. Scabbing. No. So just because the internet called his ass out. See, Doggy Dog, thank you for the raid. Just because the internet called his ass out, and rightfully so, and that he's probably getting calls from his managers, from his lawyers, people being like, this is not a good look, buddy. Hey, Steven. Hey, Thomas here. Listen, hope you're doing well, buddy. Just want to let you know that you're getting fucking cooked, man. Okay? You're getting cooked on the internet. So you should probably, like, put out a statement that says that you are in support of the union because you're getting cooked. Did I mention that you're getting cooked? And then when he puts out a statement, this is what he issues. This is the bullshit that he issues where he says, we all know sound bites can be taken out of context, like blaming us. The onus was on us. There was no, I am so sorry for what I did. Does he ever apologize in here? Honestly. No. He just says, like, we all know how this thing goes on the internet here, so fuck him. And that's what I got to say on it, okay? Please, can we not Mitch McConnell this situation? Yeah, this guy never apologized. Like, let's be clear about that. We just read this entire thing. There was not once that he said the words, I'm sorry. Yeah, he said, stop being mean to me. Exactly. And like I said, you know, we need to really, really reserve our, we need to reserve our kindness for those who deserve it. Okay. You know what? I'll turn the other cheek. No. What? The studios will sit down with the WGA on Friday to try and put an end to the writer's strike. Let me check my email real quick. Let me take it off. Let me see if I have gotten anything. Oh, yeah, no, he definitely was part of the 2% because he said that. There's a video of him saying, I did not vote to authorize this strike. I voted against this. I do not agree with this. All right. I just got an email. Okay, dear members, the AMPTP, through Carol Lombardini, who's the worst, by the way, reached out to the WGA today and requested a meeting this Friday to discuss negotiations. We'll be back in communication with you sometime after the meeting with further information. As we've said before, be wary of rumors. Whenever there's important news to share, you will hear it directly from us. In solidarity, the WGA Negotiating Committee. So I'm Paradox, thank you for the prime. Hogan, thank you for the gifted to He Should Be Punished. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't want to get my hopes up and be like, yay, they're going to, agree to all the really important things that we need. So we'll see. I guess this is a literal wait and see situation. Yeah, I told you the WGA communications is amazing. It's the best. You know what? This all happened because of Stephen Amell. I take back everything I said. Stephen Amell is the reason that this is happening. So the couple chatters in here who are like, we should be nicer to him. You're right. I take it back. He is our Lord and Savior. So, yeah. You know what? I can admit when I was wrong. Yeah, the offer's probably offensively bad, but wait and see. The good thing is that at least they're coming back to the table. They have refused to come back to the table this entire strike. And even though this whole time they've been saying like, oh, the WGA unreasonable, or like, we would love to work this out, they have not requested to come back to the table to talk. So this is big. This is the first time that the negotiating people from both the AMPTP and the WGA will be getting together since, the night that the strikes officially fell apart, April 31st. Will, you playing coding? Oh, okay. So yeah, what I would say is do not expect for this meeting to end the strikes. Don't expect that they're coming in here and going, you know what? We've listened. We've realized the error of our ways. We suddenly have all this money that we claimed before we didn't have. So we are going to concede on these items that you have said are ones that you must have in this contract. We have seen the error of our ways. God, perfect. Forgive me if you've answered this already, but are the unions involved not worried about the potential scab in this? No, they absolutely are. So there are scab lists that have been established. That is just part of the norm with strikes in general. But that's why we were just talking about this. Man. Ah! That was my email. Luckily, once again, I have nothing to hide because Jesus Christ. Is there anything that I can't leak? Truly. God damn it. Well, if I ever, commit a crime, people will know instantly. My email is, I constantly get the notification that I only have 0.1% of space left because I have so much spam email. And I also have so many, my emails got out of control. Once upon a time, I had them under 500, and now I have 13,000 unopened emails. But yeah, I am grateful that none of my dropping this here in case you leak DMs again. So you have something that's funny. Yo, she is packed. You had 177,000. How is that even possible? Did you just have unlimited space on your computer? How? Okay, so we talked about Stephen Amell. We talked about Lizzo. Is there any other big pop culture news? Like I said, I did not have time to sort through it all before I went live today. Let's see. You have 2 unread emails. You need to get a life, okay? I'm just joking. You can rent Gwyneth Paltrow's house on Airbnb? Okay, maybe. I saw Greta Gerwig at Beyonce. I don't like that they failed to shout out America Ferrera, who she was with. Everyone was like, Greta Gerwig. I said, and America Ferrera. TLDR on the Lizzo situation is she is being sued. There's a massive lawsuit with multiple previous ex-dancers of hers who are alleging everything from fat phobia to a toxic work environment to putting them in uncomfortable sexual situations. It's bad. It's very, 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 very bad. The more we read about it, the more it was like, this does not seem real. This seems like just a bunch of Mad Libs. And then her former creative director, as well as the woman who directed her documentary, came forward and said, yeah, I back up these dancers. This was a toxic environment. Lizzo was horrible. There was so much racial discrimination, sexual, misconduct. Actually, I don't know if that'd be the right word. Sexual. Basically, one of the examples is that Lizzo made them go to a strip club and was trying to get them to touch these strippers and like eat bananas out of their pussies. Okay, what is this? Oh, also weird religious stuff. Let me add that. Sex club, technically. Yeah, I think like some reports listed strip clubs, some said sex clubs. So maybe there's it's an amalgamation of all of these things. Maybe there was just so much weird, creepy, inappropriate, horrible shit that was happening. Taylor Swift gave bonuses totaling 55 million. 55 fries, 55 milkshakes, 55 million to every person working on her Eras tour. Yo, is it too late to get a job? From her dancers to her riggers to her sound technicians and catering, among others, working on her massive show. This is super based. 55 million each? No, not 55 million each. Like I said, is it too late to get a show or to get a job on this tour? Hogan, thank you for the gifted. Sources confirmed to people that caterers, truck drivers, riggers, dancers, and more all receive bonuses from the pop superstar. Yo, that's so awesome. She gifted truckers on her tour 100 grand each. Pfft. And you know what? More people should be doing this, okay? More pop stars whose tours just generate such an insane amount of money. And this is not to take away from her doing this. Like, that's awesome. But like more of this. Styles Max, thank you for the 5. How about pop star news? More of this and less of reports of Lizzo allegedly having her dancers eat bananas out of vaginas. You know what I mean? More of this, less of that stuff. Yeah, that's amazing. Taylor had to become a capitalist queen first to show us she is truly a socialist queen. Okay, wait. Let me just look at other... God, I can't get over this Lizzo news. This is so wild. Oh God, Warner Brothers apologizes for Barbenheimer tweets that sparked criticism in Japan. Okay, I'll pull that up. Great. Try That in a Small Town hits #1. That's thanks to me. I listen to it on repeat. It's my favorite song. So I would like to get the credit for Try That in a Small Town being at #1. Beyonce's daughter Remy posted Madonna and Family Guy team. Okay. All right. Let's look at this shit. Warner Brothers Film Group has apologized after the Twitter account for its Barbie film sparked backlash over its embrace of memes that appeared to depict the character immersed in atomic blast. Oh my God. Atomic blast imagery from Universal's film Oppenheimer. The post sparked controversy in Japan and strong public criticism of Warner Brothers from the Japanese branch of the studio, which called the tweets from the official U.S. account inconsiderate and demanded a response from the U.S. headquarters. Joe Biden! You must respond. A subsidiary demanding an apology from a parent company is extraordinarily rare. Social media has been awash with unofficial fan-made Barbenheimer memes since the last 2 blockbuster films. One about the iconic Mattel doll, the other about America's race to build the atomic bomb. You know, really, these stories are very similar. They have much in common. They were released on the same day in much of the world late last month. The tweets from the official Barbie account responding to the unofficial memes were later deleted, but screen grabs posted on Twitter, now officially known as X, we don't care, showed the Barbie account responding positively to a meme of a mushroom. Wait, I need to see this. Hold on. I need a screen grab. Screen grab. Can someone find it? The Barbie account was responding positively to a meme of a mushroom cloud superimposed on the head of Margot Robbie, the film star, and to another post depicting Oppenheimer actor Cillian Murphy carrying a cheerful Barbie on his shoulder against a burning backdrop. Did they, like, know what Oppenheimer was about? Did you see Japan's been making 9/11 memes in response not knowing... Oh my God! Japan's been making 9/11 memes in response not knowing that Americans love 9/11 jokes. Wow, this has gotten... There are just so many parts to this story now. Okay, in an attempt to get Americans to see why Japan finds Barbenheimer... oh, these are the 9/11 jokes. Wait. Okay, let me pull up this. It's going to be a summer to remember. Readers added context. At 8:15 a.m. on August 6, 1945, an atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima for the first time in human history. Hey, here's a little context. This particular nature of the damage caused by the atomic bombs is that the particular nature of the damage caused by the atomic bombs is that mass destruction and mass murder occurred instantaneously and indiscriminately. That's the fucking context to this tweet. It's gonna be a summer to remember. Oh my God. Do you realize this is the nuclear weapon which took 200,000 Japanese civilians' lives? Asian people's deaths are something you can joke about. That really is a summer to remember for us. Delete these replies and make an official statement. What the hell? This is also just so dumb. Oh, but this is like some random dude. This is not Warner Brothers. What if you photoshopped a mushroom cloud as her hair? Yeah, that's fucked up. Maybe it would go viral. 1 like equals 1 agreeing with my dad. Yeah, your dad probably fought in like World War II. Look at the reply. This cat is a stylist. No, that is a cloud that represents hundreds of thousands of people's deaths. Oh boy. It's gonna be a summer to remember. Oh my God. Everyone's so dumb. And now here's Japan's response. This Barbie is the moment. And it's 9/11. Oh my God. Oh, I'm dead. The world forever changes. Barbenheimer. Oh my God, it's Osama bin Laden. I am fucking crying. I cannot. Oh, it was a good try on their part. Okay, wait, readers added hold on. He did though. Oh my God. I can't get over this. I can't get over Japan being like, you know what? You know what? We've had enough. We're going to hit back at America. We're going to hit them where it hurts. And that's a 9/11 meme. Because no American has ever made a joke about 9/11. No American has ever made a meme about 9/11. If you search 9/11 meme, you'll get nothing. So this will really send the message. This will really be a you slapped me in the face, I'm slapping you back. Japan said, fuck it, I'm saying it. But unfortunately, Japan Twitter did not understand their audience. Japan Twitter had no idea that this is not, in fact, the clapback that they thought it would be. Because no one no one makes 9/11 jokes more than Americans do. Pearl Harbor would make... Well, then Pearl Harbor would be getting personal. If they had made a Pearl Harbor meme, then yeah, that would have been perfect because that would have been Japan being like, fuck you. Yeah, that would have been probably the appropriate response to if they're trying to do a poster off. Yeah, so that's wild. Warner Brothers regrets its recent insensitive social media engagement. The studio offers a sincere apology. Meanwhile, the rival hashtag #NoBarbenheimer has garnered attention on social media in Japan, with people using it to criticize the Barbie account's conflation of the two films. Okay, I think like people get though that we're not saying Warner Brothers isn't conflating these two movies and being like, yeah, they have so much in common. They're basically the same film. But anyway. We never make 9/11 or Nazi stories, but they can make a story about the atomic bomb, tweeted one user. Well, maybe you guys should make 9/11 movies. I still think there's an underlying disregard for Asia. I'm too sad for words. It's a shame. Another said they were really disappointed when they saw a post from the Barbie account and would no longer buy a ticket. I won't watch it, they tweeted. Jeffrey J. Hall, a U.S. academic based in Tokyo, tweeted, "The #NoBarbenheimer controversy is a reminder of the perception gap between Japan and the U.S. over the issue of nuclear weapons. Japanese grew up learning about the horrors of the A-bombs, and every year's memorial ceremonies are treated as national news. Although 78 years have passed, these events are far from forgotten in Japan." And yes, this is absolutely true, right? Like in all seriousness, the way that atomic bombs in Japan are viewed is very differently than they are viewed over here because no one has dropped an atomic bomb on us. Hall went on to explain that the #NoBarbenheimer posts were not intended to condemn the U.S. for using nuclear weapons or a call for the country to apologize. They were negative reactions to how Barbie's U.S. marketing team was making light of the atomic bombings, with positive responses to A-bomb memes. Yeah, I mean, this was dumb as shit. I'm sorry, this is... Anyway. Anyway, okay. Okay. We're gonna look at this. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run, grab some more water though. Oh my god. I just went to play music and I forgot that Cupcake is playing. No, thank you. As much as I love it, I don't know if that's exactly what I should, I don't know if that's what is good to leave you guys with while I'm grabbing some water. How about a little Sinead? Okay. Wait, Peach Stars is in here? Where is she? Is this fake news? No. Mod check. I keep waiting for Will to play Conan, but I forgot I started streaming at 3. I've been streaming for, we've been doing news stuff for 5 hours. I'm like, Will, come on. Come on. Is it time for Conan? He's like, I just started stream. I was like, okay, is it time now? I just started stream. I'm doing my content. I'm like, okay, what about now? I know. Well, maybe I should just start. Okay. Let's look at this really quickly because, what? And then I think I'm just gonna play Conan. I don't need him. I'm an independent woman with size G boobs in the game, of course. Okay, so you can rent? What? Loneliness is a human condition. What does your house on Airbnb have to do with the epidemic of loneliness? Okay. But in the past few years, increased isolation and our lack of community has made our lives even more fragmented. Airbnb had the brilliant idea of doing something to make the world a little less lonely. Really? Airbnb is the leader who's out here Making our lives less lonely. Which is why I'm inviting you to come stay at my Montecito guest house for a night. Yeah, how much does that cost? While we may begin as strangers... Oh! You mean she's gonna be there? While we may begin as strangers, I hope we'll find connections and commonalities over a delicious meal. Lay by the pool, go on one of my favorite hikes, and of course you'll have a bathroom stocked with my favorite Goop products for a truly luxuriating stay. That includes the vagina-scented candle. Book on August 15th at 10 a.m. PST at the link in my bio. Hope to host you soon. Okay, I have got to figure out how much this costs. I have got to see how much this costs. Okay. Oh my God. Wait. Oh. Okay, I can't see shit with that off. Entire guest house hosted by Gwyneth. Booking for my guest house opens at... Oh, I'm booking. Are you kidding me? 10 a.m. Pacific time on Tuesday, August 15th for a one-night stay for up to 2 guests on Saturday, September 9th. Wait, so only one person gets to book this? And then this will defeat the epidemic of loneliness? A one-night stay for up to 2 guests on Saturday, September 9th. What? Goop-inspired meals and snacks will be provided. I'll be there to greet you upon your arrival and ensure you have all the necessities for a comfortable and rejuvenating stay. I love how many times she mentions the word Goop, by the way, okay? I go there to recharge, to daydream about what we're building at Goop. There's one. Plus, I've loaded up your stay with some of my favorite Goop essentials. There's 2. Okay. Indulge in a relaxing spa day featuring my favorite Goop beauty supply essentials. There's 3. Fuel your body with a nourishing Goop kitchen-inspired meal. There's 4. Best of all, take home valuable techniques and an abundance of Goop products. There's 5. Goop-inspired meals. 6. I wonder if this is an ad for Goop. No, it couldn't be. Gwyneth Paltrow would never do that. She's just trying to fix loneliness. Okay, this is incredible.
We order it all the time for work and it's...
Wait, I have to know though, what is the cost of this? Is it really $0 a night? Or is it just there's no price listed because the booking isn't open yet? Is this going to be like an auction? I'm so confused.
Hi, I'm Gwyneth Paltrow. Welcome to my...
No, that's far too loud.
Montecito home. Behind me is my beautiful little guest house, which I'm about to list on Airbnb. Welcome. This is our guest house. Wood burning fireplace, lovely little bar, the bedroom with nice high ceilings. In here, we've got a nice soaking tub, some of my favorite Goop products. Your skin is gonna be better when you leave than when you came.
Oh yeah, no, this is definitely not an ad for Goop. Definitely not. Definitely not.
This is nestled right in nature, so you can come and have a zen moment with lots of light and fresh air. Another amazing thing we can do when you come and stay is we could have a little chef's dinner together in our wine room. And you can select whatever bottle of wine you like, and we can have a fantastic, cozy dinner with your guest and my husband.
Why does she seem like she would murder me? Why does she straight up look like the scary white lady from a horror movie who's like, I can't wait to host you. We're going to have a great time. We're going to have a wonderful time. Sit down. Sit down now. Can I bring you anything? How are you liking that vagina scented candle? Oh, yeah, this is giving Get Out.
This is a really nice place to come and relax on one of the chaise longue in the sun, have a nice swim. Okay, so do you think this is a good place to put on Airbnb?
I think I've seen a lot of homes, and I think this is one of the best homes I've ever seen. Yeah, for sure.
I have everything all set up and ready for you. Cannot wait to host you in the guest house. See you soon.
I cannot wait to peel your skin off and then turn it into another candle that I sell for $90. Anyway, see you soon. I hope that you're the lucky person who I get to spend the evening with. The link is literally airbnb.com/goop. /goop. Wow. This is definitely a way to revitalize Airbnb, which, yes, you are correct. They are dying because everyone is like, you know what? Fuck Airbnb. Fuck Airbnb has been droop. And this is also a way for Gwyneth Paltrow to sell more overpriced, ridiculous items. Wow. But I am going to sign up if I can. I have to. I love that they made this about loneliness, though. You know, this is such like a girl boss way. This is such a like just typical, so classic way of obviously, you know, this is about money. Okay. It's about money for both Airbnb and for Gwyneth Paltrow. That's what this is. It's business. But they're disguising it under like self-help betterment type bullshit. Let's talk about loneliness. Our lack of community has made our lives even more fragmented. So the solution is to spend one night with me, Gwyneth Paltrow, where I will force you to spend all of this time and then subsequently money on my Goop products. And it will make the world a better place. A friend of mine, her old roommate, was the only person I knew who worked at Goop. And at first she was like, oh, Goop is great. I love it so much. Gwyneth comes in all the time. We always have meetings. There's like, you know, it's just such a great place to be. And then I remember I saw her a year and a half later and she looked fucking haggard. Okay, she said that she had quit her job. She was moving in with her parents. And I was like, what happened? I thought you were all about Goop. I thought Goop was great. She's like, Goop is not great. Goop is not great. Yeah, she got gooped out, man. She gooped too hard. It literally just dawned upon me how much you and Will are two sides of the same coin. Yeah, it'd be like that. Can you imagine if we weren't, though? It's like, how the hell would we be in a relationship? Oh, okay. You guys, do not let me forget. I'm putting this in my calendar right now. August 15th. I'm going to set my alarm. Okay, what time? I'm going to set it for 9:45. so I can make sure that I apply. Hugo, thank you for the 7 months. In this world, it's goop or get gooped. It is. It really is. Okay. Get gooped with Gwyneth. That's the title. Get gooped with Gwyneth. Okay. Notes. Airbnb. Spend. Okay, great. Okay, got it. Great. I'm setting an alarm. So I will try and beat all the other bitches out so I can spend the night with Gwyneth. And definitely not get murdered. And definitely not have my skin turned into like a leather pillow that is then sold on Goop's website for $500. If I got in, I have to think about who I would bring as my guest. Only 2 guests are allowed for a night. You know what? This is actually the great setting for a horror movie. My horror brain is, it's a churning. It's a working. Emily? Yeah, I wonder if Gwyneth would let us stream. If Gwyneth would let us stream, I would definitely bring Emily. I can't even imagine. And I would just like wind her up and then set her off and be like, go. Do your thing. Do your thing. And then Gwyneth is the one who gets gooped. Oh my God. Okay, this is amazing. It really is. I cannot. Yo, between this and Subway, they're looking up for us, folks. You guys see the Subway thing? Between the stay a night with Gwyneth Paltrow and okay, you haven't seen. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right. Let me pull this up. I immediately sent this to Will, by the way, who famously hates Subway. Okay, did Subway contest. And I was like, how much to do this? Okay, so Subway has announced a name change challenge sweepstakes. So basically, it is a contest to give one super fan. It's hard to believe that there are Subway super fans out there, but there are. A lifetime supply of free subs if they agree to legally change their first name to Subway. Let me tell you, folks, I would do this and you wouldn't even have to give me that lifetime supply of free subs. Empty Ivy, thank you for the 3 months. Halsey Baby, thank you for the 3. Or thank you for the 4. The context test takes place. Oh my God, it's starting now. Today's the first day, guys. Hold on. I gotta put this in chat. I can't have my people missing out on this. The contest takes place between August 1st and 4th on subwaynamechange.com, and a winner will be drawn August 7th. If selected, the winner will be given $750 to cover the cost of legally changing their first name to Subway. And then $50,000. Wait a second. $50,000 worth of Subway gift cards to be used for the rest of their life. Now, I know a Subway sandwich is like $5, but this is supposed to be a lifetime supply. Lifetime meaning you go in, you go, here's my card. First name Subway, last name, I would love a spicy salami on wheat bread. $50,000 worth of Subway gift cards. That doesn't seem to me like it'd necessarily be a lifetime supply. Now, that's a shit ton of Subway. That's more Subway than I think that anyone really should be eating. But, like, if you are that obsessed with Subway that you change your first name to Subway, you legally change your first name to Subway, then I'm thinking you would probably be eating more than $50,000 worth of Subway for the rest of your life. It's easier because you have the gift card and then change your name. Yeah, but why not just give you a card and it says like lifetime supply of Subway? If you eat Subway daily, you're not living that long. Yeah, it's probably true. Or if you eat Subway daily, you end up being a fucking pedophile. Because, you know, correlation is equal to causation. This is giving late 90s, early 2000s radio contest. It is. This is wacky shit. It is reminding me of that era of like weird fan contests like this. What happens if the winner is also a pedo? You know, what would the chances be, man? Subway should just throw in the towel on that. They'd be like, you know what? I don't know what it is about Subway, but it brings out the pedophiles, man. I don't know. Is it the slimy meat? Is it the bread that can't even be called bread? That it can't legally be called bread? What is it? What is it about Subway that you know, the kitty diddlers just love it? It's the lettuce. Listen, I don't eat Subway anymore. There was a time period that I ate it a lot. Okay, chicken teriyaki footlong sub. Are you kidding? I would eat that shit like every day. I don't eat Subway anymore. I'm gonna be honest. But I don't hate Subway the way that Will does. To the point that I asked him once if there was a zombie apocalypse, so AKA food sources, distribution, like it's gone. Okay, now it's just it's a dog eat dog world. You basically got whatever is in existence and you're competing against everyone else. Now, the zombie apocalypse, it goes on. Years. You get to a point where you're lucky if you find a can of beans. A half-eaten can of beans, okay? That's how bad it is. Cannibalism, it's all over the place. You stumble across a Subway. And it's a working Subway. We ask no questions. Where did it come from? We don't know. Would you eat that Subway to survive in the zombie apocalypse? And he said no. Wait, Will's ranting about Subway right now? No way. Is he seriously ranting about Subway right now? I really did send this to him though, and I was like, what would you do if I did this? I just heard him talking about looks like normal canned tuna. He's talking about Chatter just sent him the same things. Oh, I see. Yeah. They just want to get him all riled up. Can't wait till you get some big movie credit roll and in credit just says Subway Quan. Like, this is so dumb. I love it so much though. I love it. Okay, let's read into this a little bit. Okay. By entering in the sweepstakes, entrants agree to these official rules, which are a binding contract. So read them carefully before entering. Now, does it say that you can change your name back? That's what we need to figure out. The Subway name change challenge sweepstakes is open only to legal residents. Okay. Because okay. I need help on this because if you can change your name back, I might consider it as a bit. I might. Or I might submit Will Neff. If select is the potential one of the suits, okay. Floyd. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. I'm not seeing how to enter. Visit subwaynamechange.com and complete an official entry form, including your full name, email address, date of birth. Then agree that if selected, I hereby commit to changing my first name to Subway. Is that binding? If selected, I hereby commit to changing my first name to Subway. And then you submit the entry form. You will receive one entry into the sweepstakes, subject to the limit below. Oh my God, this is like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The sweepstake parties are not responsible for, errors, yada, yada, yada. You may enter one time during the promotion period. Attempts made by the same individual to earn more than the stated number of entries. Wow, somebody who just really wants hella Subway. May result in disqualification. Okay. Does anybody see anything? Don't do it. Oh, but come on, man. Subway Quan really has a ring to it. Sounds pretty cool, right? Can you imagine? I introduce myself to people. I'm like, yeah, my name's Subway. And they're like, yeah, okay. It's a weird joke. And then I pull out my birth certificate like, bam! And they're like, wow, you're a freak. Okay, there will be one potential winner. The odds depend on the total number of eligible entries. Duh. Sponsor must conduct a background check on the potential winner as a condition. Okay. So the winner must provide satisfactory proof of their legal first name being Subway within 4 months, unless the sponsor grants an extension in its sole discretion. Winner must use LegalZoom and will be required to submit a confirmation from that company to the sponsor and administrator via email as proof within 4 months after accepting the prize. Subject to verification by sponsor before prize will be fulfilled. I'm looking for loopholes here. All determined by sponsor in its sole discretion. Instructions for submitting proof of name change will be provided to winner at the time of notification. No, okay. Oh my God. Ugh. But like, this would be, okay, listen, would I take the 50,000 gift cards for myself? Hell no. Would I distribute them to people in need? Yeah. I would be the Subway superhero. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's a girl whose name is Subway handing out Subway gift cards. Are you kidding me? The people's hero, man. It's the Subway superhero. My God, can you imagine my outfit? Yo. Okay, I'm not reading all this. So if somebody can tell me that you're not allowed to change your name back, this is very important for me to know. It's very important. Okay, I know you guys keep linking this community, so we will watch it now. Uh-oh, I just heard my name. I just heard my name. Uh-oh. I just heard Will go, Caroline, while he was on stream, because I can hear him from his streaming room. Okay, legally changing your name is such a pain in the ass. How much of a pain in the ass? Real talk. Lawyers. How much of a pain in the ass is it to legally change my name and then to change it back? Will says if you change his name, he's going to murder Farley. You know what? I'd like to see him try. I might just do it. I'm going to call his bluff. He literally said, I'll kill the dog. You know what? Even more so, he deserves this then. Okay, the man who hates Subway more than anyone that I ever know. Maybe I should just try it out. Maybe I'll start like, hey, Subway. Subway? Wait, I'll be right back. All right. That went well. I think it has a nice ring to it. I'm going to keep trying it out on him. I'm going to get him used to it, okay? He'll grow to like it. It's better than Will. Oh, I didn't press him about the dog. Yeah, that's because he's a little bitch. Okay, he's just saying stuff. That's how scared of Subway he is.
This is a historic day for Greendale. This state-of-the-art subway
Look how exciting this is.
cafetorium represents Greendale's first steps forward into the realm of the legitimate. Oh, no problem. You know what? I'm going to get it started with my teeth. The legitimate.
That should be my sandwich shop. It was my idea to put one there.
We're here for you, Shirley. Yeah, Troy, Annie, and I know what it's like to be displaced. They're tenting our building for termites, so we're homeless.
I'm staying in the sleep study lab. All I have to do is wake up
I
every
love
3
this
hours
show.
and go, and I get 2 credits.
Yeah, and we're gonna build a super awesome pillow fort here at the school.
Another pillow fort? Kind of repeating yourselves, aren't you?
That was a blanket fort. This will be a pillow fort. Way more difficult, way better.
All difficult things are better, like curing a disease or holding in a fart right now.
Aha! I just found out how Shirley and I are going to take down Subway.
Oh, how?
Dean, I assume you're familiar with the Greendale bylaws?
I am not.
Shirley, you do the
I
honors.
am
My brain
not.
starts getting weird this time of night.
It's 10 a.m.
You're welcome.
Uh-oh.
Any business operating for profit on Greendale's campus must be at least 51% owned by a registered Greendale student.
That's too bad, Dean. I don't recall seeing Subway in my premenopausal post-feminist experiential marketing class.
Actually, I'm on the wait list for the pre-min post-fem X mark.
Who are you?
Gang, meet Greendale's newest student, Subway.
Your name is Subway.
Yep. Using a groundbreaking but surprisingly legal process known as corpohumanization, real people such as myself are now allowed to represent the collective humanity of business owners.
Exactly.
I have contractually waived my birth identity and am now a man and student named Subway.
That could be
I don't believe
Will.
this. Come on, Subway. There is no way you're 5'10".
Kind of cute.
So you can vote? Actually, no, because technically I'm only a week old. But please don't think of me as any less human than yourselves. I'm here to hang out, take weird classes, and party as hardy as my morality clause allows. Eat fresh? Eat fresh?
Eat fresh.
That's my man.
Eat
Wow,
fresh.
did you know Greendale students are technically in the Army Reserves? Let's say a little prayer for peace.
Oh my God. You know what? The more I hear the name Subway, honestly, it is pretty sweet. It does have a really nice ring to it. So, you know, I'm thinking of the nicknames Subby, Way, Footlong, Tuna. So fresh. Eat the Ritz. Thank you for the 5. The more I see how much Will absolutely hates it, I'm starting. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, right? I think in life you need to confront your fears, okay? He already confronted spiders the night that one bit both my butt cheeks and he had to capture it. So he's confronted his one fear, and now it's time to confront his fear of Subway. Ultimately, this is good for him. All right, guys, I need to do a little gaming soon, or else I'm gonna get too tired. Wait, so if you change your name to Subway Start Surfing, would you be a Subway Surfer? Listen, the possibilities are endless, okay? They really are. Scream Queen Smadge. We'll watch Scream Queens tomorrow. We'll watch 2 episodes. How about that? To make up for it. I promise. But right now, it's time for me and my triple G boobs.
The one and only.
To crush my enemies, see them driven before my lands, and hear the lamentations of their women. Yeah, if you haven't seen my character from Conan, then you have no idea what I'm talking about. And I get that that now sounds really strange. But but if you stick around, you can see. You can see for yourselves. But the boobs be swanging. Is anyone else playing? Okay. What is best in life? Let me get in there. What is best in life? Man, it's so weird because I forgot I went live so early. I'm like, it's only 9 o'clock? It's only 9? Will's still ranting. Yeah, I can hear him. Yeah, it's gonna be going on for a while. I do not want this lipstick on anymore. This was my... This was my Fox News lipstick. Yeah, my Republican... Okay, let's play little tunes while we're waiting for this. I'm changing my category. Now he's talking about drinking piss. Dude, he's so dramatic about Subway. Actually. He's ridiculous. Okay, Conan Exiles. Now he's talking about beer. Someone said Heineken wasn't a good beer. I don't think it's great. He's Dying on the hill defending Heineken? Oh, someone compared Heineken to Subway. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I can only hear snippets of words. Okay. Open the game. Game. Oh, wait, I gotta open it through Steam. Hold on. What brand are my glasses? Elisa Johnson. Okay, here we go. God, my back. Oh. I've already done this. Wait, why can't I just continue with my game? I'm so confused. I don't understand. Do I have to go... Do I have to keep signing in? Okay, here, hold on. I gotta take this off screen. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. It's lagging. I'm gonna close these windows. So the characters live on servers. Oh, I've got it. What's happening? What's going on? Okay. God, this is like seriously so fucked. What is going on? Oh my god, my computer just died. Or it's dying. It's dying. Oh, shit.
Like, what?
Oh.
Caroline?
Yo, am I missing
Hello,
something?
Will?
Like, are you guys fucking gaming or something?
What's going on?
Are you guys gaming?
I've been gaming. I've been gaming.
I
alone,
was
like,
just about to. I was loading her up.
I just mastered my ironwork, bro. Like blacksmithing. I'm making armor now. Like.
Oh, that's unfortunate because Wake and I have left.
Yeah, I already know where you guys are. I've already
what do
located
you?
guys.
Wait, what do you mean you left?
We are starting a new colony.
Why? What do you mean? Why would you do that? You don't want to be with us anymore?
There wasn't enough interns.
I'll get you more.
You know, I took a weapon off of one of the interns and it does 30
Boys,
damage per hit.
Wait, are we in? Are we doing this?
We're doing it.
All right,
Guys,
I'm fucking done with chatting. Fuck
I
this
took a
shit.
weapon
Let's
off
go.
of one of the interns. It does 30 damage per hit.
Wait, did you take it off the dancer?
I don't know. No, he was a guard.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, immaculate damage. But I'm just leveling up, bro. My crafting, like, I'm ready to join you guys, though. I really am.
I need you to come check out the absolute palace.
yeah.
we're
All right,
gonna
I'm going to
build.
join in a second, guys.
Okay, I'll start adventuring towards where you guys
By
are.
the way, I got
good to have a few
another boob job, so my boobs are even bigger now.
Wait, how did you change your boobs?
Don't ask.
Okay.
Don't
Wait,
tell.
No, this is important.
Um,
Because my character needs to scale back on Hog. I think it's making him miss shots.
yeah, I took a trip to Beverly Hills. I took my character to Beverly Hills, and now she's really packing. She's really got him hanging. Okay.
The power level's gone up.
My boobarian arc. Exactly. Oh, and there goes my monitor.
Okay.
What is
So
going- Okay. My chat, I'm gonna go grab some water. I'll be right back. Yo, that's allowed? Sure is. Listen, it's Conan Exiles, Age of War.
Mamma mia. Bro, some of these swords are just destructo-abysmal, like. So is health damage the amount of damage that a weapon does?
Okay, so the big thing we need to do in this new destination, Seer, is craft out all of the same like crafting pieces that we had there. Like we need whatchamacallit, we need another workman bench and everything. It's gonna be a lot.
Here I am.
Okay.
It's the next big project we have.
I'm back. Let's do this.
Question. Is health damage the amount of damage that a weapon does?
I think so. That is really confusing. I don't like that they.
Okay, because I'm looking at this crafting thing. I can craft any of them, but they all don't really surpass.
All right. Where are you guys? Let me see.
Okay, I'll figure it out.
Wait.
All right.
Peach Jars is in the game? Or she's not playing right now?
Yeah. I trained her up and everything.
Oh, yeah? What's she working with?
Oh, she's got some big tits.
Okay, good. I was hoping we could keep her in, but it's looking promising.
Okay. That is a prereq for being in the cult.
Yeah, she did. She picked a good rack.
All right. Somebody's got to teach me how to fight.
No. Push you in the pool. You learn how to swim.
Let's
Boy.
see, where does this go?
I need to get some armor. Oh, actually, you know what?
Ooh, I kind of like it here. What do you think? We should start building vertically. We're gonna have to go. We could put like a sky forge here, but I feel like up at the very top we should reserve that for something sacred. You know, like a collection of some kind at our highest
Acknowledged.
range.
Acknowledged.
Yeah. You're gonna see. We have a lot to work with. I really want us to really focus on natural design, really working with the terrain, seeing what we can make happen. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Noted, noted.
You guys are like really building some shit wherever you are.
I made
I'm
300
going-
leathers, by the way, but I guess we moved, so.
No.
We're
Sorry, that was
really
my chat.
HGTV over here.
They want to name our new abode Fuck Mountain.
Oh!
I'm down for that.
I mean,
Okay.
it's straight and to the point.
It describes what I think we're here to do, not the interns, metaphorically, what we're doing, you know?
Oh my god, run away. Oh. Oh. Oh god. Okay, how do I use shield? Oh my god,
What's happened?
Oh!
Okay, here's the thing. So I keep attacking things, but I don't know how to defend myself. So I attack it and then I run away before I'm so murdered.
Oh my god, I made a katana. It's fucking insane.
Wow, I'm not doing well.
Katanas are unreal. What the fuck?
Another month, another Trump indictment, and they indicted.
Oh!
Yeah, I made like insane hand weapons.
Yeah, so I can make all these weapons now. The thing is, why do they all do kind of like mediocre damage? Can they be leveled
You might
up
not
or something?
have good enough stats.
Oh.
What are your attribute points looking like?
Oh, okay. That makes complete sense. But the thing is, I do have a sword that does 30 damage, and then
Why isn't
all
it
of
capturing Conan?
Killed by bleeding. Come on.
Oh my god.
Okay, I
This is
gotta find
unusual.
these dudes.
It's not capturing Conan.
Are you guys okay?
Try left control for block. Oh. Left.
Well, I'm gonna just craft some more weapons, and then I'm gonna come start headed over there, guys.
Do we have any wood, Will?
Yeah, you got a lot of wood, don't you, with that character of
look,
yours?
If only I could build
I'll
with
just
it.
do
You know what I
this.
mean? It's just a curse.
Wait, what?
Okay, I gotta make
There we go. Okay.
So what's awesome, Will, is that all these iron deposits we're building our castle around are just respawning when we are gone. Like we're gonna have an infinite resource essentially.
Tyr, do you need iron? I can fast travel with iron. I can bring 800 iron back to us right now.
I mean, nothing
Yeah,
matters
they're
anymore
all
because
over
we're
there.
leaving this place, right?
Wait, you
No,
guys
no,
are
no.
leaving? Because
See,
I was gonna come
We're
find
just building
you.
it's just
What
a
I
second
did- so-
satellite base.
My god.
Yeah, what I can do is literally pack my legs full of iron, jump to my death, and respawn at you guys with iron.
Oh yeah, that's actually very easy.
Holy shit.
All right, I'm gonna
It's
do
wild.
that.
All right, come
Wait,
to me.
I'll
'cause
come back later.
I'm just crafting this shit up. Will, these weapons are these weapons are wild, bro.
I'm on my way to use here.
Did you make a katana, dude?
Okay,
No,
I'm
made iron punching daggers.
I'm coming
Oh,
to Fuck
that's it.
Mountain. I'm on my
All right,
way.
I'm on my way to you.
Cause I
Here I come,
Oh my god.
Blah.
I can't kill worth shit.
It's all for you, Seer.
Thank you so much.
Oh. But I can
You see
hit
my
a dead
offline chat
body.
talking about me.
Oh my god, it's
Seer, come
my
to me.
dead body.
I'm in the base.
I got a special delivery.
Where you at? I'm in base.
Other
Fuck
side of the
Mountain.
gate.
I'm so sorry. I have to kill this baby.
Whoa. Take a
Oh
look at this.
yeah.
Take a look at that.
Oh my
Why'd you
god,
kill a
bro.
baby,
What, bro?
That's what I'm saying.
Will, come back here. Come back here, Will.
You guys
Wait, we have a new pleasure intern.
Yeah.
I have to assign her.
I have to show
If
you this.
if I put her in the pleasure den, will she start working?
Oh, that's all she knows.
Oh my
By
god.
Will,
thread of pain, wheel of pain.
Will, just
How do I do
observe
this?
this. Just observe this, please, for 1 second. All right, ready? You ready?
Yep. Oh, that's
And look
pretty
at this.
cool.
Look at this.
Oh wow, take a look at these.
Oh, that's pretty cool. By the way, Will, you